Thanks for joining in. Like I said, I have some sort of preface material. I call this talk New York Nano, Maple Nation Transmutes the Neurotech Empire. And I will say I started out when I was invited to give this talk with the intention of giving a different kind of talk that was largely about looking at the history of a particular company, MITRE Corporation, which was tied with Air Force research and frequency, research and development and defense contracting, and has later shifted over into Medicaid. And looking at that as tied to sort of Cold War and cybernetics and social engineering, really. And that's sort of what I had started out with. And then about a week before I was ready to give my talk, a lot of the information around graphene started to surface. The group of scientists who are working in Spain, what they were able to document doing the electron microscopy around graphene and the implications for what's been unfolding. And so I really pivoted this past week into incorporating that new material. And I will say, if those of you who follow my work, you know, my typical wheelhouse has been around finance, human capital finance, sensor networks, blockchain, gamification, and sort of digital surveillance, and how all of that meshes together. And so my strength, I haven't waded too deeply into the health tech space beyond how it relates to the finance piece. And you know, I've known about issues around nanotechnology, and I've touched on graphene based on Celeste Solom's introduced me to it in last November, but I didn't really have a solid framework to hang it on. And so a lot of this work actually stems from a collaboration with a friend who blogs at a blog. It's a collaborative blog. It's called A Piece, like a piece of a puzzle, a piece of mindful. And it's the section of the blog that's under Steppers. And so Steppers has been working very diligently over much of the past year to investigate electrical engineering, nanotechnology, and various elements of that in the health space, and has written some really solid articles investigating a section of the narrative that most people are not taking a deep dive into. And so a great bit of this, I owe a debt of gratitude to this person for sharing their information. And they've actually been really immersed in graphene for over a month, maybe 2 months before even this news broke. And so I'm advancing this from a place of building on work that was done by others. And so I'm sort of sharing this in a spirit of collaboration. Okay, so here's my preface. You know, some of you guys, if you follow me on social media, you know, I'm a bit, I guess I can be a bit prickly, and I'm generally not here to, I don't know, maybe grow my audience or win friends and influence people. But I do think that having clarity around the nature of the problem is really important. And I'm not here to say that my version of this narrative is the version, or that you should believe me any more than you believe other people per se. But I think the nanotechnology and the graphene aspect is super important for people to get a handle on. And we each need to be responsible for our own research. Our movements will be better off as we actually dig into this material for ourselves and figure out things for ourselves. What I'm trying to do here, at least in the preface, is to raise up the issue around graphene and nanotechnology and frequencies within the context of what we are experiencing around this biosecurity state, and to give people some clarity. And again, if you follow me, you know I'm not presenting this from a place of nihilism. This can be super overwhelming, and in many respects, as I've said, I feel like this is a moment of reckoning, right? So the universe has said, you know, step up. Are you going to be the human beings coming from a place of heart, or are you going to step back from that? Are you going to step up, or are you going to step back and hide from this? And so I don't find this terrifying. I find this, for me personally, it's better to have the information than not have the information. But I understand that not everybody wants this information, but I'm hoping to share it from a place of being empowered and having clarity. And a lot of you know that I look to the teachings of John Trudell, who is a leader in the American Indian movement, and he talks about the power of the water, right? That each human being is a raindrop, and when enough of us become clear and coherent, then we have the power of the storm. And if any of you have seen my YouTube channel, some of us had this pretty amazing experience on a hilltop storm on the solstice over the Susquehanna. And so, yeah, the power of the storm is quite powerful, and we should move forward in that direction. So this was the conference. I had a hand in sort of helping frame the language around this, and we called it the viral panopticon public health prison planet. And what I really wanted to convey in my talk and in this preface is this idea of virology being a very tactical and strategic choice to coerce global systems change that are tied to this fourth industrial revolution, okay? And that virology as a field was chosen, I believe, with intention for not just our current moment, but for this idea of perpetual pandemics and biosurveillance moving forward. This is a tweet I put out yesterday. And again, I've come into this space, I came in as a mom fighting for public education. And then I became a mom who started to understand about poverty management and the nonprofit industrial complex. And then I began to understand about electronics and the digital world and defense contracting, right? And it keeps getting bigger, but I did not come into this from a health space. And many people with whom I built community over the past year are far more advanced in their understanding of the history of mainstream medicine, Rockefeller medicine, allopathic medicine versus holistic and more spiritual medicinal practices, and this idea around viruses, right? And so as we work to attain clarity, there are the two opposing theories, that the idea of germ theory and terrain theory. And what I've come across is that in doing this work, you have to be willing to really reflect in a very critical way on the teachings you've been immersed in since childhood and the histories, and understand that the histories are structured, the narratives for a particular purpose, for a particular end, often by the winners, right? The winners of those in power. And so the program that I was part of was with Tom Cowan and Andrew Kaufman, who advocate a terrain approach. And I think over the course of the past year, as someone who works in an area of the city that is experiencing terrible environmental toxicity, it's very clear that environmental toxins cause great harm to one's physical health and mental health. And, I'm pretty much in the terrain theory camp at this point. And that was important for me in terms of who I'm choosing to align with, because I feel like the environmental toxicity is the key element. And that my understanding at this point, and it continues to evolve, but is that nanoelectronics and electronic frequencies have been weaponized as an environmental toxin. And this is something that I think most people in the environmental movement, this stuff has been in development for at least 2 decades and is not commonly understood within environmental protection space. The idea of nanotechnology and electronics and frequencies as toxins to not just human life, but all of life, and as disruptors beyond the chemicals that we know of and other elements that are harming the environment. So that's really important. Understanding that this next phase of the spatial web is a scenario in which your material body as a physical thing that is in space will start to merge in an electronic field with other things, with other living things, that the world will become part of a ubiquitous computing simulation, and it will just start blurring, like the edges of everything will blur into everything else. And if you look up the internet of bio-nano things, Ian Achildes at Georgia Tech has done a lot of work in this area, and they imagine that your thoughts just manifest and influence other things in your environment, and that everything is seamless and integrated, but then you really lose the you that is you as you physically know it, and then it gets all merged into electrical signals, essentially signals intelligence. And that my framing is understanding that as an imperial project, as a project that goes back probably at least as far as the Roman Empire, is that the domination, the nature of that domination has changed, and now that it is happening in ways that are almost invisible to us, which is the element of nanotechnology and also virology, is that to our ability of sensing things in the normal spectrum of the ability of our senses to access that information, it's beyond that. And so in existing beyond that, we have to then rely on the experts, right? The air quotes experts who have been credentialed into the system. And so those elements I think are really important in framing where I'm coming into both this talk in this past week is understanding terrain theory, understanding frequency, understanding ubiquitous computing, and understanding that as a military campaign. Well, it includes EMF, but I think can happen in a lot of different ways. So it's waveforms, signals and waveforms. But inclusive of EMFs, but also light waves, photonics, a lot of other stuff that they have going on, which I'll touch on a little bit later in the talk. So when I talk about clarity, as I've mentioned in previous discussions, Michael Crow, president of Arizona State University and founding board chair of InQtel, the venture capital arm of the CIA. At Arizona State, they have a Center for the Future of War in which weaponized narrative is key, and a primary funder of their activity in that space is by New America, whose money is also Eric Schmidt and Google Alphabet. And so I want to sort of put this out up front is that, as of, this is not quite 20 years ago, but the Department of Defense is imagining that the future of war is really information warfare, information-based warfare, and that it's happening in the context of a cyber space, and that a huge part of the information warfare is based in psychological operations. This last paragraph says that we must improve PSYOP. Military forces must be better prepared to use PSYOP in support of military operations, and the themes and messages employed in the PSYOP campaign must be consistent with broader national security objectives and national level themes and messages. Currently, however, our PSYOP campaigns are often reactive and not well organized. And so if we understand living our lives in digital platforms, both social media and even the way in which what we're doing today is living in a digital space, that we become more and more subjected to digital manipulation, electronic manipulation within the context of psychological warfare towards certain ends. And so we have to understand the nature of the engagement that we're occupying and the tools of choice that are being used. So I will say when people are consuming media, myself included, like just be very discerning about the messages that you're hearing and the fact that that which is said versus that which is left unsaid indicates how narratives are shaped. So I'm being pretty upfront about my narrative at this point. This week, I feel like very strongly that based on the information I have at my disposal currently through my own work and the work of a number of people that I respect and trust very much, that the core issue here is neurotech weapons and frequency, right? And so if we look and see the narratives that are coming out now, even into the mainstream space, for a while it was confined in the alt media narratives, but now it was surfacing in the New York Times and other spaces about gain of function and biowarfare. And if we understand that in this space of engagement, and if it's an energetic engagement, right, the forces that be, the powers that be, use to their advantage, keeping people in a fearful space, keeping people at a low energy frequency, keeping people confused. And so in many respects, if you look at the recent surfacing and now in mainstream media of the gain of function and the bioweapons, in my opinion, that serves two functions, one of which is to reinforce the supremacy of the virology as the tool of domination narrative. And then that nature of defense bioweapon labs also makes people fearful, because knowing that, what are we supposed to do about those things? There's nothing that can be done if that is what you feel like is the main threat, is a faraway Defense Department bioweapons lab. So I think it's important to look and see who's putting out what narratives, and are they talking about nanotechnology and frequencies. The virology element of this, we have to understand that in this global prison planet that they're building, biosurveillance and a woman who's actually enforced and has surfaced a lot about nanotech for months, and I wasn't really in a space yet to really surface it in the way that it was really proper, but now it is. now I have the mental bandwidth to pull this out. I spent a lot of time looking through this handbook of biosurveillance, which was published in 2005, right? So These are the couple years leading up to the last global economic crash. And if you understand that the prison planet is going to be controlled, the human beings of, if we're aiming for one world government, driven by the Sustainable Development Goals, a central part of this is going to be perpetual pandemics, and that the World Bank has this program set up about One Health. And we have to understand that the current health scenario as well as the climate scenario intersect. There's like a Venn diagram, and the cross piece is that this One Health, that if people are engaged in nature, that we are only harming nature. This is regular people. This is not Exxon or IBM or any of these things, but regular folks should stay out of nature because we are only harming nature, and that nature should be isolated from people because it might contain sources of contagion that would be harmful to communities. And so everyone must be kept apart. And in that keeping apart, it allows them to more accurately build their planetary computer, which is based on biosensors and simulation. And so the narratives around health and the narratives around climate crisis are central. And in that, the biosurveillance scenario that is tied, really very much into various governments, state security apparatuses at this point, will allow for immense data collection of every living thing on the earth and the creation of a digitally twinned world. And so that is where this is headed. If you follow the road of virology, that's where the road goes. And then that is the tool of control that will be executed to manage you. So the other piece, and this is sort of a class issue, is that who gets to decide about virology, right? Who gets to decide the truth? Well, you have to be an expert and you have to have the tool, right? And the tool of choice in virology is electron microscope, which I guess if you got a cheap one, you can get it for maybe $50,000 or $60,000. But of course, that would never be accepted as like reputable scientific evidence. So really, you would probably need one that was like a tens of millions of dollar electron microscope to be the arbiter of truth in the space of virology. And then, to have access to that equipment, surely you have to be credentialed within the system of allopathic medicine and scientific research and development, which is largely funded by compromised philanthropic interests and also the Defense Department. So in order to even access the tool that would allow you to share your truths as you see it in looking at the world through essentially like a digital simulation, you have to have run the gauntlet of being credentialed within the system of domination. And, with all that means in terms of your social status, your debt status, your accreditation to do your work and to continue in your career. And so that's very controlling. And it's also very classist because to run that gauntlet, it takes a lot of money. Even this is an image that I pulled from Yale about what you would need to do to be credentialed to use their electron microscopy labs. And, you would need, like $1,000 just to get up to speed to prove that you could use the tool. So this isn't something that the average person then could come in and say, wait a minute, I'm questioning your methodology, because generally, unless you have been credentialed into the space, if you adopt biosurveillance and virology as the tool of domination, you're never going to get there. So I would say at this point, rather than looking at the bioweapons labs, that we should be looking more closely at another story which surfaced and then sort of got pulled back down, which is Charles Lieber. Now, Charles Lieber has been a professor at Harvard for decades, and his specialty is looking at nanoelectronics and biotechnologies, and has done a lot of work in China, and that's sort of what got him in hot water legally, was this idea that he was taking money from the Chinese government that was not allowed, right? And so he was sort of brought up into the public sphere and saying that, look, he has done this terrible thing. And now he has evidently a cancer diagnosis, which is, to me, it's not clear whether that means that he's now going to be working backstage as that progresses. But what he's developed are at this nano scale, transistors, nanocomputing, and nanowires. And some of these nanowires, you can see this is at the bottom. This is an image from actually 2010, right? So over a decade ago, where they're talking about the use of graphene and nanowire transistors in electronics, nanoelectronics, which I'm going to go on to show that the nanoelectronics are not simply something that's going to sit in a a small pack that you use, but will become integral in the biocomputing Internet of Bodies interface. So to me, this is the area that bears examination, is Lieber and nanotechnology and nanowires and his relationship to MITRE. And MITRE is a company that a nonprofit that I'm going to go into in much more detail tomorrow. So we actually did find some people who had access to an electron microscope who were willing to do work and examine contents of these various medical interventions and medical supplies and see what they found. And the findings of this, again, these are people who are experts in Spain. They go by La Quinta Columna, the fifth column, to talk about findings of what appears to be graphene oxide in these various medical processes, I will say, since we are on YouTube. And it's really important because this was a person who actually commandeered the tools and was willing to say what they found, which is how you do real science. And so I will emphasize that once you start looking into graphene and graphene oxide, you will realize that it's being framed as the wonder material of the universe, and that it exists far beyond simply medical products, but is in almost every aspect of our environment. And so if we understand what's coming in the context of terrain theory, that this isn't simply something that people are potentially choosing to avail themselves of products that include this. This is something that is being surreptitiously embedded in almost every element of the built environment, in the living environment that we're existing in, or that is the plan if we don't start to interrogate it. So, so it's important to look up the work of La Quinta Columna. It's in Spanish, but there's also a website that I have linked to that is does English translations. And so again, do your homework and look into this, because I feel like this, at least my position at the moment, as it's evolving, is this is a key tenet of what's happening. So again, my questions in the who controls the narrative space, right? We've got the mainstream narrative, and we have the alt media narrative, and then we have, I don't know, the alt media fringe narrative. But we know that a lot of people have been looking at Rainer Fulnick's interviews and him building this legal case in Germany around sort of, human rights, right? Around what's happened this past year. And I think it's really important to point out that La Quinta Columna, because they felt the same way, that this was important work that was being consolidated, all of this information on what was happening, sent their research on June 2nd of 2021. So at this point, this is, 6 weeks in. This is 6 weeks worth of work. And you would think that if someone was really looking at important unfolding events, that this would become a priority, right? To get this message out, or to at least interrogate it and start sounding the alarm, and having all of the other people who are paying attention to the other interviews that are going on here to start doing their own investigations into what is happening. As I see it, that isn't really what has happened over the past 6 weeks. And instead, there was a limited distribution of this information that was coming largely through Dr. Jane Ruby. And again, I think it's great that people are putting information out, but this was a tweet today, and this is just a random person that I saw, but this person is saying, why is it always the same two people talking about this? And I'll just reassert this. This is someone I don't even know, okay? Why is it always the same two people talking about this stuff? And I would say, that's a good point. Why is it always the same two people? Why is, if this information went out on June 2nd, is the whole space of people who are contesting this broader narrative digging into this work, right? Why is this not being surfaced in a bigger way? And, these two people, the thing is that they represent a pretty partisan perspective. And again, we know that what's going on is not partisan at all. It's a world struggle to preserve natural life. But the fact that if certain stories were gatekept to certain communities, I think you have to wonder, why is that? Why is that happening? And what is the motivation to channel stories in certain ways? Because I know that and now it is becoming, I think I've gotten 2 links in the past day that now people are actually talking about it in a broader way, but this is 6 weeks in. And I think that's telling that this information would have been sat on and directed in a narrow way for those 6 weeks. So I would encourage people to keep that in mind as you're consuming media and understanding this. In terms of the importance of graphene, this is a professor, chemistry professor, Joe Schwartz from McGill. And on the graphene topic, it's really important. It's really central. In fact, this was a video he did in April after the Canadian Health Department pulled face coverings that were related, that contained graphene off. They had been being distributed in schools to children. And essentially the point of this video was, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is the most unique, amazing material in the whole world. And everybody needs to be paying attention to this. It's really super important. And in fact, I don't know if any of you have seen the movie The Graduate, but there's a really important scene in that film where Dustin Hoffman gets taken aside at this cocktail party, and the corporate husband sort of says, you know, Benjamin, you know, the future, I'm just going to give you one word for the future. The future is plastics. Okay, that was the movie in the 60s. The future is plastics. Well, now, if you consider terrain theory and you consider the devastation that has been wrought by plastics in the world, microplastics, cancers, the production, the waste, the degradation, the water pollution, that's pretty significant, right? So this gentleman, who's a professor of chemistry, who's part of their innovation division at McGill, is saying, you know, wait, graphene. If you made this movie today, instead of plastics, you would say graphene. And so what I'm saying is, yes, we must think of graphene and in its role, in its planned role in what is coming in terrain theory as the same as plastics. And perhaps I would assert maybe even more devastating. So this is another patent that I found. Someone had shared it with me, I think a while back, and I was resurfacing. If we understand the nanotech and frequency, the idea of getting nanotech within the body, self-assembling nano mechanical systems and controlling them through frequencies, because a lot of that is being done through Tesla coils and other things. This is a patent from 2001 where they're actually talking about remote magnetic manipulation of nervous systems. This is a guy, Hendrikus Loos. He's since passed, I think, but based out of Laguna Beach, California, and he was doing work under contract to the Defense Department and to Health and Human Services. And actually, he was involved in work around the cost of HIV and also aerosolization. So I think all of us are still trying to figure out in some ways, like, what explains people's inability to engage in critical thinking around what's happening. And I think we have to sort of imagine what's going on with frequency weapons at this point, because even in 2001, they were talking about controlling the nervous system through magnetic frequencies from a distance and framing this as something you would use in a standoff situation. But we have to know that graphene oxide, graphene itself is not magnetic, it's in and of itself, but it can be reconfigured and layered and twisted in a way to increase magnetism along with electronic conductivity. And so I think we need to look at this larger picture within the context of remote neurological manipulation, not just of people, but this is from the same patent. It was talking about the same functioning of magnetic resonance in the human body applied to other mammals, and that they were looking at using it for animal control systems, right? And so I would just indicate that it might be worth a revisit to understand why in the world are we starting to see injections of all sorts of zoo animals at this point. What is going on with the animals? Because again, we know that within the larger Internet of Bodies prison planet, that looking at 5G and Internet of Things and livestock management and wildlife population management is very similar. And so understanding it not simply as like a wearable collar, but now potentially as a magnetic nanoparticle or nanoelectronic is something that I think it's really important that we keep in mind. So essentially, I will just sort of put forward, and this is something that my friend who has done deep research in this space their thinking at this point is that what is going on is that the Internet of Bodies, the Internet of bio-nano things is very much about creating ubiquitous sensing environment that integrate our bodies into electronic systems. And graphene is essential. Graphene nanomaterials are going to be a building block for that. And then the larger question is, how do the researchers who are advancing this program intend to ensure that the materials that are being introduced are biocompatible. Because I think that the goal is not actually mass death, but is more likely because what they want is data analytics, and they want the metaverse built, and they've built these social impact investing schemes around all of this. That is not mass death immediately. It is to create chronic illness and to create an environment that will house the biosensors that allow them to acquire their data. And to do that, it's like a parasite. They need to not actually immediately kill the host. They can weaken the host, but they can't kill the host. And so the question now is, with the graphene tied to biosensors, tied to nanoelectronics, is what dosing can they do to not kill off the host? And in a lot of the research that's being done around cell toxicity and graphene, a lot of it depends on dosing and other environmental factors. And so I think it might be useful to consider what is happening now within that broader context is a grand experiment to across various geographies, various different, groups with, genetic structures, and to see how they can work this system with dosing that doesn't kill the host. So again, I talked about the cyborgs. They also talk about them as centaurs, this idea that there's going to be a spectrum of humans turning into computers and computers turning into robots, humans turning into robots, robots turning into humans, and in the spectrum between. And they call that sort of human-computer interface and centaurs. It's not surprising that they might start with non-humans because humans are pretty complex. And so MIT Media Lab has been doing work with plants. And I remember seeing a discussion of this in an RFP for the Internet of Battlefield Things. It was a defense contracting contract that was let. And in the packet, the proposal packet, they actually talked about having roses turned into transmitters, this was about 3 years ago that I saw this. So this technology has advanced. Here's an image from 2019 where they're talking about cyborg botany and turning plants into electronic devices. Well, I would say that the powers that be that imagine themselves as gods over the universe are looking to turn all life into electronic devices, including human beings. They'll start with the plants, and then they'll gradually work their way up into more complex life forces. And that within this, on my Twitter feed, I have an image that's a video by MIT of the cyborg botany. They're actually turning the plants into sensors, into screens, so you can interact with the plant, that the plant can actually sense motion. They had an image where the plant sensed a cat running by out the door, and the woman got a notification on her computer screen that said cat running. So she would know to go bring her cat back into the apartment. And so they're actually turning living things into elements of the panopticon, right? And that next phase is, I think, human life. But the antenna elements are also connected. They frame it as wires. This is not us sticking a wire up into a stem. It's actually creating nanoelectronics that can self-assemble into the plant as an antenna, and graphene is a part of that. This was just shared with me today. It's from Innovation Toronto, looking at, this is from the Graphene Flagship Project, which is central in all this in the EU. Out of the University of Trieste, they're talking about graphene dispersed in the atmosphere could produce some harm. Okay, so we're saying graphene in everything. I just want to be very clear, folks who are only thinking about this in a medical construct, that if you avoid engaging with this medically, that you're going to be safe. I would assert that based on the framing of this, the phrasing here, dispersing of graphene in the atmosphere, that none of us are safe, that this is nothing that anyone is going to be able to fully escape from, and that's why it has to be dealt with in a head-on manner. They talk about trying to figure out how to use enzymes in the human body to address the potential toxicity of the graphene. But even in and of itself, it says here that once graphene is digested by enzymes, it could produce harmful derivatives. And this is something that they're in the process of studying now. Okay, so this is all, in the mix here. I would just like to assert that we know that there are really robust AI programs around tracking side effects. over these medical interventions that are happening. And I would assert that if you understand what is happening, not simply as, if you understand this as an experiment, right? I mean, we've understood it's all happening in a state of exception because it's an experiment. It's a grand experiment. It's actually about launching the Internet of Bodies. And I believe about looking at integrating graphene into our biological systems in a way that they can make work. And they understand there's probably a range of dosing that is involved, and that a lot of the AI tracking could conceivably be more aligned with that, is figuring out how to create graphene that is biocompatible. I'm going to go into cybernetics a bit down the line. Again, I've talked about how impact investing and pathways and putting people through their paces with biosensors feeds the data to feed sort of the hive mind consciousness towards the singularity. This is about more than just creating us, turning us into humanized robots, but is actually about harvesting our life force into creating, to unlocking the key of life, really, and to allowing those who can control this experiment to, they think that they will be in a place then once they have this key of what life is, that they can actually acquire it and that they can become God, that they can replace God. And so part of this is, this idea in longevity is replacing our material selves with nanoelectronics to turn us into electrical systems that are outside of bodies. And that for 20 years, they have been working with MIT, among others, on mind uploads and looking at human life as just a data fabrication zone for a substrate-independent mind, a mind that exists outside of a material body. And what they most need to accomplish this at this point is they're developing the tech, they're refining the tech. And again, there are questions onto like how much of this is just hot air that they're blowing, blowing smoke, or how much of it is real. But what they most want is an extensive library of neurons, of neural function and morphology to match their tech and to get it to work. And so if we understand the coding, the tracking, the graphene, the biosensors, the systematizing of life into this larger library system, that it is about building up the library, that the AI tracking tied to the medical interventions here are about probably setting up the infrastructure towards these libraries. This is an infographic, and I will share the slide deck afterwards. But when I was trying to get my head around how all of this works, like what does this look like? I believe that the end goal is what Joseph and others have called full spectrum dominance. It's a military term, but actually dominating life from the microbiome all the way up to the atmosphere and the satellites and the cosmos. To merge humans and computers, that this is all happening in a military construct, that it's actually forced evolution in a military environment, that they are working to make consciousness mechanical, and then to use our lives to actually power the computer that they're building. And that potentially this forced evolution into a consciousness that exists outside of a biological substrate, I guess they would call it, to turn us into Sims, is that it could be a platform for extra planetary travel, right? However they imagine that your consciousness would be uploaded and then more portable in that format. And that cybernetics is central, the engineering, the behavior to get that digital twin model with AI. That I've talked about the perpetual pandemic and the World Bank as being central to the program of getting the data harvest and keeping the social control systems. That this narrative that we're being fed is to keep everyone in fear and to keep people divided amongst each other and to isolate people as they get the data they want. That the infrastructure has been going in regarding the sensor networks for the spatial web, which is 5 and 6G, and on, I think they have multiple other Gs planned. The bio-nanotech, and that your biometric identity will link you to this software. That virology is the invisible enemy. It obscures the nano weapons, the neurotech that we're talking about. That digital twinning is central to creating this separate consciousness, and that this is going to be hung on electronic health records and linked to cell atlases and other biocomputing and bioinformatics and genomic research. And that the impact investing is essentially a way of keeping people enslaved and dependence on the state, and to track it all on a ledger system. And that the end product here is the centaur, And that I think in many respects, what we're looking at is the development of a green energy system, of a renewable energy system through piezoelectric energy harvest, that it will be human life that is coming. This is an image. These are two images. The quality is not great, but from a friend and I ended up in the portico outside of the old Parkland debate room, which is really pretty much deep state Dallas. And I took these pictures on Martin Luther King Day, January 2020, having no idea what was coming. And it's very important to note here that at the top level, and these paintings were put in later, is Steve Jobs with the apple and up on the film there, and then the DNA. And so I think, and then many of these other images were about the Cold War, which I think later is actually, was a setup for the weaponization of the environment for this electromagnetic frequency weapons. So this idea, I think, of transhumanism is coming, and this is coming through various interventions, but including communities of faith. And this is a person who ended up engaging with me some this past week. His name is Lincoln Cannon. And I will in no way represent this as the norm of the faith practice of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but he is the founder of the Mormon Transhumanism Group. And once you look at the church's extensive investments in tech and biotech, I have grave concerns. He's based in Orem, Utah, which is in the whole test bed of a lot of the digital identity, bioinformatics, biocomputing, impact investing space of where this is all going. And I'm gonna just run, this is a very short clip of Lincoln speaking to the Mormon Transhumanist Association about resurrection, and in the context of, I believe the creation, what he's actually talking about is the creation of digital twins.
And the copies could go on to have individuating experiences and separate identities, and maybe you're already a copy of God that individuated. So it's not clear that there's anything inherently bad about the possibility of copies, but it's also clear that that could be abused, and so maybe there should be laws, and maybe there are laws among the gods about how to manage the preservation of identity. And that reminds me of things that Brigham Young talked about on a regular basis. He actually said that eternal life is the power to maintain your identity. And so maybe he was on to something.
So I just want to restate that. He said that it is the power to control your identity, even past possibly the end of your physical body. And so I think I would encourage people, I have this clip on my YouTube channel, the full 15-minute talk, it's not very long. He goes into in great detail about this idea of resurrection through family history and to resurrect the dead, essentially as data, talking about quantum archaeology and sort of a quantum archaeological historian that will put you back together and raise you from the dead. And so in many respects, I think what's happening there is he's talking about blockchain. He's talking about the permanent ledger that will record everything about you to recreate you as the digital twin in perpetuity, this substrate-independent mind. So when I started my Utica talk, I always bring my little ladies along, and I made a special one for New York, and I left it there with my friends who go hiking around Onondaga Lake, and I've given them away. I've given some away now. Now I'm down to 2, but I'm gonna make some more for future visits. But again, we're coming at this from a place of love, and this was sort of my framing. I always sort of frame it that we're doing it for the children, and then this is my nature anti-panopticon breaking Michael Bloomberg's panopticon with the eye of the natural world, that we're doing this for all of the other beings. And I will just share that someone had sent me a while back this beautiful little terrarium with a bee on it. So we're doing it for the bees and the lightning bugs. So these things are all here with me in this space. And I started off the talk with, it's getting a little worse for wear. I had to glue it back on. It was a paper towel and it was delaminating, but this is sort of my token that I start my talks off with. Children's growth is guided by love. Thirst for power and control has no jurisdiction here. And so that is what I shared with everyone. And I will just say in the frequency things, I have this friend who has done a lot of this work works in energy. And so this little bowl that I have that I've used in the past, it actually has this is the beauty. And so I think, again, that is the answer, that even with their frequencies, we have our own frequencies and frequencies of the world. So this is my start. And I will say I open just asking for people to come from a place of gratitude. I was actually in an area that was near where Robin Wall Kimmer, who's influenced me quite a bit. She's written a book called Braiding Sweetgrass, and she lives in the Syracuse area. She's a professor of biology at the SUNY Forestry School there, and her specialty is moss. And she talks about upstate New York as being Maple Nation, these beings, and that we as humans, that we need to be humble and listen to the other greater older beings in the world. And this section, she was talking about tapping the maples and the time in which it takes to actually do that process and harvest the beautiful things of the earth, and to boil the sap down to something that they can use for their family to add sweetness to their life throughout the year. And so I just asked for a minute, and maybe I'll ask you guys for a moment just to think of something in this time of difficulty that you're grateful for. And we'll just kind of hold space for that for a second. And I will just say I'm very grateful for my brother. I'm navigating some really hard family things right now. My father has dementia, and he's in a memory care place that is really hard and problematic. So I'm really grateful for family ties and trying to navigate this. So, even though I say a lot of good things, it's not like we're not all going through hard stuff here. So I'm grateful for my brother, my brother Neil, and my sister-in-law Lisa. I'm also grateful, again, I want to reinforce that the information that I share and that, from this talk and other talks is part of a collective effort. And so I'll share the slide deck later, but these are some people that have influenced my thinking around this topic, which include Celeste Solom, who had brought this to my attention last fall, Alana Freeland, who has a book coming out soon on transhumanism, and we were able to spend some time together in Tucson. The Fifth Column that I mentioned, Steffers at A Piece of Mindful. This piece on engineered nanoparticles is really important to look at. My friend Joseph, who is really an expert in AI and game design and blockchain, has helped me a lot, and he has a very interesting website. He's building a game around technocracy. Sophia Smallstorm, her influence on me around energy harvest and biocomputing is really important. And at the time, Amazing Polly, she had done a really interesting piece about the magnetosphere and neural manipulation. And so these are people, again, I owe a debt of gratitude to them for sharing this information and informing my approach. I started out the talk after sort of the gratitude acknowledgement, just with my overall framing, most of which I've already touched on, and this seems far out. I mean, actually it was well received in this group. We probably had about 80 to 100 people in the room, and many of whom were older people, and they didn't really flinch away from this, but that this idea that there is a predator energy out there, as John Trudell calls it, and to me that feels the most unifying because it doesn't limit it to any small ism. It's a unified idea of a predator energy that is seeking to conquer the universe. And then it's about empire and domination. And I think if we come at it from that place, we understand this not as something that's originating out of any one national space or one particular organization or set of people. I think a lot of the people who are out there, the Gates and Schwabs and so on, are sort of the facade that hide a lot of the inner workings of this machine. This is an imperial machine of domination, and that it really is looking to usurp God as the creator at the top of this universe, cosmic universe, that there's someone at the top and they're looking to get the key to life and become the top coder and push God out of the way. And that the singularity, as I saw it initially, was like, oh, well, this is about the singularity. But in some respects, I think the singularity is to unlock that key, their attempt to unlock the key of life. And along the way, the creation of the singularity is to learn us inside and out, not just humans, but all living beings on the planet. And that is the function of the planetary computer. And that in this space, if you imagine our current existence as something that has, 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, 5 dimensions, this energetic space of what we can see and what is beyond our immediate ability to sense, is that they want to compress this thing into some small space in 2 dimensions to flatten it for this mind upload. And in doing so, they can control it more easily. And I've had someone on one of my comments made a very insightful thing that even the math in 2 dimensions is a lot easier to manage than the math in 3 dimensions. So they're looking to control it, to flatten it. And that this transition involves cybernetics, systems engineering, nanoelectronics, ubiquitous computing, frequencies, and the weaponization of the atmosphere and the environment as a whole. So it really is about systematizing life and reducing any sort of natural serendipity, chaos of the living force into something that can be managed from a computer space. That it wants this human plus idea, the transhumanism, the centaurs is what it's aiming for. That graphene is a central element in this as the world's first 2-dimensional material. Now it is not the only 2-dimensional material. They are investigating other 2-dimensional materials, but this is sort of has been lifted up since its discovery in 2004 as like this wonder material that is going to be everything, right? But just think plastics. That the digital twins that they'll use with the biosensors will seek to usurp our birth rate and break our real relationships. And so by pushing us into the metaverse through this blockchain wallet portal, that everything become at the one time aggregated for computer machine learning, but disaggregated in terms of our physical connection to one another and to the land. And that this is all unfolding through the narrative of a faux sustainability, in air quotes, and a faux social justice. Not that we don't care about the environment or that we don't care about people who have been harmed by these systems. We do very much, but that the solutions that are going to be offered that are data-driven and tied to digital surveillance and gamified pathways and that allow hedge fund betting on futures markets, that it's really about making us rats in a maze and controlling us through nudges, and that is not what we want. But in the end, that is not our destiny, and that love will win, like in the Madeleine L'Engle book, A Wrinkle in Time, but that we have to stand as keepers of life and that we have to state that we're not afraid. And I would say in that space of keepers of life and not being afraid, I've taken a lot of inspiration from both my friend Cliff, who always talks about like, there's going to be a great potluck in the Valley of Love after we walk through the zombie apocalypse, but it's already done. We just have to do the work. And that not being afraid, Tom Cowan speaks often of Briar Rose, the story of Sleeping Beauty, and that the knight's trying to slash through the hedges to get to the sleeping princess. But after a number of years, when people gave up, a new one came and he just said, I'm not afraid. And at that point, the hedges rolled back. And so, can I promise you that that's going to work? I can't. But I can also promise you that it's unlikely we're going to prevail against DARPA and Goldman Sachs if we stay in their game. So I think we need to find a way to navigate outside their game. So the empire is trying to jam our signals. And, if we look back at the Star Wars movies, like it's hard to understand that for many of us, at least in the US, that like we're actually the empire, but we're citizens of empire, and our innate intelligences that are integral to our heart function and our biological function and our sensing functions, that they're working to jam this. And so that is part of the distance, the 6 feet apart, is that people's heart energy to disrupt that. And I see this very much as a engagement of sacred versus profane. And just going back to the World Economic Forum, I think I spent a lot of time on this early. And at this point, I think like we pretty much know what they're about. And I think kind of like Bill Gates, we probably should be prepared not to move on in terms of understanding the complexity, because I think Schwab and Gates, they are sort of the cartoons that are meant to capture our attention and hold our gaze away from the other elements. But in this documentary of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is an 11.5-minute clip, which I highly recommend people watch if they haven't. I tried to show it to my family members early on, and who knows what kind of impression that left, but it pretty much says exactly what they're planning. And they do say that they're saying that this is a quote, the very idea of human being, the very idea of human being some sort of natural concept is really going to change. Our bodies will be so high tech, we won't really be able to distinguish between what's natural and what's artificial. You might ask yourself if we can get to be superhumans. And I would say, again, when I was speaking before about it being hard to understand where our bodies end and the environments begin, and being colonized by technology, either electronics technology and sometimes even biomaterials, like genetically engineered fungal colonies and various things that we're interfacing, like we're sort of squishing up against our environment in ways that we can't probably even fully imagine, that are in the consciousness of these crazy sociopaths. Again, that we need to understand this as a history of domination. And Stephen Newcomb, I often recommend his book. It's very useful of understanding the trajectory here and its connection to the Vatican, which is, if those of you who have listened to me before, the Vatican is integral. Many faith communities, but especially the ones that have large endowments, the Vatican Bank in the impact investing space. So they will take care of our trauma, but it will be done through on their terms with their metrics and with their biosensors. And what Stephen often talks about is the use of DOM, word spells, and DOM and domination being an integral part of freedom. And that this idea of freedom that is so central to many in the resistance movement actually means that you have agreed to be a citizen of the empire, but that those who are running the empire will grant you a limited number of rights as a citizen of the empire, but you cannot choose to not be a citizen of the empire, because at that point, then you become a threat to the system and you must be erased off the planet, which is so indigenous erasure is central here. And I would say what's coming, I think, is actually artificial intelligence as this end game settler colonizer. And I've spoken of this before, is that the settler colonizer is the idea that it is not simply controlling original people. You come to an area and there are people there, and to control them and make them work for you, but that their existence is so problematic that you actually have to remove them entirely. And so I sort of frame this as a colonization project, that if you imagine that the things that are coming, and Stephen says the original people of Turtle Island had no clue when the invaders came in their ships, the consciousness, the mind construct of the people who were on the ships, like they couldn't even imagine the future that was being planned for them by those people. There was no common language, there was no common understanding. And it was only much later that the full realization of the planned harm became apparent. And by that point, it was almost too late, right? I mean, and those cultures have not been totally erased by any means, but there was grave, grave harm and injustice caused. And so what I'm saying is that if we understand this is what's coming, is a bio-nanotech imperialism, a colonization of our very cells, even our very neural activities, that is what's coming, and that those tools are blockchain and the spatial web, the nanoelectronics and electromagnetic frequencies. And that just as the original people of Turtle Island couldn't imagine the mindset of the people on the invader ships, is that we cannot. Most people, I would say, 98.5% of the people out there, unless you're actually doing this research, can even have a concept of what's planned. And I feel like we're sitting ducks unless we can wrap our heads around it. Again, not from a place of despondence, but if you don't know the weapons that are being arrayed against you, you can't figure out what the optimal strategy is. So this is Lincoln Cannon, and this is just a very short clip, but he's talking about technologies and that they might not actually be recognizable. He is talking about this in the context of this Mormon transhumanist conference, which again, I will restate, is not representative of the vast majority of adherents of that faith. But I believe, looking at his LinkedIn profile and knowing the investments in biotech and technology of the church, that his presence and his thoughts are something that should not be dismissed and should be taken into account very much. So listen to this with the idea of electronics and frequency in mind.
Maybe you just don't see anything in this picture that you recognize as technology. And just because technology isn't obvious doesn't mean it's absent.
Okay. So there we go. He said, just because you don't recognize the technology, what you see as technology, or that you can't see it, doesn't mean it's not there. And to me, that seems very, very much in line with what we understand about nanoelectronics right now. Again, in the military conquest, and again, we have to understand that we are a military engagement, and I've restated, I think it's hard for many of us to wrap our minds around the fact that the institutions of governance, the institutions of education, the institutions of social care could be arrayed against us in this way. But that people, indigenous people, Black and brown people of the United States, many of whom know that the system was never set up to meet their needs, right? I mean, even this country has been set up in ways that the Constitution was to advantage men who held private property and not so much other people. And so once we kind of come to terms with this, we should not be super shocked that we are engaged in an information warfare scenario in which the tools that are being arrayed against us, including domestic populations, we don't recognize. So this is an image from Dennis Kucinich. This legislation did not pass. It was reintroduced in 2005. It did not pass, but it was a Space Preservation Act. And when I talk about the weapons that are underway, it's kind of blurry, so I'm going to read it out loud, but this was to keep space peaceful was the proposal. And among the weapons of concern listed were electronic, psychotronic, or information weapons, chemtrails, high altitude, ultra low frequency weapon systems, plasma, electromagnetic, sonic or ultrasonic weapons, laser weapon systems, strategic, theater, tactical, or extraterrestrial weapons, and chemical, biological, environmental, climate, or tectonic weapons. Now, I will say when I looked at his updated version in 2005 that was reintroduced, these definitions were not in that. So it was only in the original one. But in 2001, which is 20 years ago, there was enough concern about the use of weaponized environment and frequency weapons that someone was writing legislation about it. And I would say that's something that is not commonly understood. This larger scenario is we are existing under a space fence, Lockheed Martin being a major contender in this. And the fact that what we're seeing now under the biosurveillance state is our life controlled by geofencing, which is being run through the satellite systems, through the weaponized atmospheric systems that were sold to us in many ways as a convenience. Like, hey, you know, you'll have a nice Google Maps and you can get where you want to go, only now we'll also know where you are. We will be able to use our satellites to create an augmented reality layer on your world and add lots of information of various kinds, but it's going to be backed by the CIA, and that we will be able to create borders at will, which are not national borders any longer, but the borders could be anything from your home to a limited distance from your house to a state border. It can be at will. And so one of the things I'm trying to convey as we try to unify a movement against what I think is this settler colonizer AI is that it is not the immigrants who are our problems. At this point, the new version of globalization will pit every human being on the planet against every other human being, and that we need to come at this from a place of global solidarity, because the game that we're in is a global game, and that it is the elite sociopath transhumanists against everyone else. Again, with the fear, someone asked about fear. They do want to keep us afraid. And actually, I think Andrew Kaufman has spoken about this almost as a fear as a contagion, as being an element of health, right? People who are in a fearful state find it much more difficult to maintain a balanced, stable, good health status. In this, our ability to engage in our environment in these frequency weapons, fear is a big piece of it, and also limiting our chemosensory access. So some of that we've talked about, the heart space, keeping people distant, but also even, this is Steffers again, this is one of her pieces. She talks about using sensory elements that we're not even aware of, but the military knows that they work. And so this was an experiment with the Air Force, this handshake experiment, where it was set up where someone would walk into a room and they would shake the person's hand for, thank you for being part of this experiment. Just wait here for a few minutes and I'll be right back. And essentially what the experiment was to track how people reacted after that handshake. And a very high percentage of people would touch their face. They would like rub their nose or rub their eye or do something that indicated that they were getting chemical sensory information off of that physical exchange that was informing their maybe unconscious understanding of that other human being. And that is how we understand the world, through these chemical signals that, again, it's not really fair because we might not even know that we are processing our interactions this way, but it feeds into our understanding of how we relate to each other, but the military does. So that is being dampened. And then the other element of this is another one of Steffer's peace of mind fold, is looking at making our senses inaccessible, right? In this 2D flat world, really limiting, even within our relatively narrow bandwidth of sensory processing, making it even more limited. And so some of these technologies are framed as dual use. And this one, this person investigated Febreze. And so Febreze is this idea of a smell canceling product that was developed by Procter & Gamble. And it didn't actually make the smell molecules go away, but it made them chemically unavailable to your sensory organs. And as it turned out later, this starch molecule that was sort of a donut hole that would fit the smell molecule into it was later actually used for medical interventions because it could cross the blood-brain barrier. So we have all of these elements of research that I think, as we understand the health tech transhumanist space, that are really worth digging into. And Steffers here has done really important work looking at how they are manipulating our sensory access. And in this space, I would say, you know, I keep talking about our little, my nature panopticon here, that we have the Wood Wide Web. My friend Phil had recommended last year, before I went to South Dakota, a wonderful book, I think The Secret Life of Trees, that was talking about how beings have electrical signals to express their sense of happiness or danger, and that it works in concert with fungi and bacteria in the soil, and that really the universe is already a ubiquitous sensing environment, but they're looking to militarize that. And so in this space, the image on the right is one of sacred mutualism, that we are part of this interconnected network of electrical systems, which, you know, many of the people who have actually asked me to come speak are people who are connected, who are well-versed in Rudolf Steiner's teaching of understanding the energetic systems, but that is all looking to be standardized and put into a sensor-based spatial web blockchain network that is under militarized surveillance, and to replace true trust that is based in our own understandings of being able to hug, to shake hands, to sit in community with people and assess people's, you know, how we want to relate to people in a communal way, with something that is on blockchain and a social credit score. Like, that is what we're looking at. Okay, so this is just touching again on the planetary computer, you know, and this is something that we've gone over in the questions, but this idea of the climate element and the One Health pandemic management is going to be part of this. The barcode of life, again, getting everything on blockchain, getting the data analytics on everything to run the simulation, and Microsoft working on the planetary computer, again, all in the name of sustainability. This is one of the papers that I shared online that Joseph said that was very, very important. It's about the idea of information cyber warfare. And I touched on this previously in the introduction, but the idea of the architecture of information, that the universe is made of information, and how we receive it and how we transmit it is vital, and who controls the flow. So if what we understand that we're living through now is a military engagement based on information systems, that is central to this program. And this paper was actually written, I think, in the mid 1990s. It was foreseeing, it was a foresight document around the military in 2025, that these battles, the military engagements, may not be in any way how we imagine military engagement right now. And I would say it's interesting if you look at the constellation there with the wings and, I don't know, like the angel or whatever. The Mormon transhumanists have a very similar set of wings on their wheel, their settler colonial wheel there. I will say the other element that is important to understand around virology and electron microscopy is that if we're living increasingly in a two-dimensional world, that they can start to create virtual worlds in cyberspace that influence the real world. And so in this way, this model out of the University of Chicago, they created the computational model of a virus. And that is what is influencing the policies that are influencing the real material world now. It's a computational model. It's not a physical. It's not like you can see it in the physical world. It's an aggregation of data that was made through this microscopy and algorithms. So in some respects, it's a constructed reality that exists according to the University of Chicago, which is a center for impact investing and human capital finance. So in many ways, we should not be surprised that these two institutions, like the same institution is doing both sides, right? Is constructing the model that will keep people contained in the biosurveillance state, and then is also doing the human capital investing. I've spoken about this in greater detail in other talks, but again, just to touch on cybernetics, engineering the environment, that the rules of the game that we're playing, that we're being played in, the augmented reality is tied to the Sustainable Development Goals. That is why, again, Norway and Scandinavia are so central. It's these 17 goals that are largely about poverty management, but about taking the natural world and including like the little fungi and putting a sensor on it and containing it up in the block. Now, the blockchain, you will notice in many of the graphic design elements that are ubiquitous throughout the fourth industrial revolution, is the cube is also a hexagon. So it inverts and it flips. So the hex, the hexing, the hex tiles, the hexagon, and the cube are all integral. And I had spoken before about the blockchain protocol, tracking impact and feeding to the singularity. That is what this is all about, IXO Foundation. But here we are, we're keeping, we're the keepers of life. And I think that is our charge for as long as we still have natural life, is to keep that, to keep up with the dandelions. And I'm in Philadelphia, and I increasingly have a very difficult time with the 4th of July, and they're shooting fireworks off of the art museum, which is at the end of my neighborhood. It's was a indigenous mound, and now it's topped by the art museum, and they're shooting these military fireworks off. And so I escaped on the 4th of July and actually went down to, this isn't the actual creek, but it's very similar, the Wissahickon Creek, near where the Kelpius monks were waiting for the woman of the wilderness. And I brought my little poppet, the little lady in green, and she's the one I took and left in upstate New York. And I just needed to put my feet in the water and sort of connect with the natural systems. And I took a Bible, I read my Bible, I took some candles, I took some sage, and I just spent some time in the universe. And what I saw there, and it's quite dark actually, even though it's in the middle of the city, it's in a sort of a ravine, were these amazing fireflies. And I still need to write this up, but the fireflies in the forest were so incredibly beautiful. Like they were the sort of the inversion of the really over the top fireworks, in the art museum. It was this quiet, natural beauty. And, I got to thinking, there were these really ancient boulders and of Wissahickon schist, which is a very ancient rock formation, and then these fireflies. And I thought, well, what is their time frame? Like some of this is about manipulating time and what time we have. And so I looked it up and I said, well, how long do fireflies live? And it was about like 1 to 2 years, mostly in the larval stage. But when I was looking at it, it said actually that the light of the firefly light is the luciferase, right? So a lot of these photonics and optogenetics and staining with the quantum dots are tied to this luciferase, which is actually about the lightning bugs. It's a cool heat. It's the most efficient light there is because it gives off no heat. And I thought, wow, I'm always talking about being here for the bees, but increasingly we need to be here for the lightning bugs too. And part of this on the blockchain, and I didn't get a chance to talk about this, but this idea of economic transactions and everything being recorded in this very minute detail with all the metadata attached. And that my contrast to this was spending time last summer on indigenous land and having the real gift to see a gift economy in action, a giveaway, and the communal binds that were put together with people giving these really generous gifts of quilts and handmade items and all sorts of things, including, like, to me, they gave me some star fabric, and being a part of that intangible economy of interconnectedness where we are all connected to one another. And so I think entertaining what does a gift economy look like going forward as the counterbalance to this blockchain idea. And in the gifting, some of you have seen, a friend actually did beautiful artwork about the dandelion that I was able to then upload onto a fabric place. And so I've been printing out this dandelion fabric and giving them away at all of my talks and like leaving. And it was her gift to me of this artwork. And it was my gift to other people of the patches. And then creating this exchange that carries the message beyond this immediate narrow narrative that they're putting into a broader narrative to start other conversations. So, you know, I just want to put that out about like within the blockchain context. And giving this talk in upstate New York was really important because this was actually the site of the Iroquois Confederacy, and this idea of tribal groups that were at odds coming together to strengthen one another, and that they did this on Onondaga Lake. And part of it was that they buried their weapons under a white pine tree, and then a golden eagle alit on the pine tree. And so in this, you know, I've called for, even before the past year, like a global peace movement of moms against AI, like scrappy moms against AI, not to exclude dads, but often it's moms, it's the sacred feminine, is like, we don't want the planetary computer of AI. We want actually the natural beingness of being on this planet. And so to assert a peace movement in this place of peace and coming together felt really important. And so some of us, actually, there were 3 of us that did a small gathering on the lake that day, and someone was so beautiful and brought me a dandelion in a pot and said, this is actually, dandelion is really tasty, and so you should keep it because it tastes good and you should keep it for yourself. But I really felt, we actually wrote down on bark from the garden that I work at, it was sloughed off bark from a London plane tree, all the weapons that were being used against us, blockchain, AI, nanoelectronics, all of these things, and we put it in a hole. And then we put the dandelion on top, and then we ringed it with pine needles. And so part of it, I think for me, my practice is to reimagine, to like try to heal some of the big terrors in the sort of space-time continuum of harm, of trauma, and to do this with other people in ways that can maybe catalyze healing, and maybe in ways that we don't even know yet. But at that ceremony, we actually had an osprey and a bald eagle come. So it was quite powerful. So as Cliff says, love is already won. We just have to do the work. And this is images that we took from some gatherings we did at the solstice in Aberdeen, which is the proving ground, the Cybernetics, the home of Cybernetics, where ENIAC, the first general computing system, was brought to calculate missile trajectories. And in Aberdeen, we actually went to a natural area near the military base, and we did a little ceremony. And then a friend had found this pocket, which is a little satin pocket with sequins. And so Joseph had written a really beautiful piece about love in the universe, love as giving, ever expanding. And so that was part of our ceremony. So we put it in the pocket, and we actually took it outside the Masonic Lodge of Aberdeen, Maryland. And we left our love message that had sacred corn and shells and milkweed, which is what the butterflies eat to be toxic to the predators. And we surrounded it with briar rose, actually, because had done a camp out, and I was trying to set up my tent, and the rose brambles kept grabbing me. And I was like, what's up with these brambles? And I'm like, oh no, this actually needs to be part of it. So we put our brambles around. This is another piece. This is leading into what Joseph had talked about, the singularity to conquer the universe. So expanding my idea that singularity isn't the end game. The end game is unlocking the keys to life. And this is this guy, Perry Marshall, who's a business consultant, and he's working with folks from Harvard, George Church, and Oxford to have this prize to unlock information systems around what life means. And I mean, 10 million, that's not even very much money if you actually hand over the keys to the universe, but that it is universal empire that is coming, and that people should look into this evolution 2.0. Because again, what they're looking to do is flatten the world, flatten it into a 2-dimension. This is an image of us making this beautiful offering to the natural world on the banks of the Susquehanna with candles and offerings that people had given to us on ferns. And it had pine cones and apples and shells and minerals and beeswax candles, and we put our feet in the water that night, and we put our good intentions out into the world, because that's what they want to deny us, is access to the real world, and instead put us into the metaverse, which is two-dimensional, which is a militarized space. And increasingly you're going to see narratives that it's selfish to want to live in the real world, that there's not enough resources in the real world, and that it's far more equitable to live online where everyone can have everything. But they're not talking about it as living in a military psyop. They're not talking about that at all. And actually that it is the inverse of having choice and autonomy to live in a built environment that's run by AI. But we're seeing this narrative. And again, on the education space, I've spent a lot of time in the past, in schools, and there was a big push for Flat Stanley. And Flat Stanley is this idea of like a little boy that travels as a piece of paper all over, and you take pictures of him in different geographies, and it's for geography teaching. But the idea is that people don't get to travel. It's just the Flat Stanley. It's this two-dimensional construct. And I think a lot of this is predictive programming to condition the kids. And I have to say, a friend, I can't remember the name of this island, but it's part of the greater Miami area. And evidently the island where this Flat Stanley is one of the highest per capita income in the whole world. So the fact that Flat Stanley in the Wikipedia entry is there is kind of telling. Here's the Moonshot project, the Cybernetics, and definitely go to my Twitter page. I'm going to put it on my PeerTube. My YouTube channel now has 2 strikes, so I kind of can't use it anymore. But I'm going to I have a PeerTube channel, and I'll put it there as well. But look at that revocation ceremony at the Moonshot project, because they want diversity to be diversity with human robots, with centaurs, to have this life where we're living through exoskeletons and projected consciousness. They're reimagining evolution into this cybernetic space as centaurs, as cyborgs, and increasingly looking at remaking Darwinian evolution, not about that random mutations change what our beingness is, but that living beings are intentionally designed according to an internal genetic program. And again, that is where they want to go. They want to unlock that genetic program so that they can be in charge. And this is happening through the selfish ledger experiment. It's linked to Jean-Baptiste Lamarck. And the selfish ledger is a thought experiment of Google from 2016. Now you have to understand all the ways in which Google is harvesting our data, from autonomous vehicles to smart cities to blockchain healthcare to I can't remember what Virology is, if that's also another healthcare. They're doing screening, medical screenings. They've got their own health system. They've got Nest Labs, which is tracking inside your house. They're developing all sorts of innovations to track every bit of data they can get about you to build these twins. And they reframe it that the idea is that the genomic sequence wants to replicate itself, and that essentially what they will do is create a digital system through user-centered design and behavioral economics and nudges and pricing and leaderboards to get you to give up all of your data to make you this digital twin. And this is the top half of this map. So again, it's talking about Lamarck, but this is this goal-driven leaderboard that if there's any tiny bit of intelligence, this bespoke Internet of Things data collection that it does not yet have on you to fill out your digital twin puzzle piece, they will 3D print it. They will use AI to figure out what they can get you to buy. They will 3D print it. They will figure out how to price it, and they will make you buy it, and then they will nudge you so they can get that data. And it is all linked to social physics, the Sustainable Development Goals, and predictive analytics and genomics. So really it's building this digital twin sequencing. I mentioned Licklider. Joseph Licklider helped create the ARPANET, which became the internet. And he was into acoustics and psychology. And in that overall structuring plan of laying things out, he was talking about, in the April of 1963, an intergalactic network, and which he was sending to the computer scientists. So if you understand that all of this stuff, the selfish ledger, is to prepare our consciousness to be part of this intergalactic network, and that if they can compress our consciousness and get to code the world, it is universal domination. So my understanding of what is going on now, the end goal, it's not really about money, because the people who are running this game have more money than they could ever spend. And increasingly, I think it's not so much even about controlling all beings on the world just for the sake of control. That these folks are looking at a program of whole spectrum dominance. So everything from the tiniest microbe all the way up to, cosmic energy waves and space, outer space. They want the whole continuum. That as part of that program, they see advancing something called the Internet of bio-nano things, which is where essentially natural energetic life becomes integrated with an engineered, largely militarized system of digital control. So it's this bio-digital convergence, and that's the internet of bodies, the internet of everything, this internet of bio-nano things. It's very important in my analysis to situate this within militarism, because I think there are those who would advance AI as just a logical aspect of evolution. But I would say if you discount that most of the cloud-based computing systems and the internet itself and everything that comes after that was born largely through military research and development. So it is, in my opinion, a militarized, colonialized project. And it is based in the idea that humans are above nature. It's a Western scientism view, and that humans would know best as far as what a quality of life would be. And that is very much grounded in eugenics, which manifested, largely within, like, we traditionally think of it like as the realm of the Nazis, but realistically, much of that was birthed here in the United States in indigenous erasure, and then later at Cold Springs Harbor Lab on Long Island in the Rockefeller Medicine Protocol. So eugenics is central. Also in the UK, the Fabians were very much about, that was a big piece of it. That we are moving towards a mechanical consciousness, so away from a natural energetic system to a mechanical engineered system, and that really what is happening is something that's almost vampiric or parasitic, in which this predator energy seeks to harvest our life force to power its own, a computer of its own design. So it's in my opinion, looking at this as a parasite on life itself on the planet. And that ultimately their ideal would be to create consciousness and recreate it in a mechanical form that is portable and suitable for interplanetary mobility. And whatever that looks like, that they would compact what it is to be human, and for and use our humanity, use our life force in ways of superseding our current laws of physics and time and space. So that's sort of the bigger goal, and what they will do, what they have been setting up for decades actually to get there. At the top is cybernetics. So this is the idea of understanding the human mind, of cognition and engineering behavior. And I would encourage, I've actually uploaded recently to my YouTube channel a little teach-in that I did at the childhood neighborhood of B.F. Skinner, who was a proponent, a Harvard professor of operant conditioning, of engineering life from pigeons to people through reward and behavior systems, and that is tied to systems management and AI. Now, the engineered behavior will increasingly be linked in the context of the climate crisis to both pandemic and climate catastrophe. And so we will be put on pathways of certain behavioral expectations within the justifications that we have to preserve our health from a pandemic, and that we have to preserve the planet. Both of which are laudable goals, but not within the construct that they are building. The construct they were building will further degrade quality of life for the masses of humanity on the planet, and further degrade the planet by enforcing sensor technologies and new electrical systems all over the planet. But it is a parody, really, of both social justice and environmental justice that they are rolling out, but they have the propaganda narrative on their side. The narrative is very important. We are in an information war. This is coming, in the idea of psychological operations is wedded into the defense contrasting system. I think many people would want to believe that is not being used against, governments would not use those against their own populations, but I very much believe that is not the case, that we are immersed in narrative control, increasingly sophisticated through the use of predictive profiling, data analytics, and social media. So custom delivery of messaging to engineer people's mindsets into a certain direction. And really over the past, 16 months. It's been about fomenting people to have a fear of death, to be uncertain and constantly confused and questioning, and then to increasingly be socially isolated, to fragment all of the cultural bonds that we have. The means of control within the cybernetic system, those are the sensor networks, those are the telecommunications, the small cell installations that are moving to 5 and later 6G and other Gs that will remake the world as a ubiquitous computing environment. And within our navigating that environment, we are tracked as one item, a virtual item in the environment through our biometric identity. That will be the digital identity likely tied to health passports. And we will be managed through our biological processes through this software system. So I'm going to go up to the green and just talk about the importance of virology as a field of study, that we need to be very clear moving forward if what we imagine we're dealing with is a virus, a deadly virus-based military weapon, or if what we're dealing with is a mass level environmental poisoning through electromagnetic systems. And I will advance the information that I currently have, as I believe that is the latter. But if you can frame what is happening as almost an invisible assailant that cannot be discerned with our current means of our current sensory experiences, that really the only means of discerning is if you have access to very advanced technologies, and those technologies are in the hands of people who have been credentialed by the system of domination, then virology and the electron microscope become tools of that domination, because unless you can pull in the tools and use them to actually provide a wide-ranging conversation around the findings, then you're not going to get the right information. And increasingly, what I talked about yesterday was La Quinta Columna in Spain, that they had actually gotten the electron microscopy done in terms of various medical materials relating to what's happening, and had discovered significant amounts of graphene oxide across many different delivery systems, medical delivery systems. So as long as we're talking about bioweapons, we're not really talking about nanotechnology and neurotechnology, which is, I think, where the focus should currently be. All of the sensor networks are working to digitally twin us. And in that, this relates to full spectrum dominance. Is sort of a new wrinkle, is that even beyond after I made this infographic, the idea is not simply dominance or not simply compressing our identity into a substrate-independent material medium, but is actually to harvest all of our life force to crack the code of life and usurp God in the universe, to have universal domination. And so the digital twin program of using the sensor networks to mirror us in the metaverse is about those systems cracking the code of life by saying they're going to keep us safe and healthy, but by learning us from the inside out and the outside in. And a lot of the technologies that are tied to digital twinning in the health space, tied to electronic health records, atlases about cell function, about bioinformatics and genomics, are going to be linked to the social impact investing space, which is the space where I entered all of this through the educational technology, but in making people dependent and needing support, whether that's support in their health or support in their training or support in their housing, that they will be engaging with sensor networks and behavioral compliance expectations that will feed the AI to eventually, they imagine, and I don't think this will actually happen, but the campaign is to get all of that data to sort of break the code of life, to use the singularity not as an in and of itself, but then to unlock the coding of life as an intelligent design system, and then knock off the top coder, which is God. And that critical to the digital twinning and critical to the data aggregation and the singularity element feeding into the AI is the blockchain ledger and your digital identity system of how you interface with the metaverse. So that's sort of a big mouthful. I will say in this moment, what they are trying to do is frame our disconnect from physical bodies and minds and time and space as liberation. And what I would say is it's actually a system of domination, of militarized domination that is masquerading as care for the environment, care for health, care for disadvantaged populations. So again, this is just an image that I used earlier yesterday, but this is from the Moonshot Project talking about diversity in the future in 2050, living outside the confines of a mind and body in time and space. And they would like for this to look, it's actually not a very compelling image to me personally, but they would like to show that as something that is giving us lots of other options, as opposed to that by living in an exoskeleton or are projecting our consciousness into a robot, that it's actually imprisoning us in ways that we can't even hardly imagine at this stage. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time now talking about cybernetics. I woke up a couple weeks ago at like 4:30 in the morning saying, like, Allison, you have to go back and look at the Macy conferences again. And it's something I looked at a while ago and then I had stopped. But the early era of computing and artificial intelligence and the work of Norbert Wiener in all of this is really central. And I first found out about it through Yasha Levine's book, Surveillance Valley, which I would highly recommend for context about the military history of the internet. She had a whole section about Norbert Wiener and cybernetics and essentially engineering of animals, including people. But he started off, his focus was, he helped design ENIAC, which was the first general purpose computing system. It was engineered at Penn, and then they took it to the Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and we did a small ceremony in the vicinity of Aberdeen on the solstice this year to sort of acknowledge that history and try to sort of mend some of that harm. But is the idea of engineering life. And I think in many respects, we need to look at what has been happening in lab trials with rats and mice with different biosensor technology and nanotechnology. And I will say, I have been in touch with a number of people who have been targeted by nanotechnology systems. So it seems pretty clear that the trials for these technologies are happening beyond simply mice and rats at this point, but that are extending out to non-consensual human experimentation. And that's something that has actually been looked into by the United Nations. So not that I think that there's a lot of remedy there, but at least they have to at least put on a show of caring about this. And so increasingly they're blending in this internet of bio-nano things, they are engineering life even at cross purposes. So they've developed humanized mice, which are mice that have genetic material and human characteristics to use for testing medical protocols, right? And someone shared with me on the Senate floor in May that they rejected an amendment to prohibit the creation of chimeras, which are these blended beings, right? And we even know that the genetic modification has been already happening, cross species, tomatoes and fish, and vice versa. That they have already been really doing a lot of the biotech industry has been going down this road of genetic engineering in ways that are incredibly problematic. And the fact that the GMO, that the activists in the GMO space who are looking so closely at the food we consume do not have this broader understanding of GMOs apply to much more than plant life, but literally all beings, including up to human life at this point. So that's something to be concerned about. And that we have to look and see what's happening to the mice, because the mice, again, as I said, are the plans for the mice are the plans for all of the beings, including the people. And so as a child, I feel like I want to go back and read this book, Mrs. Crispy and the Rats of NIMH, but they were talking about these super intelligent rats that escaped from the lab and sort of how they plotted their civilization away from people. And it brought to mind, I mean, this book was from the early 1970s. But they're doing work, and a lot of times, it's word spells. This is a system where they developed a way to use light stimulation of neurons to get mice to crave certain objects. So that this experiment, it says, reduce the object craving behavior using optogenetics technology. And if you understand that most of the devices that we're using, the camera that I'm in front of now with this recording, has an optic element to it. There are lights and that they can blink lights with you without you even knowing it. The same with smart televisions, the same with other types of optics that are in our built environment, increasingly smart environments. And unless you understand that there can be cellular engineering happening that change your how your neurons function and how your behaviors are linked to light, use of light and use of LED light and photostimulation, it's pretty scary, because what they're talking about is object craving behavior. And we know that in the space of advertising, they have been working very closely in neuromarketing, actually beyond just simply doing A/B testing and trying to figure out what products certain subcategories of people will like, that they're actually getting the advertising down to a neural directed level, which is pretty incredible. So I would just assert that the billionaires see us no different from the mice. We are just livestock to be managed. I've spoken a lot in the past about the internet of bodies, so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about this now. I have a long talk with Sergi about the weaponization of health systems and wellness systems in this space. But if you look at the future of health, how they depict actually a collection of human beings. I guess it's not clear if this is a collection of individuated human beings or perhaps these are twinned beings of the person standing in front. But that is very much signals intelligence. So managing human life processes as dots and dashes, sort of Morse code, electrical signaling. And embedded within that very much, it starts off as a rainbow and then it sort of grays out. And so if we imagine sort of all of the graphene conversation that we're having, it adds an interesting symbolic layer. And this is from Macro-Eyes, which is a satellite surveillance system that was tracking uptake of injection protocols in Africa. This was referenced in a Harvard Business Review article last spring, Macro-Eyes. So how you read the terms, again, the Internet of Bodies, risks and opportunities. So this document was done by RAND, but it was funded by Swiss Reinsurance. And so once we understand, and this was my space earlier, that all of this is being driven by risk analysis and predictive profiling for human capital markets, but then also the signals intelligence runs not just to the financial markets, but to the military as well. And then once you start to put the lens on that life can simply be viewed as an electrical engineering equation, I think we lose all of the sacredness of what life on this planet actually is about. In part of the knowingness, and I talked yesterday about the planetary computer that Microsoft was working on and the barcode of life, that Chan Zuckerberg is central in this, in working in the brain space. They have a biohub that's at the in the Bay Area at the University of California, San Francisco. They are working on a lot of digital therapeutic technologies. And in that space, they are awarding millions upon millions of dollars to map cells and to actually understand life as a machine. And this is important. I will say I came into the space from the education space. So the two sides of things were healthcare and education. And so when you understand the cybernetics of engineering life, it is engineering the biological processes of life, and then it is also engineering mindset and learning. So they're coming at it from both sides, both the body and the educational system. A lot of the research that is happening in the biosensor space is framed as longevity research. And that is sort of central to the transhumanist game. If you understand that the end goal is a substrate-independent mind, so that you will exist with your consciousness is captured in a matrix that's outside of your actual physical body. I think we need to increasingly understand that human enhancement or longevity is longevity not as we understand it in our current body, but in a digitized format. And so these are just some of the images that are connected with DARPA and human performance optimization. Is what are they? They are almost optimizing our bodies to a post-human future. And that is happening again through military technology, but it's embedded within cancer research, within Alzheimer's research, within research around neurodegenerative diseases. And so it's all dual use technology. So they will advance the research under the framing that we're helping people to live longer or better lives or to remedy these chronic illnesses. But at the end of the day, it really is advancing a post-human future. So this is what the Internet of Bodies and Minds looks like. This is from the RAND report, and I've shared this image before online, but I will just read out a few of these things because these are clearly all technologies that are being developed. There's a baby here at the bottom, and I've spoken before about Lena, L-E-N-A, which was developed to track the speech of parents to their children, specifically targeted towards low-income families that are being told that they don't speak to their children in the proper way, and that they actually have this little device that's like the size of a, not a small index card, a pretty big index card that would slide in a child's onesie and wirelessly record family conversations under the purview that this is somehow like an equity to social justice, that they care about these families to make them better so that they'll speak to their children better by recording all of the conversations. But the baby here, it has, a baby diaper monitor, the temperature sensing pacifier. Of course, we know all of the things that are happening now around this idea that you're using temperature as somehow an indication of contagion. The woman here actually has a fertility measurement device, and that goes along with the eugenics and the reproductive control systems, is having that, having artificial organs. This is an artificial pancreas, the idea that they intend, and whether or not this is and they can accomplish this, but they speak of printing 3D organs. And who knows like what the material is that they're actually printing on those organs, but they're talking about artificial organs. The fitness trackers, and those fitness trackers we have been normalized over the past decade of wearing the fitness trackers. But once we understand the goal is piezoelectric energy harvest, human energy harvest, not only to, I believe, power the wearable technologies, but to actually harvest excess energy to power the metaverse, that is all part of the step count. And I've spoken before about how in West Virginia, a number of years ago, the statewide teacher strike was essentially hinged on the fact that their wages were being garnished for their insurance payments if the teachers refused to wear a Fitbit tracker. And that was sort of one of the straws that broke the camel's back in that West Virginia teacher strike. So the fitness and the step counts are really important in all of this. Meditation headsets, they want to know your brain waves, they want to know your mental state. The intraocular lens with a camera, again, that is linked to augmented reality, and we know that that is running through Niantic and the CIA. Tooth-mounted sensors. So, you hear about voice to skull technology and being weaponized against targeted individuals. Here they're laying it right out here. The microchip implant, again, we know very clearly about the digital payment systems that the plans are eventually to move from digital devices to implantable technologies. And there's an electronic tattoo, and I actually have an image about that later. Cochlear implant, and I've mentioned before, I'm in Philadelphia, and the University of Pennsylvania, and the University of Pennsylvania Health System is central to much of the impact investing and the technology and the biotech development space. And actually, the CHOP, Children's Hospital of University of Pennsylvania, has been a leader in cochlear implants. So it's very interesting when you understand the goal of being other uses of acoustics and frequencies beyond simply having them applied to people who have issues with their hearing. Also a depression headset, because we know depression is a central social impact market area for social impact. And then of course, you've got it connected into your environment through your electronic health records, which I've spoken about previously. That was a key element of Zeke Emanuel. Again, Zeke Emanuel is one of three brothers, Ari Emanuel, who does the entertainment business with Rain Group, which is Joe Ravitch, which is Diane Ravitch's one of her sons, who is working the other part of that group is Jeff Sine, who is one of the main investment advisors to SoftBank, which is running one of the world's largest innovation and AI groups. And they're doing blockchain education credentials. But so Zeke Emanuel, that brother, is the bioethicist at Penn. And, he was an architect of the Affordable Care Act. And a key element of that was the electronic health record. So of course, that is going to be keeping track of all of your health behaviors and working on the digital twinning. And then smart environments, including internet-connected toilets and sleep sensing mattresses. And I will say Sleep, I think, is very important, and I'll talk about this a bit later. But in gathering all of the data to crack the code of life, the understanding that in sleep, our sort of etheric body accesses other dimensions of frequency and processing. I think that that is one frontier that there is great interest in, because they probably have like about as much step count data as they really need, but they really are interested in other kinds of data. And I think being able to capture the electrical conditions of our mind and our body in REM sleep is something that is of significant interest to them. So having the sleep tracking onesies on the baby and the sleep tracking sensing mattresses is a part of this. You know, my space has been around impact investing and social impact finance. And that's what I've been working really hard on the past over the pandemic. And now I've stretched myself, because I think this health stuff is really important, and the nanotechnology and the electrical engineering side of things. And I will just reinforce, yesterday I acknowledged a number of people who had helped inform my work. And I will say, if you want to do a deeper dive into the nanotech and graphene, that someone that I have been collaborating with, who blogs at the blog A Piece of Mindful Piece, like a puzzle piece, a piece of mindful. It's a collaborative blog, but this person blogs under Steppers, like Stephanie, but just Steppers. There's very detailed information, and this person is doing a very deep dive into graphene that's coming along. But once you understand how pervasive graphene is, you realize it's like a bottomless pit that's really hard to navigate your way back out of. So I expect them to be having more comprehensive posts on graphene coming up, that I would definitely recommend to give them a follow. So yesterday I talked again about the virology versus terrain theory, germ theory versus terrain theory. I am in this place now as I better understand the role of chemical companies in underwriting cancer research and bioinformatics and genomics, that a lot of this game that we are in is intentional poisoning of the environment. And I would encourage people to watch the movie Dark Waters if you haven't. Mark Ruffalo's book, it talks about DuPont and the intentional poisoning of Parkersburg, West Virginia, but much more than Parkersburg, like the whole world, essentially through Teflon, that these corporate interests are poisoning our environment through various kinds of toxins. And increasingly, we need to understand nanoelectronics and electromagnetic frequency as one of these toxins. And I believe that there is going to be an impact of these toxins on chronic illness, including diabetes and prediabetes. And so it's interesting to know that the first social impact bond for health is actually originating in Sweden, I believe, but it is in collaboration with Social Finance Israel. Now, I've done a whole like a 4-hour webinar on social impact investing in Israel and the role of social finance, and Sir Ronald Cohen, who's based out of London but has close ties. His wife is from her family is from Israel, and they have a presence, a significant presence in Israel. So they are partnering on the social impact bond around diabetes. And a lot of that will include various kinds of wearable technology, biosensors. And then I would not be surprised if at some point there's also an internal biosensor. So I want to talk about a little bit about the energy harvest and the step counts and, you know, walking for good health, and how this interfaces both with graphene and with the impact markets and with hedge funds. So you can see here, this is from the Jerusalem Post. I'll just read this first paragraph. Israel can bring this innovation to the world. The social bond for preventing diabetes is innovative, also because it is mainstream, he explained. That is, it benefits what can be a very large population at risk, and this is key, at risk, because it's all about predictive profiling, for type 2 diabetes, whose onset is now around ages 40 to 50, when once onset of type 2 was only at ages 50 to 60. So in that paragraph, you can see that they're identifying a large population for these finance markets, and that it's not people who already have diabetes, but simply that they have been profiled by the data as being at risk. Over here on the other side, you can see from Global Impact Investment Network that they are talking about the impact investment market now being $503 billion. And so we have to understand this again, that the biosecurity state and the links to goal 3, which is the UN Sustainable Development Goal of health, that it is about targeting chronic illness that has been manufactured through environmental poisoning, and then tracking people through their digital identity in performing quote unquote good health behaviors that are assigned that probably also have a piezoelectric energy component to them. And that the tracking of their good behaviors will be linked to biosensors, which I think increasingly will be connected with various forms of nanoelectronics for the Internet of Bodies, that the Internet of Bodies will start to enmesh with the Internet of bio-nano things. So if you understand that chronic illness, there's no incentive to get rid of the chronic illness or to stop the environmental poisoning if you're making money on it. So here we have graphene, which we talked about yesterday about the role of La Quinta columna finding graphene in these various medical protocols. So that was at an electron microscopic level. But these graphene, literally, they're wanting to put it in everything. So here they're talking about, in the context of chronic diabetes and impact investing, that they have a skin patch, or this is that tattoo, when they talk about an electronic tattoo that will measure the blood sugar. So it's important to know the impact bond. Social Finance Israel is also working in Sweden, and it is part of this health movement, EIT Health Project. Sweden, again, is Ericsson. It's a lot of the fourth industrial revolution. It's a lot of automation, and it's because they have a pretty robust social safety net, and they have a really high level of adoption of digital technologies and even into the digital payment systems, that this is normalized. And they're looking at accessing, let's see, these economic costs of unhealthy diets. So this is, I've spoken about this with Ice Age Farmer, about controlling food access. So it's about controlling inputs, which is your food, and outputs, which is your exercise, all on blockchain and all tied to these various biosensors. This is the diagram of Social Finance Israel's diabetes impact bond, and you can see the partners at the bottom level. The last one here where I have the arrow pointing is Yad Hanadiv. It's important because Shira Lev Ami is part of the AI electronic health record system in Israel. And she was the former director of Yad Hanadiv, which is Jacob Rothschild's family foundation, right? And so I've had a couple of other podcasts where I go into more detail about the Green Pass in Israel, but once we understand the nexus of the US, the UK, Scandinavia, Israel, defense contracting, hedge fund bets, and biotechnology and nanotechnology and electronic health record systems, it all starts to blend together, and we can see how these prototypes are happening. So the graphene-based biosensors, whether they're wearables or whether they're internal, are really important to the social impact finance space. And this is just an image that I pulled up from Newsweek just a couple hours ago, and it's from 2016. And literally they're talking about graphene tattoos that not only test your sweat, but that can deliver drugs into your system. And I'm assuming that's probably, either an automated or a remote delivery system. And so, I'm not trying to be too dark, but, all of this is framed as dual use, like we're here to help. But I would say if there are incentives on requiring you to meet certain thresholds to access healthcare, and your biosensor is indicating an improper behavior or that you haven't met expectations, what is there to stop that you're wearing, a device that is a drug delivery system? And what does that mean? Because again, my friend Michael had told me about a book by Ira Levin, The Perfect Day, I think. It's either One Perfect Day or The Perfect Day from 1974. And mandatory medical therapeutics to keep the population in line for a globally managed sort of mechanized society was a key element to that. So they're developing the technologies, and it seems like largely the ethicists are sort of out to lunch. As I mentioned, Penn with Zeke Emanuel. Penn is a center for impact investing and health technologies. Penn has a center for health incentives and behavioral economics. And so forcing people onto pathways, tracking their bodily functions, tracking their behaviors is part of all of the behavioral economic system that will be linked to the impact markets. It's important to know that these centers existed. When I first pulled this slide image, this was about 2 years ago, I wrote a blog post called Minding Our Health, and you can find that on wrenchinthegears.com, Minding Our Health. It was about digital nudges. And I really did not have a full understanding at that point. I was really focused primarily on wearable technologies, and I had not dived at all into nanotechnology or internal biosensor spaces. But it's really pretty intense when you start to put these pieces together. This health incentives and behavioral economics is based out of the business school. This is not about healing people. This is about managing people as machines. And I've touched on this before, but this was an op-ed in the Sydney Morning Herald last July, so we're going on a year now. The op-ed was saying that in order to qualify for public assistance, that the weight that people may have put on being under lockdown, that people should have to walk and demonstrate their compliance with being physically fit in order to access public assistance. So these things are very real and moving along. Managing people as machines. So as I mentioned before, this image is of Norbert Wiener. His focus was on feedback loops and systems engineering, and that was something I became acquainted with in the education space, education technology and AI in education through Pearson. And I was thinking, wow, I can't imagine what that's like to have personalized education where you're put in a feedback loop. Like, who gets to decide how they're steering you or to what end? And who is accountable? If for children, you're deciding like different pathways, different caste systems, the alpha, beta, different groupings, we're going to engineer certain minds for certain tasks to suit the metaverse. All of this goes back to cybernetics and Wiener, and his systems analysis was centered on anti-aircraft fire, that you would have the system learn itself and improve its accuracy over time. But again, who is doing the steering? Here is The Perfect Day, IR11. So this is the book. The predecessor to that book that is not as well known is We by Evgeny Zamyatin, which is again a mechanical consciousness where everyone is a compliant citizen of a global mathematical equation. So these books I would highly recommend. And Norbert Wiener was influenced by the Macy conferences. So this is what I woke up thinking. I have to look up the Macy conferences. You can see his book from 1948, Control and Communication in the Animal and the Machine. So at the end of his life, he actually came to a point of understanding that what he had done had terrible implications, and that essentially developing a society built on robots would mean competing with robots for work, which would essentially just become global slavery. And he began to speak out about it, but then he was said that he was a communist and that he was sort of marginalized and pushed off to the side, and no one would listen to him. But really, Norbert Wiener, like, his life story and trajectory is central to understanding information theory and engineering life as a machine. And the fact that all of the engineering that's happening is happening both in a military context and a business context. So the Macy conferences were between 1946 and 1953. Warren McCulloch set them up, and actually one of his proteges, Stafford Beer, who became the spokesperson for management cybernetics and social cybernetics and was in charge of working on the cybernetic systems for Allende in Chile. He was the one who ran it. And it said that the principal purpose, and I've highlighted this in orange, is to set a foundation for a general science of the working of the mind. So if you understand that all of the computing systems, all of the machines, all of the robots are not so much about managing physical labor, which they have, and clearly, like if we look at a car assembly line, a Ford assembly line, having robots that can help people lift and put chassis on cars and put transmissions in, and those kinds of robots are doing physical labor. But what the intellectuals in this were particularly interested in the workings of the human mind. And as I mentioned yesterday, under Licklider's 1963 memo to the scientists working in this space, that he addressed them as scientists interested in the intergalactic federation. They want to access the mind because they want to access this universal consciousness to become gods, and that is what the cognitive science space is really about. As I mentioned yesterday, World Economic Forum, again, they've laid it out a year ago. I don't know that we need to spend a ton more time interrogating what they're up to. They've made it pretty clear. one of the individuals in this space, she talked about the ethics of understanding people's thoughts, and that is understanding consciousness. Her name is Nida Farhani, and she is at Duke, and she was actually doing collaboration at Wharton Business School on neural engineering. And so the quote from this video says, "One of the things I think is so essential to free and open society is freedom of thought. Up until now, the conversation we've been having is around freedom of speech." Okay, so she's weighing thought versus speech. Once we can access people's thoughts, people's emotions, we have to create a space that enables people to think freely, to think divergent thoughts, to think creative thoughts. In a society where people fear having those thoughts, the likelihood of being able to enjoy progress is significantly diminished. And I think in that respect, that's very much the telescreen idea that you know, in 1984, that you come in and then you have to hide out in the cubby from the telescreen to look at a book or have any of your own thoughts because you're in this panopticon. And when someone early on had talked about the how do you explain it to a 13-year-old, you know, always having the eye of your mother on you all the time, like that's what it's like to live in the panopticon. Only your mother with, I guess, potential to, you know, administer, you know, electronic shocks remotely or medications is part of it. So the fact that Nida Farhani from Duke is collaborating with Wharton is a problem. So again, they're always framing it in good ways, like, here, we just want to help you augment your consciousness. This is a short film, like a foresight film that was done by Alexander Singer of Star Wars, and it was done in the early 2000s for this report, the National Academies of Science. They actually had gathered in 1997 to talk about artificial simulations and merging academics and the military space to work on synthetic people and human machine augmentation. So what they're saying is, like, in the future, there will be so much information as we live in a world that is immersed in technology and data analytics, that we're going to need some outside being to help harness all of that information and tell us what we should be paying attention to, because there'll be no way for our own mind, our existing current structure of our brain, to process it, because it will be too much. And rather than saying, why do we not just not build that world? Instead, the military and the hedge funds will build that world and then make us fit into it and then hook our brains to things to tell us what to pay attention to. Farhani was working with this guy, Michael Platt. Platt Labs is embedded in Wharton in neuroeconomics. Again, if we understand neural control and the role of biosensors and graphene potentially in managing neural control, managing you as a mouse in a maze, managing your behaviors, managing your desires remotely through how your neurons function, that's pretty crazy, especially when the neuroeconomics melds with behavioral economics. And if you are supposed to perform particular behaviors that serve the sustainable development goals according to what the hedge funds want, that they could actually modulate your neurons to accomplish that behavior. I think all of these intersections are really troublesome, particularly since a lot of his support has come not just through the National Institutes of Health, but through the Defense Department specifically. So he's helped build these neural prosthetics, which at this point, they still look kind of funny. People keep saying, haha, like the Google Glass, that didn't really work out. Well, they're going to continue to monitor it. And then eventually, like, they'll come up with some state of exception to say, like, well, you know, you have to do it anyway. You know, in order to be a good citizen, you have to wear the neural interface, or how will we know what you're thinking? And if we don't know what you're thinking, you'll be a danger to society. So they're in the cybernetic space in understanding how the mind works. I'll just read this text here. This is from the lab at Wharton. We are especially interested in the processes that allow people and other animals, again, they just consider us a talking animal, to make decisions. They want the decision-making control when the environment is ambiguous or complicated by the presence of other individuals. So they want to know about social behavior. We use an array of techniques, including psychophysics, intracranial recordings, brain stimulation, pharmacology, eye tracking, pupillometry, brain imaging, genomics, and epigenomics, and that's the eugenics part, and that is the part that's targeting populations that have been chronically harmed over generations, that I'm adding that bracket, to answer these questions. An important goal is to translate some of these techniques into wearable devices that will allow us to take neuroscience into both natural and consumer environments, okay? And so I will say, Roz Ben, who was a podcaster and someone who does a lot of work around energy work and ley lines in Philadelphia, has long asserted his hypothesis that Ben Franklin, Freemason, had worked with Prometheus to open the gates of hell in Philadelphia. And here we have Ben Franklin eyeing this woman up in her wearable technology that, oftentimes I'll come across these things and think, yeah, Roz Ben, I think you're probably, there's something to that assessment. This came actually from my friend who blogs at A Piece of Mindful Steppers. And sometimes I think you walk this path and some people are afraid to walk the path, and some of us still walk it, and we do it because things unfold and things that are unexpected and sometimes very interesting and helpful. And so something that came across her path in a very serendipitous way was this blog. And this person, Susan Rushton, I think she keeps a blog in gardening in the UK. It's just a personal blog. It's mostly about gardening and photography. And this post happened to be from 2016. And in it, she was talking about analyzing a photograph with a theme of weightlessness. And this photograph was actually of a fairy made out of wire. And we'll talk about like nano wires later, but a fairy made out of wire holding a dandelion, which again is something that I've talked a lot about, the imagery of the dandelion, and it was being blown away, and the idea was weightlessness. So she talked about this statue being put in a meadow in this garden that was actually used during World War II, Trentham Estates, I believe it is. And it was one of those estates that around the early 20th century had fallen into disrepair, but there was a giant ballroom there. And again, we understand music and frequency. And that ballroom was used as the check clearing center for the United Kingdom during World War II. And then later it went back to being a ballroom and a hall for many of the early British bands, the Beatles and Pink Floyd and others. So there's some interesting monetary, financial signals, intelligence stuff going on there, and frequency going on there as well. But it's on this estate. And in her blog post, I will just read this bracketed item. And this is just a brief blog post about this photo. And it says, I don't mean to imply that her wishes don't matter. I'm assuming that's the fairy. I'm just pointing out that technically they don't weigh anything, insofar as science has not yet managed to weigh thoughts. I'm sure that will come, exclamation point. Imagine thoughts weighed and wrapped up in graphene. And then later, at the bottom, it says, here's some more information about graphene at the University of Manchester. And this is cited in Staffordshire, which is sort of equidistant between Birmingham and Manchester. And Manchester is the site where graphene, this two-dimensional wonder material, was ostensibly discovered in 2004. So if you understand, as Joseph has taught me, is that the machine learning systems are always about weight. That's how they learn, that you apply different weights to information as it is being processed. And you understand that graphene is being connected to neural function, and that in the quest to decode life, to create a substrate independent mind, that they are looking for a directory, a massive library of neuronal functions. The idea of how they're using graphene in our minds to crack not just the code of biological function, but consciousness in this cybernetic system, in this engineering system, is pretty incredible. And so I don't know how this particular blog post came to be or how it came to be on our radar, but it does feel rather significant. So this is the information that is about like the biosensor technology and reactors. And so I will say, if people, I do need to come up with a book list. I don't have one about quantum computing, but I do have a lot of books that have influenced my thinking. And one of them, and I have some images of it in here, is a recommendation that was given to me called The Diamond Age, which is Neil Stephenson. And it was written in 1995, and it's prescient in all of these areas. But the key storyline is that there's a bespoke engineer of nanotechnology designs a primer, but this primer is actually essentially an iPad that is accessed with a tutor in it. And the tutor is a person who is remote and who with sensor technology like motion capture technology is acting out and teaching this young girl in another country. So the girl is in sort of a country in Asia, and the teacher is on the west coast of the US, and the teacher is what's called a ractor. And so it's like an actor, but in one of these simulation games. And so I think increasingly the use of biosensors and motion capture technology and digital twinning is about almost manipulating people through electrical remote stimulation to be sort of like puppets under control of the military industrial complex. And that these, as people have reached out to me to share their stories, is that this is what they're experiencing. And I think it is a lead up to this sort of mass use of nanoelectronic systems to compel people through digital nudges, being like literal electronic sequencing, whether it is causing pain or done in ways that people may not even be aware of, to influence their behavior in ways that are either tied to impact investment deals or behavior that will allow the AI to collect the data that it wants to pursue this campaign to conquer life. So this is the book, Neil Stephenson's The Diamond Age. And I mentioned before, I did give a long talk in Tucson, which Jason, you so generously filmed, that people can look at, but a lot of this was about gamification and linking social impact finance to turning, with augmented reality, the whole world into a literal game, and then placing people through tracking them with digital identity systems as players in the game. And so this does connect very directly to this 1997 gathering in which the entertainment industry and the Defense Department industry came together. And what was birthed out of that was the University of Southern California's Institute for Creative Technologies. And you know, there's a lot going on in Southern California with the intersection of the Hollywood and the military, and also UCLA, which is also in the general area. Deborah Estrin, who is a major player in the biosensor space and health data analytics, and is part of the Commons Project, and out on Roosevelt Island, the Cornell Technion, the small data lab is there. So that Southern California military entertainment nexus is really important. And I mentioned about the raptors. So the raptors are in the book, The Diamond Age. So if you understand this idea of these raptors almost being like steered beings, and maybe that steering is happening through painful interventions, and then maybe that steering is happening in a way that's so subtle that you may not even be aware of it yourself. But this is a diagram that I think is really, really helpful for me about how cybernetics works. And it comes from the Greek, I guess, Kubernetes, which is steering. And in Latin, it's governor. So if you understand the problematic governors in these equations, or the governor on a car, it's very interesting, the wordplay that is involved. But that the idea is that you have a sensor and there is a set goal, and then it re-engineers based on directing the activity towards the intended goal. And so this image here is of a ship, and the diagonals are winds and tides, and there is a course that is set for that ship. There's a harbor there. And if you understand someone's life pathway, right? If you understand a social impact finance deal that is connected to directing people along a certain line of engineering their behavior to get to a certain outcome, and that, again, as I mentioned in the past, that hedge funds are placing bets on whether or not you will actually get to this harbor, or if you will get to it in the right way, that, you know, the boat gets off of course, and then the errors get corrected. And so what I really want to make this very strong point now is that as we understand the idea of the universal empire of breaking the code of life, of steering human beings through, as I mentioned yesterday, that selfish ledger, the Google Lamarckian, you know, code breaking the intelligent design of life to become God, that they're going to start, and increasingly through AI, put all living beings on courses that will let them get the data that they most desire, and that they will be aggregating that data not only through wearable technology, which is what I was really focused on maybe the past 6 or 8 months, but through biosensor technology, and that is the stuff that is learning you at the level of your own neural function, is creating that neural library that creates the the substrate-independent mind that they can then feed into the singularity to trigger this code breaking. And so I think it's really important to know that you're not going to get to pick your harbor. This ship isn't getting to decide what harbor it goes to. There's not 5 different harbors here, and they get to pick a course. The course is set, and the course is set because through the lockdowns and through the overall surveillance state that's being imposed, and through the digital currency and through the biosensors, the course will be set for you by someone else. That will be set for you, whether that course is education, mental health, health behaviors, housing, food, what have you, is that you are being steered as a puppet. So this is an image, an infographic that is from this article from 2019 called the Development of Neural Interfaces and Energy Harvesters Towards Self-Powered Implantable Systems for Healthcare Monitoring and Rehabilitation. And again, this is always framed as dual use, again, that you want healthcare monitoring or rehabilitation. So they will use this, these kinds of technologies that they will lead with people with neuromuscular issues, people with strokes, people with diabetes, people with Parkinson's, other sorts of medical things that, again, you would not be in a position of saying, wait a minute, that is a questionable technology. But then what happens when you move these sensors, which are self-powered, that are creating their own power, and then you implant them in a person that's perfectly healthy for purposes of social control. So I will just read, in case it's not clear, I'll read some of the images. So this is the implantable system. This is how the system can be stimulated. Electrically, okay, that could hurt a lot. Optically, that is through light. Chemically, magnetically, and again, this comes into play when we're talking about the graphene oxide and the magnetism, and ultrasound, so through frequencies. So you can activate this implanted sensor in a variety of ways. The data can be transmitted through ultrasound, wires, or radio frequency. So again, this is about inputs and outputs, the communication theory, information theory. That the power source for the system can come from its own energy harvesting, or batteries, or even powered through the frequencies themselves, so that you could zap it, I guess, through to get it repowered, or through frequency and ultrasound, okay? But that it could also have energy harvest from the person themselves with how the biosensor operates within their being. And then what are the senses that what is the data that it can take in? It can take in electrical information, again, that's the neural function, pressure, biomarkers, and temperature. So these are all these different sensors. And if you understand that the biosurveillance state is linked to health systems engineering, right? And that the goal is to have lots of us with lots of sensors. The more sensors, the more data, the more faster their code breaking will happen. That's additionally why the whole idea of the dangers of asymptomatic people who are perfectly healthy, why they would need to get a sensor too, is that you can never tell that you're healthy, because health is increasingly going to be determined by the experts, and the experts are going to have that determination guided by the sensor networks and the electrical impulses. And then that is all dealing with electrical models and simulation models, as I talked about yesterday at the University of Chicago. They can use their electron microscopes, they can use their algorithms, they can essentially recreate the world to be whatever they want. They can engineer it in virtual space, and then have those virtual worlds have direct consequences for our own physical material world. And I think that the sensors are for building out the digital twins, and that the electronic health records on blockchain are part of that. So many of you are familiar with the work of James Giordano, and when I talk about dual use, that is one of his central concepts. He is a professor of bioethics at Georgetown, and he says many really scary things on YouTube videos, which makes you wonder how it is that he's saying all these things on YouTube, and what are the things that they're not even saying on YouTube. But he is sort of the front face for the neuro weapons and ostensibly ethics of the neuro weapons, but no one's saying that maybe we should just actually not have any neuro weapons, that the future of warfare is information, and information is actually down to your neural function. That is a kind of information, is how that's transmitting. So when we think about cyber warfare at this point, we're thinking about potentially hackable human beings down to a nano electronic level that can be used to cause harm and to engineer people in ways that they have no idea that they're being engineered. I will say, I think I mentioned before that the United Nations General Assembly Human Rights Council in March of 2020 was gathering information, a special report on torture and punishment. Again, do I harbor any ideas that anything significant will come of this? I do not. And it could just be a fishing expedition to see what information people are willing to share about this. And yet that said, that there is documentation in that document on cyber torture. And I will just read this section aloud. It says, a particular area of concern, which does not appear to have received sufficient attention, is the possible use of various forms of information and communication technology, cyber technology, for the purposes of torture. Although the promotion, protection, and enjoyment of human rights on the internet has been repeatedly addressed by the Human Rights Council, torture has not. And so they are acknowledging this is a real and present concern. In this, this is further on in the report, I'll just read this as well. In practice, cyber technology already plays the role of an enabler in the perpetration of both physical and psychological forms of torture, most notably through the collection and transmission of surveillance information and instructions to interrogators, through the dissemination of audio or video recordings of torture or murder for the purpose of intimidation, or even streaming child sexual abuse or on-demand voyeuristic clients. Increasingly, it is also through remote control, manipulation of stun belts, medical implants, and conceivably nanotechnological or neurotechnological devices. So, here they are actually acknowledging the existence of this very real concern. And I would say increasingly from what I've heard from individuals is that when they're talking about surveillance situations, is that this is becoming almost a game, like a gig economy platform type TaskRabbit work, where civilians are integrated into the game, sort of like LARPing, live action role play, where they become engaged in harassment of targeted individuals in conjunction with these augmented reality sensing systems, which is pretty terrible. So this is a letter that was submitted to this UN report. Interestingly, it's out of Madrid. So there's a particular organized group in Spain, which again is where La Cinque Columna is based out of. I don't think they're in Madrid, but they are in Spain. And this was in June of 2020 of last year. And they have gathered a group. Their group is called Victims of Electronic Torture. And they said that we are currently 145 affiliated victims through our website, but they know that there's many more people. So I think we have to understand the cybernetics and the neuro warfare and the neuro weapons as graphene becomes more and more wrapped up into the equation and the digital twinning in the conversation. So these are some messages that were shared with me, and I asked if I had permission to share them publicly for someone who has been targeted for about 6 years and is very thoughtful about integrating new information, integrating the information I have shared about gamification and finance into their lived experience. And so I will just read a couple of these. A global reactive, using reactors like me to play with, using a massive on-demand army of players to obey your command, make your moves to affect the reactors, using the facade of Homeland Security to do it. That's basically it. And again, all of these systems are embedded in Department of Homeland Security and the fusion centers. The collaboration between Department of Defense, military, Homeland Security, gaming, entertainment, big tech, gig workers, gamers, citizens on patrol. Yes, that is the big picture that has materialized through my experience and research. And they are scouting for reactors and infiltrating them for play constantly to feed on the game and to capitalize, because the game is always getting bigger. And I would say infiltrating them is really getting sensor technology into people who are innocent bystanders and victims in all of this, and to see how they operate in the game. The marriage between wargaming and entertainment gaming using federal funding to support it all. Wow, the game is built in to all the legitimate research and development for multiple sectors. So again, that is talking about how many of these things seem socially acceptable on the surface, but the dual use functions that are involved are horrific, and very few people in the spaces of academia, nonprofits, philanthropy, the military are willing to talk about it. Now, I mentioned before that I feel strongly that there is some particular data sets that are available as people transition into sleep. I've had several people tell me that sleep is where they are particularly targeted with frequencies remotely. And here this person says, and yes, nighttime is their major game time because the ad hoc networks descend over us in darkness. Every single night there's an operation over my location, any location that creates a web network of avionics around me, and it follows. And so I guess we know recently about the whole edge network computing around Amazon and their edge computing systems, their Ring doorbells and Alexas, and how those are all being integrated. So if we imagine that as part of the frequency weapon system, I think that's important to consider the role that that may play. And that this person, as part of their colonization by these technologies, which are both, I believe, nanoelectronic and fungal, they talk about almost a metamorphosis that I had black coming out of my fingers and skin during my metamorphosis period. I had slivers of black buried under my skin. The corners of my eyes and cheekbones turned blue. So there are very specific physiological things that were happening that were part of, again, when I talked about yesterday, the continuum of the human computing interface in this Internet of Bio-nano things. There's humanizing the robots and roboticizing the people, and they're through the sensor and Internet of Body systems that present in different ways. And I believe that that is, more gallons is a manifestation of that. So, again, I just touched base. A lot of the people who've reached out to me to talk and engage with me on my research have been people who have been interested in Steiner's outlook on energetics and this idea of the etheric double in sleep and accessing that part of people's life cycle. To me, feels like there's something significant to that process, that's something that they're particularly interested in, is engaging people in that way and trying to gather that data through sensor networks. This feels a little bit out of order. I guess this is leftover. I apologize. I was sort of reshuffling some of my slides to have them make better sense. But the evolution 2.0 that we had talked about yesterday, the great contest to unlock the key code of life, to figure out what the intelligent design system was, and to revisit Darwinian evolution, that was undertaken by Perry Marshall. One of the judges in that competition, this evolution 2.0, is George Church. And George Church has been a central player at Harvard for many years. Dennis Noble, he was out of Oxford, and then there's somebody out of Florida State University. And I would say, Florida is a major center also for the military and for simulation and for space work and for computing and blockchain. So it's interesting, this assortment of judges. I'm just going to read out loud a little bit of the LinkedIn profile for Dr. Church so that you have a sense of, given all of what I've laid out so far, how his involvement in this contest to unlock life relates to the biotech nanotech space. So he was a scientific advisor to 23andMe. He was a scientific advisor to the Odin project, and that is kits to help consumer make organisms at home. Like, this is sort of DIY biohacking. He was a co-founder of eugenics, which is gene editing. He was a financial advisor to the Personal Genome Project. Again, this predator energy is trying to get all of the genomic data. He has been a professor of genetics at Harvard since 1986. He worked a co-founder of Editas Medicine, which is CRISPR gene editing. He actually, Harvard Medical School is where he was a professor. He was a director of research at MIT Media Lab, which we know is the war machine, is central to digital currency, social robotics, all these sorts of things. And he was a founding member of the WIS Institute, which is bio-inspired technologies, which includes robotic bees, that they've developed these robotic bees. He was recently a speaker at the Unite to Prevent conference, which was in May at the Vatican. And this is Breakthroughs in Medicine. So that conference was also attended by quite a number of high-level people of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We're high presence there. We know that they're working with the Vatican Bank. And he was, I guess, involved with Amgen and took money from Jeffrey Epstein. And so these people are serious players in the space. And if we want to somehow imagine that these technological systems are here for the advancement of humanity, I would ask you to maybe revisit your structural analysis, because these people are about harvesting life as livestock. Literally, they think about us as talking animals. And this level of domination of nature, I think, is an abomination, and in something that we have chosen, many states have chosen to build their economies on biotech and synthetic biology and nanotechnology. And I think the cost for that is going to be that we're going to be forced to live in a virtual world run by the CIA. Well, you can see, I know we've had some conversations about targeted individuals in the past, but I feel like looking at the nanotechnology and looking at the UN and knowing what they are talking about with neuroweapons, it's really important to really sit with what that would mean, and knowing sort of our history of MK Ultra and non-consensual experimentation, what's actually happening, and that those people's experience actually might help us a lot in understanding how to navigate it going forward, if part of what's happening is that we're being dosed with environmental toxins that experience actually may be very helpful in figuring out how we proceed. Okay, so this is digital twinning, human augmentation. This is just an image I had. I think MIT is at the center of so much of this. Like Harvard sets the policy and does the money with Harvard Business School, although MIT Sloan does quite a bit with the money in digital currency too. But all of this stuff is coming out of the war machine. This seminar interested in human augmentation, and then the question is, are we going to be living in a world where we become augmented through nanotechnology? And I had that clip yesterday with the gentleman, Lincoln Cannon, saying maybe we won't even recognize this technology. Just because we don't see the technology doesn't mean it's not present, that we may be being augmented. And I know Alana Freeland talks about this through nanorobotics, and that we may already fully be there at some level on the continuum of cybernetics. I will say the thing that really disturbed me about this particular image was that the underline here is that we're advancing this idea not just of exoskeletons, which we saw on the Moonshot project, and limb prostheses and neural implants, and which is kind of like the Neuralink, which I think is a distraction largely, but on social emotional prosthetics, prostheses, and cognitive prostheses. I don't say that very well, sorry about that. But so that they would create intermediate interfaces for our neurons, right? Into how we process our emotions and our social. And I would say, we need to have a really serious ethical conversation in the disability rights community. I would hope that this would be on their radar, on community of people on the spectrum. What does it mean to have an outside force, an outside mechanism engineer your social emotional life or your cognitive process, if it's perhaps done without your consent? If you're being governed, if you're experiencing cybernetics and you do not get to pick your own harbor, that is being done for you, that the constraints of the world are being set for you, that you cannot be the you that you were born to be because of this, then we should be having some really, really serious conversations. And I've said in the past, some of the things that really we get to this point, we're like almost a year and a half into this, right? And some things we need to start letting go of, and some of that stuff is Bill Gates, is all eyes on Bill Gates, or all eyes on Jeffrey Epstein, or all eyes on Klaus Schwab. Sure, they're a part of this, but they're not all of this. And so there are many people operating in the background, that deserve more attention and that we need to dig into more. Among them, Pierre Omidyar, whose wife Pam has actually developed patient compliance, neuroscience patient compliance labs, which is really important as we understand that Pierre Omidyar himself has advanced the idea of a good ID, or a universal world digital identity. And so you put those two things together, and he was actually looking in great detail at Medicaid, at preschool, at prenatal care, and working in South Carolina. This Gold Mama app that he developed was part of the prototype for Pay for Success Finance for prenatal care in South Carolina. But when you deconstruct some of the symbols, I asked some folks, you know, what does this symbol look like to you, right? And you've got the O and the N for Omidyar network, but it's far more than that. It is, you know, it is on, right? And in that, you've got this idea also of reproduction. You've got, you know, a phallus, you've got a womb, you've got potentially a middle finger. You've got, if you break the O, could the O be a U for United Nations? And then you've got the computational, like the on button of the computer, the on off button. And so again, within cybernetics, understanding that the impact space and neuroprosthetics are about being able to turn you off and on at will, and your social emotional life and your neural life off and on at will remotely. This is all militarized. Again, I'm just beating the drum, so to speak, on this, but these are a couple reports, and I'll share back the slide deck, but this is the UK Ministry of Defense. It's on a lot of people's radar. They're talking about human augmentation as a foresight document, where this infographic here talks about the physical, social, and psychological. So if you're talking about psychological augmentation, right? Like all of the horrors of mainstream psychiatric practice and medicalized psychiatric practice and what that now looks like with nanotech. But in this space, I will just read off, they've got the exoskeleton, teleexistence, which is central to this remote robotic labor, putting your consciousness into a robot, a sensory augmentation, you know, and I think that's, you know, a la the bionic woman, but who is in control of how that is augmented? Many people in the targeted space, you know, their senses are hijacked and used to harm and cause pain in them. Remote neural stimulation, navigating all of this through an augmented reality framework. And then central to this is, I think, channeling your frequencies and the electronic programming in alignment with your genetic material, the documentation they have on your bioinformatics, and tuning the brain interfaces at the nano level, whether that be strictly through nanowires or nano computing systems or associated pharmaceuticals that go along with that. And many of these programs have been already undertaken in the military with soldiers in the super soldier program. I've spoken before about digital twins, the digital twin computing, and with Licklighter, you know, if what you're going for is some sort of intergalactic experience, they're not going to take our physical bodies. Anyone who's traveling off the surface of the planet is likely going to be traveling as some little vial of DNA with computational information encoded. And in the augmented reality space, they're not just engineering us, they're engineering the whole world. And that's what they're about. And imagine how much effort that's going to take. And I've talked about this in the past, that the whole education space is being re-engineered so the children will have to code this metaverse and secure it with cybersecurity and power it with their piezoelectric energy harvest. But they imagine augmented reality as these layers of GIS, and that we are just one little item in one layer of the code, of the super code that they're looking to climb to get to the top. So this is from Nippon Telegraph and Telephone. They're central in operating in the digital twinning space. And again, they're a partner in the Moonshot project. This is from a document from March 31st of this year, 2021. So they're talking about digitizing model universes as the metaverse at different scales. And so they have levels all the way from a fish in a tank, where they coordinate time, light, water, and the fish. All of these are independent variables that are coded for. And then it goes all the way up to a person's room. And again, time is being coded into this. And I know some of us on social media have been talking about manipulations of time and the environment, noise, sunshine, ventilation, all the way up to what a neighborhood and what that looks like to digitally twin an entire neighborhood. So we have to understand that the nano use that is, I think, going to be very integrated with the graphene is about developing these really, really robust models through quantum computing to try to get to the metaverse, to try to, again, get to this point of breaking the code of life. I touched on before, Stafford Beer is one of the people working in the cybernetic space, and he was doing management systems engineering, social systems engineering. And again, if we look at the politics of the left, and this is, where the space that I had occupied, but I was often asking people, once I understood about blockchain and impact investing, if what they were building was building a blockchain socialism, right? Or a planned economy built on blockchain where AI was going to make the decisions, the cybernetics. That all goes back to Chile and Allende bringing in Stafford Beer, right? And so at the time, we know that the coup was bad, but then what was Allende doing if he was bringing in like a colonial presence of an English cyberneticist into this country with this planned economy? To me, that's certainly not an indigenous like approach or a natural systems engineering approach. It's definitely an AI model. And granted, what they were actually able to accomplish in their limited time really just looked like something on paper, and it wasn't real actually. But even that they were thinking that that was their goal, I think is important historic context, is a digitally modeled society, that the cybernetics is everything from, the fish, the koi. That's really interesting now that I think of the fish on that other slide. The Japan Moonshot Project, my friend who went to the lobby, they had a display about koi. And in their cyberspace, a lot of it actually talked, they were creating augmented reality representations of koi and fish, which is interesting now that I think about it. Their project CyberSyn was what they had in Chile. And it's interesting because this room, even though those little remote controls didn't operate anything other than slides, is that it was a hexagon. And again, we know that the hexagon is the cube, inverted, is blockchain, is hexing, is hive mind, is all of those things. So again, here, it's just a little bit more on Stafford Beer. He had his 1959 book, Cybernetics and Management. And that was a really significant book. And I think it's very telling as we understand behavioral economics, the Internet of Bodies, and nanotech. Okay, so I'm gonna read this whole section out because this is from the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Digital Twinning Report from this March. And I think it's really important to understand because I could always imagine, to me, I feel like your blockchain identity, your digital wallet, your e-wallet, is almost like the umbilical cord between the material you that lives in the real physical world that will be, if we don't push back, increasingly constrained, and the digital you representation that lives in the metaverse. And maybe that metaverse is, managed by Adobe file software, and you port through the spatial web into different parts. But that there is a link, and that, it's not that which stays in Vegas stays in Vegas. Like that which happens in the metaverse ripples through into the real world, and vice versa, it ripples out. So I was pretty clear on the fact that how you operated in the physical world, which they called mixed reality, would then be represented through physics in the digital world. But what this section is actually talking about is the fact that your digital twin could operate independently of your consciousness. And then what they are looking to do is somehow be able to represent that activity, that growth, those accomplishments back, reverberate it back from the metaverse onto the living person, which is pretty incredible if you think about it. So that's why I'm just going to read this out loud because I think it's really important in its current research. Human digital twins will live in a virtual society, even though they are connected to humans in the real world. Okay, so they're in the virtual world, they're connected to us in the real world. Therefore, unlike conventional agent models, and that's used for AI machine learning, that are completely separated from the real world, a human digital twin should have a mechanism to reflect real world information at appropriate times. And what I'm theorizing is that your blockchain wallet is that portal that is going to connect. That is the mechanism, and that is why digital ID will have no one left behind because everyone must be pushed into the metaverse. The data could be reflected by being overwritten with real world information. On the other hand, because the process cannot be directly obtained, we should implement some update strategies. For example, the process could be tuned at a predetermined time according to the data stored after a previous state. So it's like reconciling the information, like you have these updates, refresh the process. Another example is a kind of online update in which the process would be updated according to errors between predictive data and observed data. So they're doing predictions about what they think you'll do versus what you actually did. Similar to predictive coding in the human brain. So that's a really interesting framing, right? So let me just say that again. Another example is a kind of online update method in which the process would be updated according to errors between predicted data using the current process and observed data, similarly to predictive coding in the human brain. Okay, so they're making these predictions, and it's happening at the level of brain function. This would provide a kind of mechanism that a human digital twin could grow and develop according to the experiences of the corresponding individual in the real world. So as the human evolved in intellectual understanding or in their physical nature, that would be reflected in the digital twin. Okay, so this is the kicker. There remains an open issue of how to define and implement a growth mechanism of corresponding real human according to the experience of the human digital twin in virtual society. So I just want to sort of restate that. What they're talking about is they have a pretty good beat on how to make the digital twin updating and reflecting of the human. But what they're actually interested in is figuring out a way to use development of the digital twin, which may happen somehow independently of the real human, and reflect that back into the actual human being. And I think that's a pretty intense prospect. And I don't know if you remember, there was a terrible Michael Keaton movie like years ago called Duplicity or something, where there was a guy and he was a house, he turned into a house husband and he felt overwhelmed. And so he started making copies of himself to do the various work so he could, do the things he wanted to do. And yet by the end, there were like 4 or 5 different copies, and increasingly each of them was degraded and dysfunctional in various respects. But that's what I'm feeling, is that based on some of the assertions of Lincoln Cannon and then the Mormon Transhumanism Association, is that you could have infinite numbers of copies and that they would all be individuated, and then maybe they would follow their own recourse. And so that is a pretty intense thing to think about. Okay, so this is just, we're going to get into graphene, and I have to say, for those of you who have been following me, I would get kind of frustrated with we don't know who's in charge or who's behind this, who's Mr. Global, and I would say, oh, it's the Impact Management Project. I can, look at these 2,000 of the world's largest asset holders, because I was looking at it with my social impact investing lens, and everybody has their own lens and they have their own assessment. But I think if you zoom back and you're like, well, who are the impact investors maybe working for? If you understand this as, what if Mr. Global were Mr. Graphene, right? And Steffers actually has an interesting piece on a piece of Mindful about Mr. Graphene moving forward. So what if at the end it's about graphene? I think, and again, Celeste Solom was the one who last fall first introduced me to the idea of graphene, hydrogel, and I wasn't in a place at that point to really absorb the significance of what she was saying. I knew it was important, but I didn't really understand the nanotechnology or the biosensors. I believe what is happening, and I think I touched on that yesterday, is not necessarily mass depopulation, but would be reproductive control, chronic illness, and pushing more people into towards soft robotics and humanizing the robots and roboticizing the people, because what they most want from us is our data, is sort of our core essence of our beingness. And so mass depopulation, if the goal is, as I imagine it, is to break this code of life, they're not going to waste any being that they think that they have some good data to harvest out of towards that end. And so if they can, but they do want to incapacitate those and reduce any resistance to the program. This is talking about tissue implants with graphene. And let's see, graphene hydrogel. And it's interesting that they're focused on brain diseases, and I'll just read this because it's so small. What makes this method special is that the mechanical properties of the hydrogels, which are graphene hydrogels, are largely retained. This way they could be particularly well suited, for example, as a material for medical functional implants which are used to treat certain brain diseases. And so here it says the caption, the hydrogel is streaked with microchannels of ultralight electrically conductive graphene. Okay, so they want, in this case, they're talking about treatment of brain illness, getting hydrogels with graphene into the brain. This is a section, I'm just going to read this. It's from a different paper, but it's talking about soft robotics and hydrogel. So again, and I think Celeste speaks to this, most robots are built using rigid materials, and these robots are designed to efficiently carry out pre-planned tasks, so on and so forth. So those are like the massive, like assembly line robots. But conventional rigid body robots struggle to operate in unstructured environments because they're composed of discrete links and joints. So they don't really function well in a human-centered environment. The desire for compliance, again, compliance and safe robots has led to the development of soft-bodied robots, and that's Hanson Robotics, Sophia the robot, that sort of model. Since the continuously deformable bodies of soft-bodied robots give them a high degree of freedom, they can handle irregular tasks in a less complicated manner. And so they are using, let's see, thus there have been rapid progress in the development of compliant materials to meet the growing needs of soft robots. So that hydrogel is what they're using to build the soft robots. And that's something that actually Amazing Polly had touched on in a very compelling way in her presentation. And that'll be in the slide deck I linked to this talk, where she was talking about the use of hydrogel in soft robotics. And then that as we use more and more hydrogel in our bodies, we become part of this continuum of human-computer interface. So this is actually the image from La Quinta Columna, and looking at the images and matching up the graphene on their electron microscopy. And I do have, I think, a link to their original analysis and report. It's in Spanish, but a lot has been translated by Orwell City. And this is just sort of a small joke, but I don't have lots of popular movie literacy, but I do remember the Time Bandits movie where the little boy goes off on this journey through time. And again, we're thinking about time manipulation. And at the end, there's a house fire, and the fire department comes, and it turns out the mother has left a roast unattended in the toaster oven. And so they're outside, and they realize the source of the fire is the roast in the toaster oven. And the little boy from across the yard says, "Mom, Dad, don't touch it. It's evil. You know, don't touch it. It's evil." And of course, the parents then touch it, and then they blow up. And so I sort of feel like, in some ways, and is graphene, is this black rock, the black cube, the AI, the gray goo, is this an illusion in Time Bandits to graphene being the evil thing that is below this two-dimensional material that seeks to overtake and usurp our place in the universe? Again, I'm going to go a little bit faster, but this is talking about functionalized graphene oxide serves as a novel vaccine nanoadjuvant for robust stimulation of cellular immunity. Okay, so this is an issue from the journal Nanoscale in 2016. So if you just put in adjuvant and graphene oxide, there's quite a few papers coming up. So the findings of La Quinta Columna is not a big surprise. This is from a different paper where they talk about that that the graphene can induce severe cytotoxicity and lung disease. And so as we understand the presentation of these illnesses, and that is what La Quinta Columna has said, those scientists, is that the presentation of poisoning by graphene oxide is very similar to the symptoms that people have experienced after being part of these medical protocols. And I think what is happening is that knowing that there's a toxicity and knowing that there's a way of adjusting the levels is what they're trying to accomplish is to create not mass die-offs, but actually mass colonizations of our bodies by these minerals that will allow them to manage our biological processes, monitor it for the data, and then manage how we function in smart environments and to tweak that. They want to put graphene in everything. I mentioned yesterday about, the graduate and Benjamin, the future is plastics. It's in one word, it's plastics. That now they're saying the future is graphene. Everything is in graphene. This is a professor at Munich, but they're talking about using it in many materials: electronics, optics, photonics, composite materials, energy generation, so that's batteries, sensors, and bio devices. And they're looking at putting it in the food cycle, right? And so Tetra Pak is part of using graphene in food. And once we understand systems and supply chain management and control of supply chains and data, like this all makes sense, is that they're going to manage us, they're going to manage our food, they're going to manage the package the food is in, because in the end, data is the new oil. It's always about aggregating more data, but the end is not simply just around financial opportunities, making money, making the hedge funds making money on these bets, but actually to trigger the singularity by immersing our whole world in this two-dimensional material that has very specific electrical properties. So I will say, in this space, Rice University in Texas is really, really important. And I think, let's see, this gentleman's name, he's a chemist, James Tour, which is something that Stephers has brought to my attention. And this got a lot of shares on my Twitter feed at Philly852, PHILLY852. This was a number of days ago, but they were actually talking about using laser technology, to turn anything that was carbon into a surface that could then be turned into graphene and be electrically conductive and do computation on it and do tracking. So they were talking about using lasers and then graphene to put tracking systems on containers, boxes, food, potatoes. I think a lot of these were sort of sacred, like potatoes, coconuts, anything, but and that they could turn anything that was carbon into graphene. And if you imagine what that is, it sort of imagines that like the whole universe they're looking to turn into graphene ultimately, including people. And that will be framed as a sustainable option, right? Like we can turn all of our garbage into graphene. We can just zap it with lasers. And then I think we do have to understand all of the laser technology and the photonics within, again, a military construct. Directed energy weapons at scale, right? Like you have various sizes of directed energy weapons that can, are coming out of Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, and this is a militaristic prize. So the other piece is, let's see, Rice is also, so these are just other things that Rice is involved in that aren't specifically graphene, but they've got, so the quantum dots holding recordings, so tagging people with information and then being able to access that electronically is also at Rice. And then there was a video about, this was in a Rice laboratory where they used a Tesla coil to have nanotubes. And again, they're talking about creating nanotubes with graphene. Nanotubes self-assemble under the presence of a Tesla coil. And so if you understand yesterday when we were talking about the cyborg botany and this idea of wiring plants and turning plants into displays for computing and making them interactive and self-aware, and that was being done with wires. It wasn't that someone was shoving a wire up the stem of a shrub, that it was that the living systems and the tissues of those plant materials would be imbued with carbon nanoelectronics that could then, through the imposition of electromagnetic pulsing, self-assemble into the coded machines, nano machines that are internal to it. So these things are all happening at Rice, and James Tour gave some testimony to a recent congressional hearing about smart energy, and a lot of this is going to be framed within the context of the climate crisis. And like, I do have really grave concerns that humans are and other living beings are going to be part of the smart renewable energy field. Rice has been working with DARPA on Neurotech. They have 6 paths to non-surgical future of brain-machine interfaces. That was a project that was done, this N3 team, and it says they're working on optics, acoustics, electromagnetics to record neural activity and send signals back to the brain at high speed and resolution. That there are teams that are working on non-invasive programs and minutely invasive. So this is well beyond Neuralink and Elon Musk. Like clearly he's out there for show. but they have much more sophisticated technologies, and the interests that are involved include Battelle, Carnegie Mellon, Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab, Teledyne, the Palo Alto Research Center, and Rice are all involved in that. So if you're imagining that you're going to be safe from having the human-machine interface because you're not going out to get a Neuralink implant, I think, you know, don't think that you're just out of the woods yet. And that goes back to the conversation that we had about, can you get out of this thing? How do we totally get out of this thing? Is that once they start imbuing this into the environments, there's really going to be nowhere in the world to escape it. And that's why, on principle, we have to stand against it from the outset and to interrogate it from the outset and to make people aware of it from the outset. And again, that's not China doing that. That's DARPA. That's our own military. Like, that is, again, understanding this is empire. So these are just a couple of other papers that I will put. This one is from 2018. They're talking about using photonics, so light, for next generation telecom infrastructure. So a lot of this is about optics and photonics. That graphene has certain photonic properties that give it advantages in the electrical engineering space, in transceiving and creating these nano antenna, really. And that they were talking about using fuzzy graphene for neuron control. So I think at this point, we really need to imagine that the latest world war that is underway is a war on our neurons, like actually a war on our consciousness, and it is happening with weapons that we cannot even discern with our current level of immediate sensing organs. Although we could probably sense it intuitively in our spirit that this war is happening with invisible weapons. And so using the graphene for neuron control, that is the game I think that we're in right now. And getting the graphene in a way that what their aim is to dose us in graphene so that it doesn't kill us. It can maim us, but not fully kill us. Graphene batteries are a big thing. Graphene in and of itself is not magnetic or piezoelectric, but there are ways in which you can layer it and build it and twist it and dope it with other things that make it suitable for green, quote unquote, green batteries. A leader on that is Norway. So they have a whole section here on graphene batteries. And Innovation Norway is central to this. Again, Gro Harlem Brundtland has always been in on the climate change stuff since the very beginning, since the Rio Summit, and is also involved in CP and IFFI, and simulations and digital public goods alliances. So Norway is really central. You know, you got to keep an eye out. As much as I really want to make sure people's needs are met, the Nordic socialist model is a real setup for cybernetic systems engineering and engineered behavior. This is a paper from Stanford, their materials computation and theory group, where they're talking about engineering piezoelectricity and graphene. So we have to understand that it's not simply about signaling, but also about power modules, because the metaverse, if it's digital, it's going to have to be fueled in some way. Okay, these are just some crazy things that they can do with this technology. So remember I said that, you know, we are the mice. To us, we're just talking mice. That they have now developed using graphene electrodes, wireless systems with implantations in mouse brains to steer them, right? So they've got these wireless dimensions. Here's this mouse, and they're developing it. But clearly, you know, this is from 2018. I'm sure they've got their technology much more reduced from this space. The use of LED lights to activate cellular function with these biosensors is super important. And when I went up to Utica, a key element of this, they were part of a $1 billion public-private partnership in Marcy, which is outside of Rome. It's a nano center. They have a 450-acre semiconductor manufacturing facility. This is the largest facility manufacturing these in the world. And they are manufacturing silicon carbide, which are the foundational elements of LEDs. So I think most people, when they think of LEDs, they think of LED lights. Clearly in the smart cities, we've got a lot of installations of these street lights. And I think we kind of need to understand those also in some ways as directed energy weapons. but that LEDs are also used in clinical settings to activate the brain implant, like the brain implantation, the biosensors to trigger certain behaviors. And Cree is the product that they develop. The company is actually based in Durham, which ironically is where Epic Games is. So that's sort of a center of the metaverse, and NC State and the I'm trying to remember the labor force. The place where they assign all the codes for the labor force is also in Raleigh, Durham, and Duke is in the middle of all of this impact investing. So there's a lot going on in the Research Triangle area. That the company that was developing these LED lighting sensors, again, they're in the Research Triangle area, but this lab, and I usually, whenever I go give a talk, when I am fortunate enough to go to an actual place, I want to know, how does this lay on the land? Well, here there is this very significant nano center that's tied to SUNY Polytechnic. This is just more neural control, and I'll just pull out a few things. They're working in neuroscience. They're working on photonics in neuroscience and optogenetics, the use of coded proteins that are activated with light, and that they are working on developing selective control of neural activity and causal manipulation of specific circuits. Okay, so that's like, we're going to make you our puppet from a distance. That they can map the neural circuits. Again, that is the library system. That graphene electrodes hold a great promise for neural monitoring applications. Okay, graphene specifically, owing to the unique combination of properties including transparency, flexibility, high conductivity, biocompatibility, if they can get it right, and single molecule level sensitivity. Okay, transparent microelectrode arrays made of graphene have been used for multimodal probing of neural circuits using 2-photon microscopy and optogenetics. The optical transparency of graphene has been shown to enable efficient delivery of light for imaging of neuronal populations with high spatial resolution. Okay, while recording their neural activity by the graphene electrode with high temporal resolution. Okay, so guys, I mean, they are about using graphene to record neural activity. And so when you look back at that crazy blog about the fairy and the dandelion, and you're talking about wrapping thought, weighing thoughts, putting weight on thoughts and wrapping thoughts in graphene, these people know exactly what they're doing. And again, it's all dual use. I'm sure all of this will be framed as that we're just here to help someone with a neurological problem, neurological problems. But if you don't understand this as empire, if you don't understand this as mining the being part of humans as data, not just for these behavioral economics, pay for success finance deals, but actually to become God, like that is really sick. It's sick. And I don't even know how we put the limits on this stuff. Again, this is working on LED lights, the Office of Naval Research, connected with National Nanotechnology. They're talking about using blue LED lights. So Jason, we were just talking about Men in Black and zapping people, literally zapping their memories, erasing their memories with the blue light, right? So we've got the blue LEDs. I have had people say that they were followed, who were targeted and were flashed with LED blue lights out of a car behind them that made their motor function, their mental function, made them cognitively impaired and put them in danger. And that Cree, which is the LED lights that are being fabricated outside of Rome, is one of these LED optogenetics products. So that was relevant for them up in Utica. So this is from Northwestern. This is in May, so this is brand new. Science News, implanted wireless device triggers mice to form instant bonds. Okay, so again, these are these optogenetics, neural programming, where they actually had groups of mice, and through frequencies, they could make selective mice have a bond with one another, a social bond, and seek each other out. And then through removal or changing of the frequency, they could then remove that bond. And so I think as we, again, understand what is happening in this world, why people don't get it, why it's impossible for some people to understand what's happening, why we've lost friends, why we've become distanced from family members, we need to understand it within the context of what is going on with these frequencies, and how much of this is already embedded in our environments beyond whatever has happened with medical interventions the past year. So this is LED and smart cities. Oh, actually, this is just a little bit more about the socialized mice. So they can use external light to control and monitor brain activity. And they've genetically engineered the mice to do that. But they haven't yet done it in people, supposedly. So evidently it hasn't yet happened to people, but that they can do this in mice. In enclosed environments, they could activate a set of neurons related to higher order executive function. And I will say both Gates and Zuckerberg are very, very interested in executive function in education, to get that data off of the children, and to have them be more socialized. And then they could separate them. And they said they didn't actually think it would work. But this is the first evaluation they've done, so that they can actually literally manipulate brains through light frequency. This is the MIT News. This is from 2013. Okay, so this is a while ago. They can plant false memories in the brain, and they can do that with light sensitive proteins, which is this optogenetics, tagging neurons in the brain and operating them remotely with signaling, with gatekeeping on how the neurons operate to have certain to plant memories. And so this way they actually shot mice in a certain chamber, and it was labeled. They taught them to fear a certain chamber and connected it to the light proteins, and then they put them in a different chamber that didn't have the harmful, but they could use the light to activate the fear mechanism, so they could implant a false memory. In this one, this is a paper from Oxford from, let me see, this is 2015, so 5 years ago. Neuromodulation of group prejudice and religious belief. So Jason, this kind of goes back to what when you were talking with Julianne and in the other interview you just had about religion, or being able to be religious, have faith, managing faith, managing hygiene around what you're allowed to think and what you're not allowed to think around certain faith practices. In this, I will just read a little bit out loud. This report, which was out of Oxford, was a proof of concept that adherence to high-level abstract belief can be experimentally neuromodulated. Okay, and we need to understand all of this within Tavistock MK Ultra, right? But the present design doesn't address key questions that merit further research, most notably to create a context where ideological adherence could be expected to be intense, particularly with regard to religious idea. We reminded participants about death. And so they were essentially modulating people's feelings about death and people about religion and in group and out of group remotely through neuromodulation, which is pretty crazy because a lot of the conditioning, the operant conditioning that we see going on is happening through trauma. And a lot of the trauma is about through violence and references to death and dying, which is what we've seen this past year, is that we're under this trauma-based mind control system. So I think increasingly, as I keep asserting that I feel like this is a sacred engagement, an engagement of spirit, an engagement that involves all people of faith around the world to ground into your specific faith practice, how you connect with the creator, the greater being, God. If this goal is that they're seeking to usurp God, is to be resonant in that place, the idea that they are seeking to neurally modulate one's abstract held beliefs, in particular religious beliefs, and this is coming out of Oxford, is a real problem. And I think this is the last one on this section, that the human brain cloud interface. And again, I've spoken yesterday about Melanie Swan, about her idea that we will have blockchain brains, that we will engage in problem solving with machine consciousness. This paper was from 2019. And in that they talk about neural nanorobotics. And again, that is these getting graphene, assembling into nanotubes for nanomachines, which are crazy stuff that was talked about in Neil Stephenson's The Diamond Age book back in 1995, that through remote frequency or photonics, that those would be self-assembling within your living biological tissues, and that those would change how your neurons act and then therefore change your emotional state and behavior. So neural nanorobotics are expected to empower many non-medical paradigm shifting applications, including significant human cognitive enhancement. Okay, so on the one hand, we have to think of power dynamics. Is like, there may be people who think this is a wonderful thing, but there are people who feel like they're going to be empowered by this technology and not diminished by it. So if we're talking super soldiers, superhumans, I think that is the gist of where they're trying to go. And that is not, if they are effective in that, certainly that is, their goal is not egalitarian, is not to give these interventions to all the people so that everyone can have high level cognitive advancement. It's going to still retain the caste system. By providing a platform for direct access to supercomputing storage and processing capabilities and interfacing with artificial intelligence. So this is the quantum computing and AI, which is very central also in upstate New York. IBM is very focused on quantum computing and AI. And there have been significant investments since the early 1990s under Cuomo to make upstate New York and particularly the greater Albany area a center for a lot of this. Since information-based technologies are consistently improving their price-performance ratios and functional design at an exponential rate, it is likely that once they enter clinical practice or other non-medical applications, neural nanorobotic technologies may work in parallel with powerful artificial intelligence systems, supercomputing, and advanced molecular manufacturing. So there's that. And probably a lot of that is going to be, in my opinion, has to keep track of on blockchain. Like as they increasingly engineer you towards robotics and through nanorobotics, they're going to have to keep track of all the nanotech that they put into you, and that will come through your digital twin. And this is just a couple of images that I had from the timeline about tech in upstate New York. Governor Cuomo in 1993 had $10 million in nanomaterials and nanoelectronics. So that's 1993. Cuomo is investing in nanoelectronics in Albany. Applied materials, another 850 million through New York Create. That's a bit later. Leveraging 600 million from private investment for prototyping and pilot projects like virtual intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, semiconductors, and advanced optics. And this is a while ago. This is not 1993, but this is a bit ago. New York leaders working with DARPA, $5 million in state funds to match 45 million in DARPA for a Center for Advanced Interconnect Science and Technology. And that is working with the University of Albany, RPI, Georgia Tech, which is the Center of Internet of Bio-nano Things, Stanford, and MIT. So again, lots of New York presence in that. Outside of Rome, there is an Air Force Research Lab. A lot of the frequency work, the radar work is central to the Air Force. As my friend Richard has said, they rule from the air, and at this point, it's not really planes or satellites even, it's also the frequencies. They have a whole lab that they're using to test like 300 different pads to test different, command, control, communication, computers, intelligence, and cyber technology. This is a special directorate that is working on this. And once you understand that cyber technology is not really just like something in your laptop or something in a mainframe or something on your phone, that cybersecurity is actually neural nanorobotics in your mind, the level of military involvement in that is chilling in the way I think about it. Also up that way, so this is the site Stockbridge that they're doing research on frequencies. It says that they are truly unique and have the capability to support real world outdoor and tactical edge experimentation for a wide range of technology with remote nodes or pads spread across 300 acres. Sorry, it's only 25 pads. 25 remote pads with shelter, power, antenna, towers, fiber optics, and network connectivity. So they're doing cyber controllable contested environments. And again, is that contested environment our own biological tissues at some point? It seems that is where it's going. And this is connected to this Graphene Institute, which is in the same area. It's an accelerator for all of these technologies, and they've been working with the Air Force since 2002 because all of this is public-private partnerships, and it's all, that's fascism essentially. And a lot of this stuff is our tax money going into this to weaponize the environment and pursue a transhumanist ideology. A lot of this is tied to globalization. There's the economic piece, which is the piece I normally touch on. keeping humans in the loop, the humans to robots, robots to humans. I've touched on the hydrogel and the soft robot element of this. The push for soft robotics is the push for automation and removing people from care work, social care work, teaching, medical. Some of it is going to be platform work, but then some of it is coming through Hanson Robotics, and I think they have their own new healthcare robot that's coming online, which is really, really super creepy, and that's coming. So the hydrogel is a big piece. But within those robots, they still have to learn. So this is the woman I was talking about who is connected to D-Wave, Suzanne Gildert. This video I really encourage you to watch. You can find it on YouTube. Someone shared it with me. It's from 2018. And she's presenting this at Singularity University, but their event in the Nordic Summit. So this is Scandinavia that she's gone to, and she's talking about essentially a haptic suit, which I talked about often, a virtual reality headset, and putting her consciousness in the mind of the robot. And so training this robot, that this idea that you will train the robot through your haptic suit directly. And this woman has actually developed her own digital twin, soft robotic twin. This is Sanctuary AI. And she's developing this cognitive architecture. Again, it goes all the way back to the Macy conferences and understanding how the mind works. They want to understand our mind so that they can feed it into an anti-life substance that is under their control. And before that, she worked at D-Wave, which is quantum computing, because to make all of this work, the metaverse, the soft robots, the neural nanorobotics, all of it is functioning on frequency and very high level computing systems. Those soft robots, eventually they talk about keeping humans in the loop. So we're actually like using the robot like a puppet. That is part of the globalization agenda. Again, what blockchain is going to do is to establish your digital identity. And you're right, as Charles Hoskinson said, to have a job, to be able to compete for a job based on your blockchain reputation score to operate a robot in a distance. And there's a film that was done a number of years ago, Sleep Dealers. It's a Spanish film, independent film, about people who are trapped at the border, who are operating these remote robotic programs, like building construction sites, and they're trapped in a small underground area, and they plug in through a sensor device, and then they run the robots remotely. And this is part, I've talked about this in some of my other talks, but it's part of the globalization. We also can never forget that on top of all of the AI and the domination narrative there is a concurrent capitalist debt finance, globalization narrative going on as well. That's going to happen through your augmented identity, your digital twin. And I've showed this image before about the Ready Player Me, that it is your passport to the metaverse. And this is your digital twin who will be your avatar to do online work that is not through a robot. It is turning you into a cartoon character. And actually what's interesting about this particular program is that depending on what gamified space you're operating in, they use your selfie and then they remake your avatar to fit from a design standpoint in the design genre of that particular gamified environment. And I'm not a gamer, so I don't know all the different ones, but like if you're in Minecraft, it will make you look relevant to Minecraft. If you're in another program, they'll make you look like you're relevant to that. And that's all based on a selfie avatar. They took like 20,000 images of people, and now they can just add your selfie to it, and they will give you this avatar that makes you lovable, I guess, online in the metaverse as you try to do your gig robotic work. This is from the website. They're talking about that the youth today will be born in a virtual world, and you can do anything. They're selling this as liberation. You can communicate with anyone. It's really big. And today, social media is passive, but if you become an avatar, it's a weird kind of interaction. You feel like you're friends, and you can communicate with people through these avatars. So they're saying this is a much more dynamic way of being. That program was actually invested in by Estonia and the European Union. So that makes a lot of sense, because Estonia is the Center for e-Government and Digital Identity, and that's going to be woven into all the social credit scoring. That's where Tim Draper said, we don't need borders anymore. We don't need countries. We'll all just be digital citizens. And I guess we will live as digital avatars. Again, touching on that, the e-residency and actually the company, I'm sure some of you guys might be able to read some significance into this, but it's called Wolf 3D is the company that owns Ready Player Me. And so again, Tim Draper said, you know, it leads me to ask if there's still a need for physical countries with borders at all. I mean, we already have Bitcoin as independent virtual currency and different services that don't comply with traditional government regulations. They are pushing us into the metaverse in 2 dimensions, and graphene is a key part of how that is happening. Again, I would say, I think that I would concur with my friend that perhaps that Mr. Global is actually Mr. Graphene. The impact management project is working for this hive mind consciousness that might be the burnt up roast in the toaster oven. And you know, it's very interesting too, because even within the Freemasonic symbolism, that there's a big G in the middle, which I guess you might interpret as God, but perhaps it was always meant to be graphene. Again, I'm just jumping through a couple more things. This is one of, let's see, is this Melanie Swan's smart contract behavior in crypto cloud mines? I mean, come on, people. Like, if you don't wake up and smell the coffee, this is Melanie Swan's work. I don't know what's gonna, you know, they're talking about using blockchain to put your mind in the cloud to control it. And in this, they actually talk about smart contracts, blockchain contracts for surviving in the future. Good player behavior could be game theoretically enforced with privacy properties of blockchain and an immutable ledger. So they're putting you in the game, and they can enforce the rules, and they can force you to be a good player. And I think if we understand the domination principles of the Sustainable Development Goals that are set up for the hedge funds, we know what that means to have them use blockchain to control your good behavior and make sure you're compliant. And again, this is IEEE, you know, blockchain thinking, the brain as a decentralized autonomous corporation. They want to corporatize everything. Everything is about money and control. And if they can turn your brain as a company, they are going to do that, and they are going to conduct a hostile takeover through graphene and nanotech. So this paper is from 2015. So yeah, I guess that's about it. You know, I talked a ton about pay for success finance. You guys are probably pretty familiar. You know, they're going to game the system. They're going to set narrow measures. It's run by the CIA. That's the augmented cities. That's the Knight Foundation. If the Knight Foundation is operating in your city, please understand that it's not just to have some nice, interesting, interactive artwork. It has a much darker underlying thing. It's about people, putting people on the pathways and tracking them. It's about your e-wallet as the portal to the metaverse. It's about controlling you through the digital currency, which, you know, they're going to set it up, and they're going to make you think that you can have your own independent blockchain currency, but eventually you're not going to be able to use any of it. They're going to control the inputs and outputs. And if you have a local currency, it doesn't need to be on blockchain anyway, so why bother? And they're going to nudge you with your smart shirts and the smart sensors from the inside and the outside, and they're going to feed your brains to Sophia the robot, and they're going to, here's, you know, connecting finance to results. Can emerging technology make impact bonds more impactful? You know, again, we know how that's going to go. Those are the diabetes impact bonds, among others, that are going to get your data to feed it to the singularity net through ocean protocol. And that's what is so really intensely upsetting about what's happening in Ethiopia with Cardano and Hansen Robotics. So yeah, definitely check out my podcast with Zakia on Ethiopia. It's really important. Logan's Run, a big center of this is Dallas. As I've said before, some friends and I, we went to Old Parkland, and we saw some really interesting things. There's a corporate campus there that actually later became the campus of Exxon, but one of the key buildings that was filmed in this movie, which is set up that, you know, you're only allowed to live to be 30, and then you're killed off, and it's this hedonistic, every sensual pleasure imaginable, but there's no family, there's sort of no morals, everything is sort of this hallucinogenic scenario. And at one point, someone tries to escape. Well, one of the buildings in this film is actually a center, what's now called Pegasus Park. It's a center for the biotech hubs and impact investing. It's a very clear connection here. And if you understand, all of this is threat scoring and risk profiling to see if you're going to be the runaway in the Logan's Run movie of nanotech dystopia. Like, we can imagine all the levels of control that they're exerting, from your cells to your emotions to your physical activity, your house, your social relationships, travel, work, compliance with health protocol, productivity, and your ultimate threat score. That this is all happening through the frequency waves. And if you understand this within the context of Logan's Run, they want to know who's going to run, and they want to demobilize you remotely before that happens. So this is Pegasus Park. I will also say this particular building that was in the film and that was part of the Exxon campus was originally home to Zales, which is the diamond company, sort of the mall diamond company. And I think they played a key role in man-made diamonds later, fabricated diamonds. And once you understand that a lot of the nanotech and graphene is tied in with this diamondoid substance, which is another carbon-based, but it's diamondoid. There's something called the nanofabrication factory. And I have some articles that I found on this, that they're looking at how to build things molecule by molecule, and they're building them with diamondoids. So I think the fact that this was the Zales building to start with is significant. Then Exxon, and then I think graphene actually is somewhat related to petrochemical waste products. So big energy, big oil is at the middle of all of this. And this is also this social impact innovation hub. So it is this quite a wedding of biotech and social innovation. Draper Kaplan's Richard, again, remember we were talking about Tim Draper in Estonia. Well, this is his father, is their foundation is based in Pegasus Park. Robert Kaplan is the president of the Dallas Federal Reserve, and we know all the human capital finance is coming out of the central banks. So they are having special offices in Pegasus Park, among other social impact organizations. So this whole program is being driven with central banking money. And if you look back to Kaplan and Draper in this, you've got the central banking systems, and then, William Draper, who I believe this is the father of Tim Draper. He was the head of the United Nations Development Program. You know, all of this is going through the aid systems, the Import-Export Bank. He was the chairman for a while. It goes all the way back to the Council on Foreign Relations, among others. So it's very logical that the central banking systems and the nanotechnology and the biosensors and the behavioral compliance would all link back through the UN Sustainable Development Goals, development aid, tracking capital. Thank you for joining me again. This is my sort of third installment. This was a piece that I had prepared initially for the talk I was going to give in Utica, but it ended up the material I prepared was so much more extensive and was really focused on graphene and nanoelectronics, that a big chunk that had to do with cybernetics, the history of cybernetics and sort of human machine systems and the MITRE Corporation had to sort of get buried down. But I thought it was really important because MITRE has tentacles in so many aspects of what is unfolding beyond sort of this initial public health biosecurity threat, that I really wanted to dig into this some more and surface a little bit more information. So I'll be building in some pauses here and there. I welcome questions for that. And, you know, I've been collaborating with a friend who blogs at A Piece of Mindful. Her nom de plume is Steffers, and we've been going back and forth a lot about the nanoelectronics and bioelectronics and graphene. And really, if you've followed my work, you know, it's situated in understanding this as really a disconnect from the natural world and imposition of a militarized construct between life on planet Earth in the way that the original people lived, with a militarized construct that is linked to global capital flows, very much so. So I want to start out with just a brief reading. A good friend from my education days sent me a card with this pamphlet in it just now. So it was sort of amazing synchronicity, because you'll see my very first slide is with John Trudell. But Steffers and I were talking last night about this idea of power and electricity and sort of magnetism of the earth and true grounded electrical systems of our environment versus the engineering systems that are coming, that are in many ways exemplified by the history of the MITRE Corporation. And so I think in this moment, as we're, especially around the world, there are a lot of people gathering together to speak out against the medical passporting system, the lockdown systems, the rising sort of bio-apartheid state that is coming into place, that we be very careful how we situate that, and that You know, I've had some issues with the word of freedom because as Stephen Newcomb talks about, the dom is tied to domination and the dome of being a citizen of empire, and that we really should situate this more broadly within the construct of not just our individual freedom as humans, but our right to agency and self-determination, but also our responsibilities to be good stewards of the earth and other beings, and to learn from the other beings of the earth, and to understand that we are all part of a web of electrical connection that predated any sort of cybernetic system, artificial intelligence system, engineered nanoparticle system that they have created, and to actually know who we are, and to navigate all of this in times of, you know, essentially weaponized narrative and psychological warfare, and the ways in which people are manipulated, and it's hard to know what is real and who is telling you the truth and who is not, and what relationships are online, and what is substance and what is not. And I'm not here to say I have all the answers, or that you should out in any way particularly believe me. Just look at the material and make your own assessment. But we've got to figure things out, and I think clarity is something that John Trudell, who was a leader of the American Indian movement, emphasized very much, that we have to be clear about things. And so I want to start off reading just a little excerpt from, this is a speech that he gave in 1980, and it was called A Survival Gathering. And it was indigenous people of the world, all over the world, met in Pahasapa in the Black Hills, what is now called South Dakota, Lakota lands. And they gathered there for 6 days in the survival gathering. And so he was one of the speakers. So this is 41 years ago, more or less, these thoughts. And so as we go through this, I'm trying to say, we need to think broadly about what reality is, how we construct our reality, how we inhabit reality, how we inhabit stories, how we understand the past. And I think this is a moment of reckoning as we navigate the future with the lens of the past history, and that we have tremendous opportunities in all of the falling apart of the world to rebuild something that is quite different, and possibly has healing built into it, and a healing that is much needed. Okay, so this is John Trudell. This is the opening. I'm just going to read a few opening lines. I'd like to thank you all for coming to this place, and I'd like to give thanks for being welcomed here myself. And I would like to talk tonight in honor of all of us in the struggle who have lost our relations to the spirit world. I would like to talk in honor of the wind, one of the natural elements. This is a survival gathering, and one of the things I hope you all learn while you are here is to appreciate the energy and power that the elements are. That of the sun and the rain and the wind. And I hope you go away from here understanding that this is the power, the only real true power. This is the only real true connection we will ever have to power our relationship to Mother Earth. We must not become confused. We must not become confused and deceived by their illusions. And this is really key, their illusions. There is no such thing as military power. There's only military terrorism. There's no such thing as economic power. There is only the economic within these illusions, so that we will believe they hold power in their hands. But they do not. All they know how to do is act in a repressive and brutal way. The power. We are a natural part of the earth. We are an extension of the earth, and we are not separate from it. We are a part of it. The earth is our mother. The earth is a spirit, and we are an extension of that spirit. We are spirit. We are power. And they want us to believe that we have to believe them, that we have to assume these consumer identities and these political identities and these religious identities and these racial identities. And they want to separate us from our power. They want to separate us from who we are. He says genocide. And so, so I want that to really be where an idea that you're sitting with as I go through this material today. Because the power is the earth of which we are a part, from the tiniest microbes to the stars, and we are all a part of that natural power, and that much of what we're living through right now is an illusion. It's how we imagine the world to be, and so I'm asserting this in some ways you know, it feels a little odd to figure out how to share this information that I think is very important, but it also feels somewhat illusory. But then to realize that the illusion itself is something that we need to navigate together. Okay, so MITRE Corporation. It is what it is, but it may be an illusion. So take it for what it's worth as we try to figure out how to construct the story. When I fell into MITRE Corporation, it was initially because I'd had some background in cybernetics, human machine systems engineering, artificial intelligence, Norbert Wiener. And when we went out to Aberdeen Proving Ground on the solstice, we did a gathering at a natural area nearby. And MITRE Corporation was one of the main interests there. And so when I went to plan to look at upstate New York and see the landscape there, I realized that Rome, which was nearby to where I was going to be speaking, actually had another installation of MITRE Corporation, which is based in Northern Virginia, I believe, or possibly Maryland, but the greater DC area. But that there was another MITRE campus there, and that it was connected with the Air Force Research Lab. So that was sort of the impetus for me to put together this information and put it out into the storyline, because I think in many respects, as I spent some time looking into MITRE Corporation and its history of systems engineering and what that means for us in this moment of, you know, a global biosecurity apparatus, is that in some ways, maybe the story that was told to us about the Cold War and the underpinnings of that were not at all what I learned in school and was told in popular media. And I started to think that maybe actually MITRE, which was there at the beginning of the Cold War era, was a structure by which the environment, Mother Earth, the atmosphere, could be electrically weaponized against life on Earth itself. It was like the inversion of life for this military systems engineering. So that's that. And then I know I've already done Trudell, but this is just a short clip.
You know, it's like there's this predator energy on this planet. And this predator energy feeds upon the essence of the spirit, feeds upon the essence of the human being, the spirit. Now, this predator energy can take fossil fuel and other resources out of the earth, turn it into fuel to run a machine system. But in order for there to be a need for that system, and in order for that system to work, they have to mine our minds to get at the essence of our spirit. And the same way the external mining takes place, it pollutes. We see now, people understand how it poisons the environment, the water, the air, pollution. The mining of the essence, the mining of the spirit, mining our minds, the pollution from that is all of the neurotic, distorted, insecure behavior patterns that we develop. That's the pollution. Because in order for this predatory system, this disease, to work, we must not be able to use our minds in a clear, coherent manner. Because if we use our minds in a clear, coherent manner, we will not accept the unacceptable.
So that's it. If we actually use our minds in a clear and coherent manner, we will not accept the unacceptable. And I think that is very central in this moment of sort of psychological operations, that we actually have some clarity about the nature of the problem. And again, I have an analysis that's a little bit different than a lot of folks, but mine is grounded in this idea of artificial intelligence and the cybernetic system as the end game settler colonizer. And so my background is in art history. And so it's sort of looking back in terms of the images of manifest destiny and colonization and the idea of civilization. And John Trudell has you know, some other speeches that he's given about the nature of civilization and how brutal it actually is. And that he calls it the big lie of civilization, that it isn't civilized. Or if we actually thought that civilization was civilized, then the lie would be that civilization is actually good for us and good for life on the planet. And so I created this little visual, I think it's a Currier and Ives print from the late 19th century, you know, ostensibly, I'm sure, extolling the wonders of the train and empire and taming the wilderness and, you know, bringing some order to the natural systems. And you can see on the right, that is nature. These are the ancient beings of the mountains, the water that is filled with the memories of life on the planet as it cycles through the water cycle. But then I sort of pictured bio-nanotechnology, which I've talked about in great detail in my last talks, as being sort of this next phase of empire, right? Like the last phase was, you know, with the railroads and the Gatling gun and the decimation of the populations of buffalo that stopped the ability of the original people to live their life in their cultural ways, that the bio-nanotechnology sector is poised to erase what is coming for us in terms of how we understand natural life. And I was a bit, maybe it was a bit of a stretch, but all of the black smoke coming out of the locomotive engine just reminded me of the graphene, which was a big part of the conversation yesterday, this idea of the wafting particles coming out of the empire and obscuring this clean natural life. And then this regimentation, once the civilization, once the nanotechnology comes in, is that this is further codified through geoengineering, which is in the sky, through frequencies, which are represented as the wires and the pole lines along the railroad tracks, the sensor networks that will be in the environment and within our bodies, this idea of genetically modifying the food that we consume, the water we drink, the social engineering that has to take place to move into this transhumanist agenda, which they call human plus, which is sort of down in this little area waiting for the train, or the human plus. And the idea of smart cities, and in which essentially to keep us living in this place, empire has to come after our creativity, our imagination, to separate us from who we are, as John Trudell said. And that overarchingly, there is this imperative for domination. And so as we think through today, and all of the people who are gathered ostensibly for the idea of freedom is, you know, I cautioned today on Twitter, I said, you know, there are word spells in place, and freedom with the DOM in place essentially says that we will agree to live in as citizens of empire, right? And that there may be conditional rights offered as citizens of empire, but the one right that isn't extended is to live outside of the empire, which is what the original people wanted, and which is why they were so dangerous, and there was the attempt to erase them off of the continent because they didn't actually want to be part of the empire. And so I would just caution, as we gather, like today and in future gatherings, when we speak about freedom, that the DOM part is, I think, the catch. That's the back door of conditions. And I think at this point in time, if what we're looking at is an empire of biotechnology, nanotechnology, nanoelectronics, which is an unseen weapon that we should consider if that's the word we want to use, or we want to come up with other concepts and other ways to tell the story that we're trying to tell. So this is an encapsulation, an infographic I had just to sort of reframe for those of you who may have missed the first two talks. And I sort of have this like as, you know, maybe a wallet card handout of the short version of what this is. And I realize I need to probably have a glossary for all of these terms. But it starts in the small circle and extends out. I say that you would sort of read it from the upper left to the bottom right. And a number of people noted that it seems like an egg hatching, and that maybe we should be scrambling this egg, which I'm all for. But I think first we have to know what it is. What is the story that they're trying to tell? And as we construct our own narrative, we have to be aware of how we navigate their story. And their story, the linchpin on all of this is the digital identity, which will lead to a digital twinning. And that's at this point, medical passport systems that are tied to blockchain and tied to this idea of an electronic wallet or a digital wallet, but is ultimately not exclusive to the health protocol, is actually going to be offered through other venues, including voting, education, public assistance, universal basic income, maybe reparations, these other ways of getting people onto a digital identity, the ID 2020 program. And that will be linked up to, in the twinning enterprise, your blockchain identity connected to sensor technologies will sort of build out in more and more finer and finer detail your digital twin. And as they build your digital twin in more and more robust detail, there's actually the goal that they can manipulate your twin in a virtual cyber space in a way that will affect your material life. And that's how they imagine it, whether or not they can actually accomplish that, but that's how they talk about it. And the policy justification for all of these things, clearly now we're operating in this, global health imperative, and that's the primary one, but managing people in status of poverty, which is exacerbated by the lockdown, as well as climate, which we all know that the pandemic crisis is interlocked with the climate crisis. And all of it is about channeling global capital through global impact markets. Those are linked to government policies that are outsourced through public-private partnerships. And under the guise of transparency and accountability, they legitimize vast amounts of data aggregation, which coincidentally are then being fed into the AI, the artificial intelligence, to attempt to trigger the singularity. And so ultimately, poverty, climate, and health are being fed through smart sensor technologies in smart city environments. And all the meanwhile, they're building out the sentient world simulation. There's an element of signals intelligence and gamification, risk management, threat management, and MITRE Corporation is a huge piece of that. And so as they build you out, there's this idea of digital twinning that is an avatar, that the metaverse, which is the digital representation of the world, starts to take precedence over your actual material world, as through geofencing and other sort of lockdown measures, people have more and more limitations imposed on their physical reality and their face-to-face relationships that they're able to access. And in doing that, in living online, more and more of our spirit and our soul becomes harvested. And I think that is sort of this predator energy that Trudell speaks of, is harvesting our spirit into this false consciousness, into the artificial intelligence world, in an effort to create generalized artificial intelligence, AI that acts where machines have their own identity outside of human intervention. And that is the goal. And then ultimately, this idea of transforming evolution from a Darwinian prospect, to an intelligent design where they can, the powers that be, the predator energy, will attempt to break the code of life such as they believe it is, and push God out of the way, and then in doing so become the rulers of the universe. And again, I'm not saying that that is definitely, that this is all accomplished, that this is something that is a done deal, but I think this framework for understanding the motivations and what is happening is very helpful to understand how the medical passporting systems weave through the smart technology systems, the gaming systems that are tied to global hedge funds that are betting on your futures, and that increasingly reality is going to be mirrored into digital space. And in that mirroring, the data that's generated in your real life, in your digitally twinned life, will be leveraged to, a pretty profane intended outcome. So this is a report I found 2 or 3 weeks ago as I was preparing for my talk in Utica. Sometimes it's a little shocking to look at the dates on these documents. We know that the Cybernetics goes back to the World War II era, and that was Norbert Wiener, who was essentially, a wunderkind genius who acted as a human computer and was sort of the father of artificial intelligence. And so the cybernetic systems continued, as I mentioned last week, with Joseph Licklider and his idea of like the Intergalactic Federation and the ARPANET through the 60s. But even in terms of nanotechnology, nanotechnology wasn't anything that was at all on my radar before the past year. I mean, I could sort of imagine what it might be, but it wasn't anything I thought had a particular bearing on my life. It turns out that MITRE Corporation, they have been working in the nanotechnology space since at least 1992. Okay, so we're talking almost 30 years that this R&D has been in place, and for the most part, the general public not being aware that this is even coming. This idea of working on millimeter scale robots, the nano robots that they imagine inhabiting our bodies. And that even at this point in time, that MITRE Corporation was working with Harvard University, and their key point person on that was Charles Lieber, which I'll get into a little bit more detail, but I think as we understand sort of the narrative around what happened in China, Lieber was on the radar for a bit in terms of his participation in the 10,000 Talents program. And his work was on nanowires and nano antenna and these like nano level computing systems. and that he, potentially had an inappropriate financial arrangement with the government of China. But it's very imperative to understand that this settler colonial AI is coming after the entire world, and it's being incubated within the borders of the United States, among other places. But Charles Lieber and MITRE were working in the nanotechnology space for well on 30 years before the more recent incident in Wuhan. So we can't really just place the blame over on something that happened out there in China, because these things are a direct extension of the corporate militarization of the research that came out of World War II engineering design that date back to Wiener, and that we have to own that history. So in 1992, they've been working on it this long. In 1997, James Ellenbogen, who was a close associate with Charles Lieber, wrote a paper called Matter as Software. And I've mentioned several times Neil Stephenson's book, The Diamond Age, where a key element in this book is the idea of a matter compiler. And even in Star Wars, or, a lot of the futuristic, sci-fi scenarios, is this idea that you can wave your hands and create something, out of thin air, this matter that you can just program it at will. But that this was something in 1997 that they were looking into in a serious way. So it has a long time frame. I've encouraged a lot of people, again, if you're going to gatherings, public gatherings, to try to have conversations about what is happening. The Internet of Bio-nano things is central to this. I use the hashtag IOBNT, #IOBNT. Encourage people to look into this, particularly this gentleman. His name is Ian Akyildiz, and he's at Georgia Tech. And I've used this slide a number of times, but I think it's important to understand what is real, what is illusion, what is programmable. In the quantum, world of quantum physics and nanocomputing, they talk about all this space at the bottom, that most of the world is empty space with these tiny little molecules moving around. And so the military defense contractors are looking to leverage this and to sort of reframe our understanding of life and consciousness as something that is seamless with ubiquitous computing and sensor technology. And so just as you see these little dots all over about phones and screens and things no longer being actually in a screen as we know it, but that our consciousness and our thoughts, which are the little green dots, are sensor networks that are flowing through our bodies and interfacing with the real world. So that the programmable matter, as they imagine it, includes us, includes all living things. And last week, I think I showed the clip from MIT of the Cyborg plants, Cyborg botany, and that's something that they're developing. So I would say, for the most part, this is all dual use technology, and people, it's all framed as something that we want to help people address neurological problems, or problems with paralysis, or problems with Alzheimer's, or other things. But Giordano always talks about them as dual use. And I think that we need to understand that in many ways there is a war being waged on consciousness, on our very spirit, and in essence, as the original people have known, since the landing of the invaders here. Like there is a war going on, and it may not be a war that is openly declared, and we may not actually even understand what the tools of warfare are. In this space, MITRE is in sort of the greater DC area, not too far from Wilmington, which is the home of DuPont. I'm in Philly, so I'm near DuPont. And this idea of DuPont playing also a leading role in nanotechnology, and working, and I've spoken about this before, in the space of the microbiome, this idea of using your gut to control the operations of your brain, the connection between the gut-brain axis and the vagus nerve, manipulating that, as I'll show later, through nanotechnology instruments. And so if we know that DuPont's origins as a chemical company were in gunpowder, in bullets and dynamite, what are these new weapons against natural life, and how does nanotechnology fit into what is coming? Again, this touches on what I talked about consciousness, and I've mentioned this book a couple times, but Rainbow's End with Werner Vinge. It actually opens with this idea of a virus, YGBM virus, you gotta believe me. And I'll just read this quote in this context of understanding what is real and what is this is from the opening chapter. One other key individual is Alfred Vaz. This is actually from a review, an Indian intelligence head, and he and two of his colleagues from Europe and Japan have uncovered a plot to deliver a YGBM virus in a clever fashion. YGBM means "you gotta believe me," and that is mind control. And they recruit a helper they meet only in virtual space called Rabbit, who will assist in infiltrating biolabs near the University of California, San Diego, where they suspect the virus is under development. And again, even within this space, there is the reinforcement that the virus is the bioweapon, when actually it's very likely a frequency weapon. And I will just hit on this again, just a quick reminder.
Maybe you just don't see anything in this picture that you recognize as technology. And just because technology isn't obvious doesn't mean it's absent.
Okay, and so I would just say in that space, if we substitute technology, we can imagine neuro weapons or neurofrequency weapons. Just because we can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. And I think we've been conditioned that if something like that existed, we would know about it and we would be able to see it and put our hands around it. And at least in terms of now getting the microscopy on graphene from La Quinta Columna, like we have a better sense at what some of these nanotechnologies are and how they are being used. This is a paper from 2021 June. So this is a very recent paper, and they're talking about nanomedicine specifically tied to this health situation, right? And what they talk about is using these nanoparticles for specific therapeutic purposes, including the magnetic properties of the particles, including biosensors, and including optimizing injectables for the purpose of addressing this new biosecurity state. It says specifically that this crisis has set the stage to evolve the concepts of nanotechnology into reality. As its potential is revealed, it can offer innovative ways of protecting healthy and infected individuals and helping end the pandemic. Okay, and so I just want to reinforce here that it's talking about innovation and protection of healthy people. So this is normalizing the use of biosensor technology through nanoparticulates as a modus operandi. That would be something that all people will just be carrying around, nanoparticulates in their streams, biosensors to alert to some abnormality. And I will say, within the context of the MITRE technologies and the threat assessment, is that the situation has been framed is that even healthy individuals that don't meet a health parameter, as has been established by a largely militarized science research community, is a threat and can be dealt with appropriately, according to whatever, brutal means what they seek to apply to deal with that perceived threat. But this is all based in biosensors. And I will say the other piece of this is, as we're looking at the neurological side effects for people, including seizures, that we're seeing more and more often, is the use of nanomedicine in neurological issues. Do we have a test bed now of individuals who will then be will enable further use of nanomedicine to address the problems that have been created through thousands upon thousands of people? And will that enable the hastening of human trials in certain nanomedicines, because they will say, listen, there's a very significant need and we need to proceed with this. We will just set aside the normal protocols and move forward. And I think that that is a very real concern as well. So MITRE technology, it talks about solving problems for a safer world. We have to understand that the origins, and I'll go into this a bit later, were in essentially threat assessment in the post-Sputnik era, of using radar systems to monitor for air traffic under threat of missile deployment, nuclear missile deployments. And then from that space, they actually moved into a lot of other areas, including air traffic control. So again, systems engineering, if you imagine society as not unlike an air traffic control grid. So using those systems, artificial intelligence, community systems engineering, cybersecurity, which at this point now is going to include the biosensor space, computer security, economic and cost analysis. So that is going to be important going forward when we look at how the systems engineering interfaces and threat assessment interfaces with social impact investing, emergency preparedness, intelligence, modeling and simulation, which is gamification, national security, public health, and risk management. So you can see these are all areas that MITRE is currently involved with, but it came ultimately out of this post-Sputnik era with a focus on radar and frequency. I pulled a lot of these clips this past week. Some of you guys might have seen them on social media already, but I'm putting a few up. James Giordano, he's essentially, and I don't know, as my analysis, he's a professor at Georgetown of bioethics. And so I guess if the game is that they have to tell you what they're doing, he's the guy who said, well, I told you what we were doing and nobody said no. So he comes in, essentially he talks about really scary things about biotech and neural weapons and the brain as battle space. So I just have a short clip here I want to play for you. This is a conference a webinar that he did last August.
Big data by itself is able to take the relative capabilities and power that you get of understanding the brain sciences and augment that in ways that in some cases are arithmetic augmentations and in other cases are far more geometric. In reality, what big data allows is to take the neurosciences as a convergent set of sciences, the natural sciences, biotechnology, the social sciences, as focused upon correlating neural structures and functions in individuals and in groups. And instead of just summating them, what's referred to as, if you will, sort of a sigma function, allows us to create an integral function across the range, the levels and dynamics of all the different types of information and types of data that we're learning about individual brains from the bottom up, if you will, from the individual neuron as best we possibly can, all the way to the amassed system that is that organism, that individual, that person. And then beyond that, how does that person interact within their ecology? Literally, the rational accounting and dynamics of their housekeeping, their relationships, their resource use, their movements. And by doing that, we can do two things. We can describe in a way that is definitive things that happened before, and utilizing that in a correlative way, we can predict things that are going to happen in the future. And you do understand, of course, that if you manipulate those data on a variety of levels, from the infinitesimally small to the magnanimously large, just by changing the data, you can change the way individuals are regarded and treated. And hopefully that brings you right to your edge of your seat in anticipation for those of you who are fans of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that later, because what we're really doing is we're contending and dealing with others that way through their data and or utilizing their data as a repository for information about them to be able to be far more specific in the way we deal with them, the way we assess them, the way we affect them, which is a really fancy way of saying the way we target them.
So that's a pretty intense couple of minutes there. You know, I want to reframe this in the context of last week's talk, where I was touching on Nippon Telegraph and Telephone's report from March 2021, where they're talking about digital twinning and building the digital metaverses and trying to figure out not only that the material person would shape how the digital twin would evolve in digital space, but anticipating a future where the digital twin would engage in some behavior distinct from the material person. And then over time, the data would be synced up. And then that change in the digital twin would reflect back on the actual material person. And so what Giordano is talking about is this aggregation of masses of amounts of data. And in particular, they're very focused on data around brain activity. So that's the Brain Project. A lot of that is embedded within Alzheimer's research and other things. My sense is that really it's about getting the biosensors across the blood-brain barrier and getting the data, again, to sort of try to crack the code of life. But in the meantime, you hear in this clip where they're saying, we can shape the data to change how people are treated and identified. And I've said in the past that I've had a number of exchanges with people who have been victims of cyber torture, remote manipulation. When he straight up at the end says that we can figure out how to target them, that is a way of using data, using your digital twin to be weaponized against you. And that would be not only data about your biological function and your brain function, but also your function in society. And the stuff that he was talking about tracking housekeeping, social interactions, resource use, and mobility very much aligns with what we can anticipate coming, both with the biosecurity state and track and trace, as well as with this sort of sustainable development goals. And that is the technocracy element that Patrick Wood has talked about, inputs and outputs. So I find that this is a original document, and that's why, if you have people who are interested, have them check out my Twitter feed. For the most part, what I'm sharing are primary sources, so people can start to assess what is really out there, because these people believe that for the most part by itself, they're not going to be affected. Now, I will say in the space, we know that soldiers, both active duty soldiers and veterans, are a major point of experimentation for these projects. The neurological prosthetic projects a lot of them are being run through DARPA. In this talk that Giordano gave, which was only about an hour, so very worth your time, especially to go back and listen to it a couple times once you start to get the hang of what I'm talking about with simulation and modeling, is that they're using the armed services to test their protocols. And a lot of the neurological damage is both physical, but then also emotional and tied to post-traumatic stress disorder. So they're using the harm done to soldiers to further their research and development efforts in the neurological space. So Giordano speaks of 3 different projects in that talk, which I will sort of just walk through. I think these are in chronological order, so each one builds upon the last one. He talks about subnets. So the subnet project was about getting knowledge and technology to deliver relief to patients with neuropsychiatric illness. Okay, so that's looking at brain disorders, but they're at this early stage, they're developing the technology and the knowledge to do that. Then the next level is restoring active memory, or RAM. And in this program, they were developing wireless implantable neural interfaces for those problems. So they've developed the knowledge, they've got the technology, now they've got the wireless neural interfaces for human clinical use. Now, I will say some of those actually aren't all surgical imposed, and that's where we'll get to with Lieber, is that these aren't necessarily all Neuralink programs, interventions that require major brain surgery, that these are ones that are connected to nanotechnology that are much less invasive. So they are framing this as addressing people with brain injuries. And again, I would say that ties into what we know about research into athletic brain injuries, the football industry injuries, head trauma. A lot of that research is feeding into this as well. And then this last one is called the N3, Next Generation Non-Surgical Neurotechnology. And that's what I was talking about, is that these are not simply surgical, that these are much smaller scale interventions. And so the N3 program then wants to do high performance bi-directional brain machine interfaces. And so that is actually, this is not strictly for brain injuries or psychiatric illness, but actually for use in the battle space, and that people would be getting information and sending information through the neural interface while in a combat situation. I think that is sort of where we're at this point. I don't know, they may have more robust other programs, but those are 3 that he mentioned specifically in that talk. Also in the talk, he talks about, actually this was a slightly different talk, but this is also Giordano, the caveats of collecting all of this biosensor data, particularly brain data, is that if you can assess it, if you can know it, that means you can access it. And if you can tag it, which is what they're working on doing with the biosensors, and I think will ultimately, some of the tagging will be done through blockchain electronic health records, then it can be targeted. And the target is a specific word that he used. People can be targeted with interventions. If you collect all the data in an interoperable way, it's much more easy to be hacked. And when you hack it, you can manipulate it. And if you can control the data, you can corrupt it. And so this is all in their very own words, is while we're talking about developing the Internet of Bodies, the Internet of Bio-nano things, having us seamlessly integrated with sensor technology, they're also straight up saying that what we're doing is really highly dangerous, and we know that there will be problems with hacking and misuse. So in this space, let me see, this is my other bit. InBrain, a number of people had sent me some links to InBrain. Again, you can see they've got the hexagons again, which is the structure of graphene. Neuroelectronics is really big right now. And again, anybody who says for some reason we don't need to be paying attention to graphene, I would ask them how it is that they are asserting that, because neuroelectronics are really central in terms of the future human plus that is being asserted right now. So they're talking about decoding the brain and nerve signals, but that graphene, because of its conductivity, is a central part in this larger program. Again, when you think about NT&T, when you think about what Giordano is saying about data aggregation, stacking, and manipulation, this goes way back. A lot of people are familiar with this, but I will share the slide deck if people want to go back and revisit so that all the links are in one place. The sentient world simulation, that was based out of Purdue University, but it was with Joint Forces Engineering Command. And the idea was that you would have a continuously running model for the world, and that you would be able to assess different scenarios. And just like you might have a computer-aided design software version of an engine, right? And you would design that engine, and you might actually even have an engine prototype built out, and that you would run a lot of different scenarios about how to what the optimum conditions were for having that engine at peak capacity, because a lot of this is Taylorist, it's tied in with Taylorism, efficiency, scientific efficiency, that you could then use the data to feed it back into the actual real engine machine. And so they're doing this sentient world simulation at a global level, And I would assert that the systems engineering that MITRE Corporation is engaged with is very much tied in with the simulation and defense and threat analysis, which is increasingly connected into biosecurity and the biosensor data networks. But as Giordano has said, it's all hackable, accessible, hackable, compromisable, corruptible. And so they're asking us to do this not only for ourselves, but our children, all of the things on the planet, knowing that these things can go horribly, horribly wrong. This idea of the brain as a computing system. Edward Boyden is actually the mentor of the guy, Dan Novi at MIT, who wrote the dissertation on synthetic programmable hallucinations, okay? So Edward Boyden is a professor at MIT, and he has done a lot of work on optogenetics, which I talked about last week, using light to control neurons in the brain. And so I want to sort of lay this out, because I think it's hard for us to imagine that there would be people out there who would imagine living bodies as computing systems. But this is a quote from this paper that he's giving some background on optogenetics and sort of how he came into doing this work. And he says, much of my research had focused on the control of complex systems. So thinking about the brain as a computer system to be engineered felt natural. Okay, so that's an important context. There are people out there who imagine the brain is simply another computing system. Optogenetics, for example, spread rapidly in part because of the then increasing popularity of optics and viruses in neuroscience. So, again, whether or not we're looking at germ theory or virus theory, but they're imagining that they're using viruses and coded proteins, crystalline, to get in and code neurons to have them signal in a way that represents computing. In January of 2005, so this is again, thinking about the timing of this is 16 years ago, Carl transitioned from being a postdoctoral researcher to becoming an assistant professor, and he recruited a chemistry graduate student to make benign viral vectors that can be used to deliver genes, light-activated proteins into cells. And so again, we're looking at how they imagine a cell working is that they can code it with different crystals in water-based sources through what they frame as viruses. So within this context of imagining computing in the brain through different substances, that this is something that people have been thinking about for quite some time at the nano level. Some of these things are also involving bioengineering of bacteria. So using other living beings, we know that there's a huge amount of our body that is not what we would think of as us, right? Like, what are we? And if we say we're shapes of the earth, well, then I guess it would probably make sense that we're also shapes of lots of other things, including in our microbiome, bacteria, fungi, all sorts of other things that live in our universe that makes up our physical body as we know it.
Terrestrial.
We're our own cosmological being, right? And so they're looking at now engineering not only us as our own cells that we identify as our cells to our body, but things that are harbored on us, including bacteria. So they're looking at bioengineering E. coli to then enact changes that are linked to human computing interfaces. And this is really important, tied to the microbiome and gut health. So I'm just gonna read this out because I think it's important to understand us as, again, what is the story we're telling ourselves? I'm saying the story that they would like for us to believe, as John Trudell said, they would like for us to believe that they have the power. They would like for us to believe that this is the story that we should buy into, is that we can be programmed by viruses and programmed bacteria. But it's important that we understand their headspace, is that information computing theory, information communication theory is based on having a transmitter and a receiver, and there's communication. And in there, this is all happening through electronics and a coding that we understand the language. And so they're essentially attempting to use other beings to recode the programming of how our inherent electromagnetic system is working, and doing that through bacterial networks, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But a number of the people that have been in touch with me have talked about being connected through fungal situations, bacterial, like different sorts of infections, but that those are linked with the nanotechnology. So this is them within the same paper talking about equating an engineered bacterium into a memory processor board of a control unit, right? And so I would say most people in the world don't even know any of this stuff is going on, that, oh, you would imagine that we would use bacteria to, get into your body and manage you in these various ways through your gut biome and your brain. But that is indeed what they're talking about, and they want to make it normalized. And so within this, they've actually developed gamification to make it seem more fun, and that they've actually had developed like bio-digital games, like gaming platforms, to make this idea of hybrid living machines something that we accept and find as normal, without actually delving into the fact that this is all coming out of like military venture capital R&D. And look, this particular game was part of their smart city program. And this is something I just came through today, and I'm sorry if it's not more coherent, but I was adding a lot of new material. There's a lot of interest in microbiome, gut health, and brain health. And so this is an image from IEEE, which we know is involved in all of these different things, but that they're using the gut-brain axis and the vagus nerve, which is a very long neural system that connects your brain to your gut, is a central piece in this. And this is at Kilda's again at Georgia Tech. How do we create these biological Internet of Bio-nano devices that will work within our digestive systems and connect into the nerves that then go to our brain? And so they are literally like, I mean, I can imagine why somebody wants to imagine that I must be a clown and making this up, and then I'm not telling the truth, but I'm telling the truth, right? I may not have the really robust, deep scientific knowledge to assess all of the aspects of this, but this is framed, I think, as limited clinical usage, but I don't think that that's how it's going to stop. I mean, once you know that DuPont is part of this microbiome space, they're going to want to normalize this across all living things on the planet, just to really seamlessly integrate us into their electric universe. So These are things I think people have to think about. This is just touching again on the in-brain neuroelectronics, and I think there's a lot of growth in digital gamification therapeutics, digital therapeutics, electroceuticals that are coming. That's something that's actually been in the work for about 15 years. And I would say, like, I would ask folks in the holistic medical practice space, because we know that we're electric beings and that people are used to using different frequencies and good ways to heal people, but that increasingly, as we become more and more colonized by engineered nanoparticles, and specifically ones that are electrically conductive, that bioelectronics is something that is also going to be commandeered by the corporate apparatus. Here, the in-brain electronics that's looking at mapping your brain is working on vagus nerve therapies with Merck, right? And this is coming out of Barcelona, Spain. So, you know, Barcelona, Spain is one of the smart cities. It is a center for graphene research. And like, we have to understand how engineering people's brain function and engineering their behavior and engineering them through frequency in smart city environments feeds in with social impact investing, and then ultimately this massive scale data harvest in the attempt to capture enough data to feed it into the AI to trigger the singularity. This is the slide where this person, Dan Novi, is defending his dissertation in January of 2019. And he has actually developed, talking about developing programmable synthetic hallucinations towards a boundless mixed reality, because their goal is to have us not know who we are, have us live in a world of their own construct to their own ends that they can engineer in a two-dimensional way that is two-dimensional engineering. And, essentially what they're talking about is bypassing any use of, like, current augmented reality requires like contact lenses or glasses, but literally projecting something straight into a person's brain, and that they will hallucinate that they are experiencing that. And it's not strictly visual, but it would be olfactory, sound, other things. And again, this is something that targeted people have been talking about for quite some time. This person came out of sort of the entertainment industry, and this was a mid-career change for them. But I think we really have to think about, when I say get clarity, and that this is a spiritual or a sacred engagement, is as we move forward, knowing that the plan is to make us more and more question one another, what we see as real, what we feel is our moral position in the world, and how we navigate that, knowing that remote neural control and hallucinations are part of the mix, and now much more widely available than back in the days of MK Ultra, where you actually literally had to physically torture people in a very programmatic way to accomplish these ends, now that they may be on demand. And, there are really serious ethical questions about that. And I think, some of this is really hard to sit with. But again, I think if we realize, and this is something that Cliff has made very clear, and I think he's going to articulate more firmly, that even though they can manipulate our physical mind, or that which is created out of our brain, is that our spiritual self, our sacred self, is ultimately untouchable and is always okay in this. And so I think we have to spend some time thinking about, like, really getting in touch with that side of things, and then knowing that if we are confronted with such technologies in the future, how can we support each other in navigating it? And I think some of that is that we get very clear about our purpose in this universe, in this life and time, and what we are here to do. And I think if we have clarity and conviction and a strong heart about it, and we're coming from the right place, that we will be able to come through whatever they throw at us. This is from Sanctuary AI, talking about projective consciousness. You can see there's an individual up here moving their hand in the haptic suit and doing this remote robotics. So they're already imagining this idea that we could project our consciousness into this other thing, which means that they would like to control our consciousness. But ultimately, I think if we come with practice, that we will control it ourselves. So, sorry. This is the storyline. Like, what's happening now is a narrative. If we understand that we're living through a story that we're telling ourselves, and that there's being woven around us, and that there are competing storylines, that the blockchain, they intend for the blockchain to track their storyline, and to create the digital twinning, to tweak us, to control us in this thing. And so we have to, that's why I think for me that the blockchain is the hard stop, and why I'm trying to be very firm about getting people to understand the immensity of what the blockchain is intended for, which is the portal to the metaverse. And once they own your digital twin in the metaverse, then they are controlling your story and controlling the part of you that lives in that space. If we allow them, if we begin to identify with our digital twins, if we begin to allow the way in which the digital twin functions in the metaverse to reverberate back to us, then we will be increasingly under the control of these systems. But I will just assert yesterday, like maybe it was just yesterday, I don't know, time is like, what is time these days? You know, I was having a hard day. I had several difficult things happen. And, you know, I said, hey folks, and I've done this before, like just put on your timeline something that you love or that makes you happy, because I think we could all use a pick-me-up. And this is one of the things that someone shared, is that they love to talk to the fireflies and the dragonflies. They appreciate the environment my yard provides, and they know they are well loved by me. And of course, I know all of this because they tell me so as they hover and flit about me. I never imagined how much joy it would bring me, and it kind of makes me feel like a carefree kid again for that moment in time. And so I would say, as we navigate all of this stuff, and again, I haven't hit into the depth of MITRE, is that we need to, in this moment of systems engineering, threat analysis, twinning, projective consciousness, is to try to live in the space of the fireflies and the carefree kid. Because I think in that space, that is the space that is not so under control of the defense contracting space. And now I'm going to finally get into MITRE Corporation a little bit. I didn't get a chance to talk about it in Utica, but yeah, I was corresponding with some folks not so far away in Rome, New York, also upstate. And so, you know, here's just a map, the Graphene International Utica Rome Airport. MITRE Corporation is up here. It's right next to the U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory. So again, as my friend Richard had said, they will control you from the air. That's their advantage, is controlling from the air. So the Air Force is a key player in the radar and frequency space. And so there's this overlap with MITRE, U.S. Air Force, but there's also BAE Systems has a facility there, and a couple of other space technology, cyber technology systems were local, so it was locally relevant. Just as far as a brief history of what MITRE was, again, it was a nonprofit company. It started in 1958, and it was spun out of MIT, and it was around national security concerns related to the Cold War and air defense. And so a big piece of the early systems was SAGE, semi-automated ground environment. So it was the radar systems, and it's interesting, you can see here in the image was an operator using a light gun, you know, in this terminal. So so MITRE came out of this Cold War environment. Again, I think I went over this slide before. They're here now solving problems, everything from air traffic control up to the makeover of Medicaid and Medicare. Every single thing that we're talking about today, sensor technologies, nanotechnology, blockchain, virtual reality, pandemic threat assessment, it's all built into MITRE. So now I'm going to do another clip from Giordano, same webinar. This is about digital twinning. And again, remember, he was talking about building up a very granular set of data, from brainwave data all the way down to your body and your social interactions and how you function in society, and then feeding this into a threat analysis. And again, understand this within a Cold War context, within the context of, you know, essentially, I think picturing people as individual threats to this rolling out, you know, biosecurity state.
But what big data allows is for much more of a temporally broad palette, literally from birth to grave. And that palette needs to then be accessible, and articulable in relatively real time. If I'm going to know about you for reasons that are important to your personalized and/or precision health, Well, then those data have to be about you, and I have to be able to retrieve those data about you with your name on it, with some fingerprint, footprint, data print that allows me to de-anonymize those data and use them in a way that is specific and precise for you. What these data allow us to do is maximize storage, engage parallel computing, work in ways that are scalable and customizable and accessible and shareable. Accessible and shareable by the users and by the custodians of these data. And some of that shareability is legitimate shareability, and others may be somewhat more cryptic. But what this allows is a tremendous capability in data acquisition and tracking across domains that go from the cellular all the way to the social, across levels from individuals to populations, across geographies, allowing relatively complete geospatial access at any real point in time, which is part of the point, to be able to pinpoint this person is here at this particular time doing these things, and we can relate that spatio-temporal reality to various factors of their past in terms of physiological characteristics, behavioral characteristics, social dynamics, ecological dynamics, genotypic characteristics, and in so doing, utilize these data engines in a pattern generative predictive way, which then allows us to work across time and to work across groups, not only in a comparative way, but to determine certain norms, abnorms, and to affect those norms and abnorms and the way the normal and abnormal are regarded and treated in a variety of circumstances and situations, from the quotidian to the critical, from the private to the public, from the medical to the moral.
All right, so that's another weighty section there. So he's saying this in August 2020. So, the whole track and trace, everything is up and running, and it's clearly said in that context. And I think it's really important that people understand that the whole narrative around precision medicine, personalized medicine, which is not unlike personalized learning, which is something I'm very familiar with in coming into this from the education space. This is all going to be tracked on your electronic health record. And that's something that Zeke Emanuel was a central figure in setting up under the Affordable Care Act, the digital records and the electronic records. And I think I said previously that the state of Delaware is a pioneer in blockchain electronic health records. And of course, there's the Biden connection there, as well as corporate, incorporation purposes, all these companies that are incorporated in Delaware. So this idea of your precision health data in real time that is linked to predictive analytics, not simply about you, but about whole populations, and that it can be manipulated, is pretty intense, right? I mean, I think that's something that people really need to understand as we wade into this idea of, medical tracking systems that are tied to sensor networks that are not just wearable technology, which is where I was, a couple of months ago, but really linked very deeply to the biosensor and the connection to graphene. That is heavy stuff. And once the predictions are made, it's not simply about threat assessment, which again is where MITRE was. It was always about, scanning the horizon and imagining what the threats were out there. That was in the nature of, planes dropping bombs or nuclear missiles. But that now our bodies are the potential, are being viewed as weaponized systems against society in some way, against the technocracy, against the smart city polis that is coming, and what that means for us. It's pretty insidious. So MITRE, 1958, came out of MIT, the war machine. The head of the board of trustees of MITRE was a gentleman, his name was H. Rowan Gaither Jr. He was the head he also was the chair of the Ford Foundation. And so anybody who has any knowledge of activism in the nonprofit space knows about the role of the Ford Foundation and its outsized influence. So the fact that Gaither was doing not just the Ford Foundation, but MITRE is very significant. Other players in helping get it set up was the director of military engineering at Bell Telephone Laboratories. That person actually became the president, and that the offices would be in the Air Defense Systems Integration Division. Okay, so it's MITRE, even though it is a separate incorporated entity as a nonprofit, that it was working hand in hand with the Defense Department. And in some ways, then that makes it accountable not to the people who might have some oversight over elected officials and the Defense Department, but it's hands off and it's handed over to the influence of philanthropy and technology interests. Okay, so this was evolving after several studies, was the development of this, but it's definitely a defense apparatus that is not accountable to the citizenry of the United States. So the other important element about Gaither was that he in partnership with William Draper III and this person named Anderson that I can't find out much about, but they actually developed the first venture capital firm on the West Coast. And so we know really venture capital was sort of birthed out of the commercialization of a lot of the research and development of World War II in the greater Boston area. So that was focused like venture capital in greater Boston, which is something I learned when I was working in the ed tech space. But essentially Silicon Valley as a venture capital hub, Gaither was in on the ground floor with that, with Draper, which is really significant. Knowing that as we're moving forward, the place where they were based, which is Palo Alto, is now Nippon Telegraph and Telephone that is advancing the digital twinning, just set up their own research innovation lab in Palo Alto as well. So the money of setting up and essentially a whole cloth creating Silicon Valley in this Cold War construct is important. This is again just touching on Gaither being on the board of RAND and on the board of the Ford Foundation, and he was actually part of this blue ribbon panel that said that the Ford Foundation now needed to become an international philanthropy. So that is Gaither's position in this. And then his partner, again, so RAND is advancing today the Internet of Bodies and working on pandemic insights and managing the Internet of Bodies in relationship to a perpetual pandemic state. And the Ford Foundation is a major player in the impact investing space. They have $1 billion being put into mission-related investments. They're clearly involved in response to the lockdowns that have happened and the global economic shift that is underway. On the left is an image. This is from the Sustainable Development Goals, their partnerships. And there were many listed, but the Ford Foundation is at least part of the data for sustainable development. So again, this is the legitimating the sensor networks that are going to pull in the impact data to feed the hedge fund markets and trigger the singularity, and the Sustainable Development Goal Philanthropy Platform, which again is using philanthropy, foundation money to essentially as seed money and to get all of these markets started as the sensor networks are getting up and running because they're not quite ready at this point. Just on the climate, this is an aside, but Steffers had sent me this, just the emphasis that the sustainability narrative that is again connecting post-pandemic with rebuilding with climate justice is that the build back better, a lot of people point out like the 666 structure, the hexagonal structure, which is the structure of graphene, that the building block of sustainability is being built on graphene, and a lot of it is linked into smart electronics, efficiency around electrical systems. So, I imagine more and more the historic fabric of buildings in cities like Philadelphia will be set up as impractical, and that they will be doing sort of 3D printing, sensor technology based alternative housing that is the stack and pack model that we see, in a lot of predictive profiling movies, including Ready Player One, but that graphene here is already being identified as an anchor of sustainability. William Draper was the partner with Gaither. Again, a legacy of venture capitalists all the way up to his grandson now, Tim, who is the one who says we no longer need any sort of nation states, will all just live as digital avatars. And he was a key hand in getting all of the e-government set up in Estonia. And that his grandfather, William Draper III, who was partners with Gaither in Silicon Valley of getting it onboarded, was the chairman of the Import-Export Bank for a number of years, and the head of the United Nations Development Program. So none of the sensor network tied to impact investing and data analytics should be surprising here. I didn't get any information on Anderson. I couldn't figure out who he was, but I'll see if I'll keep working at it. Gaither actually developed a report that was given to Eisenhower after the launch of Sputnik. And it's interesting if you sort of imagine, like, it's not this similarity of this spheroidal construct of like essentially remaking society according to its presence in the world, right? So you've got Sputnik, and now we have this, computer model simulation, pandemic thing in there. But they're these round objects appearing, and then life is never the same after that. So what Gaither was he was emphasizing the inadequacy of U.S. defense to protect from the nuclear attack from the Soviet Union, okay? And so that they needed to put all of this money into this high-tech system of, the SAGE system against the anti-aircraft and missile system, which essentially was the go-to to weaponize the environment, create all of the electronics, including the nanoelectronics that we're going to be dealing with now. And it was, in that respect, it made me just think, was the Cold War in any respect what we thought, or was it really the beginnings of sort of the secret space program that Catherine Austin Fitts, among others, and Alana Freeland has talked about? Oh, it was Fred Anderson. Okay, so Fred Anderson and Gaither, they're setting up shop in Silicon Valley. They've got, there's the Sputnik trigger event. That's the trigger event, just like, our trigger event. Nothing will be the same. Everything has to be different. Everything is going high tech, this new level of technological innovation at this point. At least you can still see the technology. It's not at a scale that is not sensible to the human eye or ears or anything like that. And so it's interesting that their firm, which was it was created specifically to invest in technology, started out in Santa Clara. And Santa Clara is really important to me because my first tippy-toed into the social impact space was with a friend who lives in San Jose. And we were finding out that all of the pilots for the human capital social impact bonds were happening in Santa Clara, both in early childhood, early literacy, homelessness, and mental health. And this is really important as we understand the neurological aspect of this. But Gaither being in Santa Clara is significant. MITRE was part of the early ARPANET. Like, as we know, it was in the 1960s, but by 1971, MITRE had its own node. So along with Stanford, UCLA, MIT, Harvard, Carnegie, which I think is Carnegie Mellon, Urbana-Champaign, you've got a couple of these others. You've got SRI, and it's interesting, Utah is just Utah, right? So we know that Utah is playing a significant role in all of this, the biotechnology space too. It's interesting that Utah is just called Utah. But in these defense contracting academic spaces, that MITRE is part of being woven into the web of frequency internet analytics there by 71. MITRE in the early 1990s took over management of the defense contracts to Jason, which is essentially really high level scientists, like top secret super science research programs. It was originally under SRI, but then MITRE took it over. And among the Jason things that they're working on artificial intelligence in healthcare. But in one of the early phases in 1992, they were already developing this global grid study and looking at GPS coordinate systems using orbital assets, so the satellites that were again put up as part of the preventative protection measures, to create an inventory and a database of all man-made structures on the Earth. So this is 1992, and then about 10 years later, we get Keyhole and the beginnings of the GPS systems that are now being used for track and trace and geofencing. This is a bit of an aside, but I would just say in the overall simulations, it's important to remember that MITRE Corporation in 1993 actually did the environmental impact analysis for HAARP, which is the Alaska-based ionospheric heating technology system that is being used for weaponized weather systems. And so MITRE's tentacles are into everything from the GPS systems also into weaponized weather simulation. They were a key player in military simulation. That's part of the threat analysis and the gaming. This report is from 2017. It's important to know that MITRE is a player in mixed reality, augmented reality spaces and gamified spaces. They were developing synthetic training environments for the military, but again, this is all dual use. So it moves from defense interests into both entertainment, Hollywood, media interests, mixed media interests, into then commercial applications like here, use a mixed reality holographic program to learn how to be an apprentice to, get a certification for your human capital bond program. And so the virtual reality element is part of MITRE as well. And you can see here, it's they were talking about the Milgram's virtuality continuum, everything from the real environment, which is what we're used to full on virtual, but along the way is augmented reality and augmented virtuality. So the idea of actually projecting synthetic environments into your consciousness. Just touching on, they were the beginning of systems engineering both machines, people, and societies. And that is all of what the big data crunching is about, is engineering total information awareness and full spectrum dominance. They want to control it all, and they want to control it all through the data analytics. Here is a map that I made. It should have been closer up in the mix, but just talking about the smart city pilots in San Jose and how they link to the social impact finance bonds in Santa Clara. And this is an old map I have, but I just wanted to pull it out. San Jose and the Santa Clara County Office of Education, they actually have something that I think is a basis of digital twinning in play, and it's called Data Zone. And so this was developed with the Packard Foundation, and they went into low-income communities, Latino communities in San Jose, and they started collecting all sorts of data analytics on the kids in an interoperable data warehouse. Everything from foster care, social emotional learning data, pre-K data, juvenile justice involvement data, all of the data together. And then in that space, they were also starting to look at the community school model and getting telehealth centers and healthcare centers into the schools. I think not necessarily to make things better for those families, but to aggregate more and more biosensor data. It probably isn't yet biosensor data, but to lay the groundwork for a vast overreach of data collection through Data Zone. And the importance of Data Zone is that now I think it's over 500,000 children's data is in that warehouse, but that it fed into something called the Silicon Valley Regional Data Trust that was originally National Science Foundation money, but was then scaled with Chan Zuckerberg. So Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan, they scaled it, and then they embedded it within the Silicon Valley Regional Data Trust and the National Interoperability Collaborative, which ultimately feeds to the fusion centers. So once you understand the threat analytics and Department of Homeland Security, having all of this data from like even your pre-K experience feed up the food chain into the fusion centers is pretty unsettling. But of course, it's all being done, framed as equity, justice, closing the digital divide, and helping people out. But that's not what it's actually about at all. And within San Jose, there's a heavy presence of Bloomberg philanthropy, smart cities, 5G small cell deployment, and Facebook was doing test projects with like alternative delivery of broadband signaling there in San Jose as well. So lots of stuff going on in Santa Clara. So it was very interesting to me to peel back the history and realize that Gaither and MITRE and the systems engineering was specifically linked to these militarized venture capital firms that go right back to the very origins, the very foundations of Silicon Valley. And so I want to reassert, when we're talking about this is a global project, but we cannot be finger pointing in a lot of here in the United States in a lot of different directions, because this sort of situation that we find ourselves in is very much homegrown, and it has been since forever. I mean, in this talk, at least since World War II, but even earlier than that, the technology piece. Jason is also now MITRE is working, is managing the Jason contracts, which I think have been put on hold or were put on hold under Trump. The Jason scientists who are working on the top secret reports, some of which are released, some of which are not released. But as of 2017, they actually specifically were working on a specific report on artificial intelligence for health and healthcare. So again, think of it within the context of what we know from Giordano, what we know about graphene brain interfaces, what we know about ultimately wanting to like hack into the code of life. They want to frame all of this as precision medicine tied to your blockchain health record. And they want to frame it under social determinants of health so that they can make bank on these impact markets of essentially trying to improve data analytics around the health outcomes of populations, Black and brown communities that have been targeted by various levels of trauma, from environmental racism to economic injustice to, physical violence and outright violence and erasure and any number of, genocidal tendencies. But now to use the data of that epigenetic trauma to then tweak them in terms of on a data dashboard to make it look good for investors. But really it's about expanding data surveillance of those populations. And so that is what is coming. It is framed as social determinants of health, which is, again, please understand, I am not in any way saying that those health disparities do not exist. They definitely do. That trauma, like community trauma, doesn't have very significant impacts on community health. I believe that wholeheartedly. But I think what is being set up by these artificial intelligence healthcare systems is not about healing people, but is managing people as a data asset within these social impact pathways and biosensor data aggregation. And some of it is wearable technology, some of it is going to be smart shoes and smart shirts and brainwave headbands and Fitbits, and that's where it's at now. But believe me, they're all about patient compliance. And if they realize that you're doing stuff and you're not going to wear the Fitbit, then they're going to find some way to get the Fitbit into you, right? And that is where the engineered nanoparticles are and where the biosensors are. So within the AI data training set, they want as much data as they can get. So what they're saying is that their aim is to get information about a person's economics and tie that into healthcare. So their employment, debt, expenses, medical bills, that's all data points that they want. They want to know about their physical environment and their neighborhood. Again, more surveillance, housing, transportation, parks, playgrounds. They're all saying that they're here because they care, but really, I mean, you heard Giordano, they're interested in figuring out what resources that you use and how to target you. They want to know about education. So those are all very straight up impact markets, everything from early childhood to vocational training, which is lifelong learning on the blockchain. They want to track your food access. So they want to track hunger because that's Sustainable Development Goal 2 for impact markets. And they want to track your access to quote unquote healthy options. But then the question becomes, are the healthy options that are presented that are somehow bioengineered to what they say is your genomic sequence? And so you will be limited to a GMO food products. They want to look at the overall social construct. So social integration, community engagement, discrimination, and the healthcare system, including cultural competency and provider availability. So, I would say, folks, you need to look at the new norm of healthcare delivery. It is like, a lot of it is going to be telemedicine, teletherapy, that melds with the nanomedicine, biosensor, healthcare delivered by your phone, healthcare increasingly delivered not in consultation with a real person, but with an algorithm or an avatar with the synthetic human being, where the consequences of your interactions with those AI entities may be very significant in terms of whether or not you get geofenced, what kind of food you would have, what kind of, like if they take your children away from you. There are many, many things that are happening here in this particular slide that are melding in both Jason and the MITRE Corporation in this. Very important to make the link between the threat assessment and the SAGE analytics and the AI healthcare. So this is just touching on this programmable synthetic hallucinations, right? And when I think someone was saying like, oh, am I picking on this person? Like maybe they weren't really like, they didn't mean badly, but actually, and this is the dedication page of his dissertation where they're talking about neuroengineering hallucinations. And, in his acknowledgments, he acknowledged a couple people who said, thank you for helping me, even though you knew exactly how dangerous what I was attempting, but you never shied away. So they, he's saying, he's acknowledging, who knows if it's tongue in cheek, but that what he's attempting is dangerous, and that some of this work was done at the MIT Clinical Research Center, and he was thanking the nurses for keeping his subjects safe and keeping him from losing it. And for Epilogue Corporation, Epilogue, that's an interesting name, for making a laser cutter, I can play like a Stradivarius. Okay, so some of these things, again, if people want to like put a clown face on me and tell me that I'm silly for even talking about such things, I would just say, I would prefer not to have to talk about these things. But these are in our real and present reality, and ways that people are talking about the world. And so I think it has pretty deep implications for how we navigate our own stories. This is a person, and I just want to sort of touch again on the simulation, the digital twinning element with Giordano. This is a person who, actually, Raul put him on my radar, and I was like looking at him, his LinkedIn, going back to sort of the work that I do with LinkedIn profiles. He got his start at MITRE, only for a couple years in McLean, Virginia, but then was working at MIT with something called Near Life. Near Life, there's a gentleman involved in this that now works for Curious Learning, which is app-based learning engineering that is attempting to go global. And Near Life actually was doing patents for interactive television that you could like insert yourself in the television program. He went on then to work for gaming companies, Irrational Games and BioShock for 11 years. And then on to investment companies, 10 Financial Systems. And so you can sort of see this through line. I thought was really helpful to see how you go from systems engineering and threat assessment straight through to technology, media, interactive media programming, gaming, video game design, and then on to finance, which is gaming, but within sort of a simulation risk analysis profile. 10 Financial Systems, again, they were working on financial asset management. And he actually, this person, Christopher Klein, a couple years ago wrote a whole article on LinkedIn about why he thought that video game designers were so good in the finance industry and how many similarities there were between gaming simulations and the finance world. And so if we just back that up into understanding that that is military, it's the military simulation, then on to video game, like interactive media, video game design, and finances, that we can see how putting children onto ed tech apps or poor people onto performance tracking apps or other wearable technology apps, that these are militarized systems that allow people in power to game the system. BioShock was one of his games that he helped develop while he was at the gaming company. And I thought it was really interesting that they actually got the idea walking around Rockefeller Center, and then the storyline of the BioShock game was around John D. Rockefeller, right? So they're always telling you it's sort of this free market world that was set up based on Rockefeller's story. So it's very, appropriate that that's sort of the trajectory. And then I would just say in the gaming, again, on the ed tech, this is a video I would really encourage you to watch. This is the first ceremony that anybody did with dandelions besides me, who's actually sent me documentation. This is in the Moonshot Project, in the lobby of the Moonshot Project, where they're setting up the digital twinning, but moving the world into a mixed reality, gamified environment that's run by the military. Those are key principles. And you can see in the lobby of the Moonshot Project, this is my friend and his toddler, and reading this revocation of digital twinning and transhumanism. But behind is this running loop that's emphasizing children and virtual reality headsets. And there's a koi pond as an image, this very culturally significant image for Japan. And yet on the screen, it is all virtual koi in a virtual pond. And I think that actually might have been a near life patent. And the wargaming. So again, this is just hitting on MITRE Corporation again, working with DARPA on this synthetics theater of war, on the military simulation training, that it's all woven throughout. MITRE is, this should be some red flags for those of you who follow me on social impact investing, that they have created a center for data-driven policy. Again, it's the simulation and the risk profiling, but this is all being framed in a bipartisan way as accountability, transparency, analytics. But now we know that data-driven really means feeding the board to trigger the singularity. Federal big data, again, so this is feeding into the conservative side saying that we want to hold government accountable, and the liberal side saying that we want people to have services. And it's all framed of, oh, if we put everything on blockchain and we engineer it, we'll get our money's worth and we'll make sure everything is accountable. This federal big data summit was in 2014. So this is well underway. We're moving into sort of the tyranny of the data analyst class that is all being conditioned through the Ivy League universities. There are consortiums of, and we're setting up the data analysts, not that they'll actually do the data analytics, but they'll set up all the legislation and all of the think tanks to push the data-driven government, the e-government solutions that are coming with the blockchain identity. It's important to know that one of the main cost offsets in this space is the prison industrial complex. In the social impact bonds, the first ones were very much centered on prison systems, the Peterborough social impact bond with Ronald Cohen, and the Rikers Island social impact bond with Michael Bloomberg. So MITRE is working with the judiciary now on enterprise solutions for more and more virtual judicial processes. And so they want to start to run the judicial system like remotely and with AI judging. And if you read the book, The Diamond Age, there's the whole beginning scenario. There's someone who's in a court trial, and it's increasingly sort of a very regimented data analytics framing of the justice system. So it's not just people getting tried for, and going through the trial system, but that it's also the inverse of not getting sentenced is part of the impact data, so that if they can connect with data-driven solutions tied to social welfare services to redirect people out of the prison system, that is going to drive the impact markets, and why I do not wish anyone to unduly be involved in the criminal justice system. The reality is that the main private prison contracting groups, CoreCivic and Geo Group and Serco, like they're pivoting into social work and continuum of care. So they're already ready for this open air digital prison that's coming tied to the geofencing. So this is just touching on, again, the Rikers Island social impact bond and the Peterborough social impact bond, both using the cost offset to justify the impact investing of prison. And so MITRE being integrated with data analytics and the judicial construct is really important. That's also a sustainable development goal, is around justice work, and Open Society and Soros have quite a hand in the data analytics IT aspects of that. Here we have MITRE modernizing healthcare, and we know what that means. And then right underneath, cybersecurity and security engineering and homeland security, right? So all of the healthcare modernization tied to Medicare and Medicaid is an outright threat assessment that is being framed as your body is now the potential weapon, even if you are healthy, according to the biosensor technology. They are running a very high level national security engineering and cyber defense. But as we know, James Giordano was always saying already, like, if it's stackable, it's hackable. If it's, if you can aggregate it, you can break into that stuff. So they're at the one time saying that they're going to give you precision healthcare and personalized healthcare and, in these, data analytics at the same time that they know that it's a true security threat. Hacking your body or your brain is a tremendously scary prospect. They've been working on the Medicaid for a long time. Here they're getting the renewal of their 5-year contracts on healthcare modernization through 2023. They have this whole division with the Department of Health and Human Services on the healthcare modernization since 2012. So this has been going on, like they've got a lock on it. It doesn't look like they're losing this anytime soon. And, it is based in their qualifications are cybersecurity and public-private partnerships and telemedicine and health IT. So that's what they're doing. It's mining the body for data. And that's exactly what John Trudell spoke of, is mining our minds. Here is patient coordination. And again, this is pushing so that more and more people will not have access to in-person care at all. And that is through the standardization. Eventually, you'll just get on your phone and you'll have whatever care provider based on their blockchain credentials competing for some sort of micro consult. Back in 2015, they were working on, again, social determinants of health tied to health disparities. And this is MITRE in underserved populations. So, we can see the very hardcore press on getting what they would identify as underserved populations in on the COVID injection program, like hard and heavy, really going door to door in those communities to get those people into the pipeline of ongoing health assessment and data analytics. And then the agenda of this is that they're looking at specifically the health disparities as a social impact investment. So again, this is hand in hand. The hedge fund data analytics goes with the e-government solutions, goes with the public-private partnerships, goes with the biosensor data, all to trigger, in the attempt to trigger the singularity, break the code of life, and rule the universe. But nobody sees all the way down the road. And that's why I think it's important to thread the pieces together and then seek to disrupt the intersections, to seek to show the broader agenda so that people will refuse it. Rural areas are also being targeted for telehealth. And I spoke with someone who is a state senator in Montana about issues that they were seeing about public-private partnerships. And Montana seems to be a partner in rural health with a patient toolkit tied to electronic records. So again, this is innovation being framed as access. Shouldn't it be that rural communities still get to have a hospital? You would think so, but not in the Internet of Bodies or the Internet of bio-nano things. Broad-based data sharing. It's the data sharing that is what they want. One of the key players in this space that's connected to Stewards of Change and the National Interoperability Collaborative is this Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society. So if we understand systems engineering, Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society, it's huge. And they have hundreds of members throughout North America, Europe, the United Kingdom, the Middle East, and Asia Pacific. It's enormous. And they are building interoperable data platforms, ostensibly for better healthcare. But we know that ultimately all of the data analytics are being fed into the Department of Homeland Security fusion centers for the risk profiling and into these broader systems for AI. The same people who are building this whole thing are also doing the playbook to combat disinformation, right? So again, more data analytics. They're working on the impact of social policies. This is all what MITRE's doing. Their hands are in every single part. Here is their contract from March 17th of 2020, like 3 days after the pandemic is called, to work on the track and trace systems for Homeland Security. So this all must be understood within the radar systems under the ostensible nuclear threat being now turned on the populace, the human populace of the world, to track them as a threat against this smart city polis that is being built. This is the COVID-19 Healthcare Coalition. These are all people who are working on data analytics tied to COVID. I mean, you can just see the interest in this. Amazon Web, Deloitte, Google, Microsoft, Salesforce, Slack, Tableau, but MITRE is in this mix. And they're the ones running the data dashboards. And what I'm saying is when Giordano says you can adjust the data in the digital twin simulation and then make that pivot in the simulation come out into the real world, we have been living that for the past year and a half, only people didn't really have the language, I don't think, to talk about it that way. But we have been living life according to a constructed computer model simulation that was set up by a militarized venture capital Silicon Valley web. And that is what we're living through right now. Of course, we know that all of the Internet of bio-nano things is running on the telecom infrastructure, on the small cell infrastructure, which is 5G, but eventually 6G and onward. MITRE, they have a whole Ingenuity platform that's working on 5G innovations. So that is a big piece of it. Drones, healthcare, and factory automation are their concentrations. So again, the stuff that is going to put us out of work, the stuff that's going to track our bodily function, and the drones that are going to do the surveillance are all part of the MITRE in the MITRE purview. They are working on the credential initiative for, the vaccine records. So here we see the phones. This is the stuff that everybody's out in the streets about today. It definitely is about the medical passports, but these medical passports were planned far beyond this immediate health threat. That this was being planned many years ago by the World Wide Web Consortium in this verifiable credential initiative for smart health cards. and the smart health cards were for biosensor data and digital twinning. This is the smart health card framework. Again, you know, we would like to think that the internet is something wonderful that we use, but in many respects, the internet is using us, and it's using our bodies to reconstruct its own reality, and the health wallets are a part of that. And within the space, they're also working in augmented and virtual reality. Again, that goes back to the simulation. MITRE is involved in blockchain, surprise, surprise, right? They're trying to pilot it. They're trying to get people to adopt it. They're trying to encourage people to learn about it, to get it all in place, because the risk profiling, the simulation, the AI runs on blockchain, and keeping people in line. The drones are part of that. They're working on low-cost 3D printed drones. And if you imagine your biosensor data being connected with the ubiquitous surveillance state, you know, I don't think that's too far off. Clearly, they're already doing predictive programming in the Black Mirror episodes. With the tiny drones, the bee drones, like stinging people in their brains if they have a bad Twitter profile for the day. But the price points of all of these things are dropping, and they're getting loose out into the world beyond the accountability of really any government agency. All of those agencies are captured. I think maybe we're getting close. So I had mentioned that these things, that the National Interoperability Collaborative, which is very central to follow, is with the Health Information Management System. They're feeding to the National Council on Crime and Delinquency, and they're feeding to the fusion centers. And that is both for impact data, for social impact projects, for cost offsets for criminalization, as well as for cost offsets around biosecurity threats and just profiling dissidents, with the goal that all of this data is being fed into the robots in this crazy, like Logan's Run scenario. So I talked about Lieber. It's really important to know that in the programmable matter space, the stuff that goes back to 1997 at least, that Harvard has always been in the mix, and Charles Lieber has always been in the mix. And this idea of framing it as that this is something that is a problem with China is inaccurate, because Lieber was working with MITRE on nano antenna and nanowires for decades before any of this happened with China. So this is a homegrown situation with the Internet of Bio-nano things. Ellen Bogan is the chief nanotechnology guy for MITRE Corporation, and it's pretty amazing. Like, he has been with the company since 1984. So 37 years. He actually founded the Nanosystems Group in 1992. Okay, and so Ellen Bogan and Lieber have been working together on micro nanoelectronics and wiring. When Giordano was talking about the steps from knowing about brain engineering technology to developing less invasive systems, and then eventually bidirectional systems, this is the kind of work that's being done by Lieber and Harvard, where they're talking about mesh electronics, where the device is so thin it can be directly injected into the brain where it attaches. And you know, this is the mice experiments that we've talked about, that they can implant false memories and that they can create and disrupt social bonds. But you know, this is the neural lace, right? The neural lace that fuses with your brain, which is more sophisticated than the neural link, which is what Musk is advancing. But it's talking about accessing previously inaccessible areas of the brain. You know, literally, this is someone from Rice, which is where we know they're doing a lot of the work on graphene and nanotech and quantum dots. They say plugging your computer into your brain becomes a lot more palatable if all you need to do is inject something. So yeah, what are we injecting, right? And do people even know that the possibilities of what things could be injected? The nano robots, this is an image of one of the ones, the Miller robot that MITRE had designed. You can see here on this image that the Lieber Research Group, the sponsors include, in addition to MITRE, the Office of Naval Research, DARPA, the Air Force, and the National Institutes of Health. You know, again, just reinforcing the Diamond Age programmable matter. They see us as programmable matter. They see us as talking animals that they can use. They can graphenate us, you know, with their systems and bring us into their world. And then, yeah, they're bridging innovation. This is all being framed as innovative, and they want to make us question ourselves. They want to develop this mixed reality, this augmented reality, where they can use their mesh networks to influence our minds and influence how we see the world and make us uncertain, make us question everything. Oh, and I think this is the end. So yeah, so bio-nano imperialism. This is my last slide. Awesome. Yeah, so just in closing, again, John Trudell, know who we are. We are the power, we are shapes of the earth. There's out on the horizon is the human plus, right? Where they are trying to break this code of life. And I think as Cliff has said, the us that is us is sacred and it is untouchable, even though in our own minds, we can be really concerned and in our physical minds and bodies, but that there is this untouchable place. But they're trying to break in there. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. And a lot of that has to do with the blood-brain barrier, getting in there with the neural lace networks and the nanoelectronics, these self-assembling nanowires that I've talked about with graphene, that Lieber is a part of and that the Rice University is a part of, Harvard and MITRE clearly has been a part of since the at least the mid-1990s, and that it's this cellular colonial AI, and it's trucking along. It's trucking along with the support of the military and with big pharma and big tech. But ultimately, I think that we have to be the ones to protect the earth, to protect nature, to know that that is where our true power is, with God, with the creation, that life is on the side of life. And even though all of this seems very overwhelming, that we're here, there's still many beautiful things about being in the world and connections. And I see Lynn is here too. And I love all you guys. And so that's what I've got on MITRE, but I just really wanted to sort of surface this particular institution that speaks to the corruption of our government structure, our nonprofit structure, our academic structure, and that they have been creating and fabricating and attempting to build an illusion of the world and consciousness that is a false reality, but that we don't have to agree to it. We can say we don't consent. So I guess that's it.